All right, come on in. You've earned a landing tonight. If the rain tapping outside is doing most of the talking, that's perfect. It gives us permission to let the day loosen its grip. Tonight we're drifting into ancient Egypt, a world so unlike our own that even ordinary life would feel unfamiliar, shaped by routines and assumptions that no longer exist. If this helps you unwind, you're welcome to subscribe or leave a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now let your head sink into the pillow, follow a slow breath, and let the rain carry us into the story. You're about to step into the daily rhythms of ancient Egypt, not the Egypt of temples and tombs, but the one where most people lived their entire lives. This is the world shaped by sunlight, river water, and the quiet repetition of work that sustained civilization for thousands of years. You wake when light begins filtering through the doorway of your home. There's no sudden alarm, no jolt into consciousness. Instead, you gradually become aware of the sounds around you. Footsteps on packed earth, the soft voices of neighbours already moving about, and the distant call of birds along the river. Your body knows the rhythm without needing to think about it. The sun rises, and so do you. The first task is always water. You take a clay vessel, worn smooth from years of use, and walk the familiar path toward the Nile. The ground beneath your feet is hard and warm already, even in the early morning. You pass the same houses you've passed every day of your life. Their mud brick walls the colour of the earth they came from. Some doorways are already open. Others remain dim inside, waiting for the heat of the day to pull people outdoors. At the river's edge, you crouch and dip the vessel into the current. The water is cool and brown with silt. You fill the jar carefully, knowing its weight when full, and carry it back the way you came. This journey repeats itself throughout the day in every season. Water for drinking, water for cooking, and water for mixing with clay or wetting down the floor to settle dust. The Nile provides, and you carry what it offers. Your home is small and practical. The walls are thick mud brick, which keeps the interior cooler than the air outside. The floor is packed earth, sometimes covered with woven mats. There are no windows in the way you might imagine them, just small openings near the roof that let smoke escape and allow a little air to move through. Most of your life happens outside these walls. The house is for sleeping, for storage, and for shelter when the sun is too fierce or the rare rain comes. It's not where you spend your waking hours. You eat something simple in the morning. Bread, if there is bread, perhaps an onion, maybe a handful of dates if the season is right. You don't sit down for this meal in any formal way. You eat standing, or while preparing for the day's work, or while checking on what needs doing. Food is fuel, and the morning portion is just enough to begin. The work of the day depends on the season and the river. If the Nile is in flood, the fields are underwater and you do other things. You repair tools, weave mats, work on your house, or help with larger community projects. If the water has receded and planting time has come, you're in the fields from early morning until the heat makes it unwise to continue. If it's harvest season, the work is constant and shared among everyone who can help. The fields are not your own in the way you might think of ownership today. They belong to someone else, or to the temple, or to the state. You work them because that's the arrangement, and in return you keep a portion of what's grown. It's not a system you question. It's simply how things are and have always been. You walk to the fields with others from your village, carrying the tools you'll need. A hoe, perhaps, or a sickle. The tools are simple and heavy, made from wood and stone or sometimes bronze if you're fortunate. They've been used before and will be used again. You know their weight and balance as well as you know your own hands. In the field, you work in a rhythm that's almost meditative. Bend, strike the earth, move forward. Bend, cut the stalks, and gather them in your arm. The motions are the same every time. Your mind wanders while your body continues. You think about nothing in particular, or about everything. The other workers nearby, the quality of this year's crop, whether your child is helping at home or playing near the river. and what needs repairing before the next flood comes. The sun climbs higher, the air grows heavier, sweat runs down your back and soaks into the simple linen you wear. You don't stop, but you slow down. Everyone slows. There's no point in pushing when the heat is at its peak. You'll only exhaust yourself and the work will still be there. When the sun is directly overhead, you stop. You find shade if there's any to be found. Under a tree, near a wall, anywhere the sun isn't touching directly. You sit down. You drink water from a shared jar. You might eat a little something, or you might just rest and wait for the worst of the heat to pass. This pause is expected. It's built into the day as surely as the sunrise. No one rushes through it. You sit with your neighbours, and sometimes you talk and sometimes you don't. The conversation, when it happens, is about ordinary things. Whose roof needs patching? How the bread turned out this morning? Whether the water level seems higher or lower than last year? After a while you return to work. The sun is still fierce, but it's beginning its long arc downward. You can feel the difference, even if it's not cooler yet. You know the afternoon will eventually give way to evening, and that knowledge makes the work bearable. You continue until the light begins to soften. There's no precise end to the workday. You simply notice that others are gathering their tools, and you do the same. You walk back to the village together, tired in a way that feels familiar and not unpleasant. Your body aches, but it's supposed to. This is what work feels like. The village is stirring with a different kind of activity now. Smoke rises from cooking fires. Children who were occupied during the day are suddenly everywhere, playing in the narrow spaces between houses. You can hear their voices, high and quick, as they chase each other, or argue over something that won't matter tomorrow. You go to your own home and set down your tools. You check what needs checking, whether there's grain for tomorrow, whether the water jar is full, whether anything in the house has shifted or broken during the day. These small inspections happen without conscious thought. They're part of coming home. As evening arrives, you're aware of the temperature finally dropping. The air that was stifling all afternoon begins to move. You can breathe more easily. You sit outside your door or near it and watch the sky change colours. This is not leisure in any intentional sense. You're simply done with the day's labour, and there's nothing urgent left to do before dark. Other people are nearby doing the same thing, sitting, talking quietly, watching their children mending something small. The village settles into this in-between time when work is finished but sleep hasn't yet arrived. It's peaceful in an unremarkable way. You're not thinking about how peaceful it is. You're just there, part of it. The river is always present even when you can't see it. You hear it sometimes, a low constant sound beneath everything else. You smell the mud and vegetation that line its banks. Your whole life is oriented around it. When it floods, when it recedes, what it brings, and what it takes away. The Nile is the reason you're here at all, the reason anyone is here. But you don't think of it in grand terms. It's just the river doing what rivers do. When full darkness comes, you go inside. You lie down on your sleeping mat. The day is over, and tomorrow will be much the same. This sameness is not monotonous. It's reliable. It's the structure that holds your life in place. You sleep deeply, without worry about what's coming. You know what's coming. The sun will rise, you'll fetch water, you'll work, you'll rest when it's too hot. You'll return home when the light fades. The Nile will continue its cycle, and you'll continue yours, linked to it in ways so fundamental you never need to speak of them. Your house needs constant attention. The mud brick walls that keep you sheltered are made from the same earth you walk on, mixed with water and straw and dried in the sun. Over time they crack. Rain, rare as it is, softens them. The corners where walls meet begin to crumble. You repair these spots whenever you notice them, mixing fresh mud and pressing it into place with your hands. The process is straightforward. You gather earth from a spot near your home where it has the right consistency. You add water until the mixture is thick enough to hold together but wet enough to shape. You work in chopped straw, which keeps the mud from splitting as it dries. Then you press it into the damaged area, smoothing it with your palms. You leave it to harden in the sun, and in a day or two it's solid again, nearly indistinguishable from the rest of the wall. This kind of repair happens so often it barely registers as a task. You see a crack forming, and the next time you have a free moment, you fix it. No one taught you this in a formal way. You watched others doing it when you were young, and eventually you did it yourself. That's how most skills pass from one person to another. The roof of your house is made from wooden beams covered with reeds and packed mud. It's flat, which makes it useful for drying things or storing items you don't need immediate access to. But it also means that any water that falls on it tends to pool, and over time this weakens the structure. You check the roof regularly, adding fresh mud where it's worn thin, replacing reeds that have rotted. Getting up onto the roof involves climbing the outside wall, using small irregularities in the brick as footholds. You've done this so many times that your hands and feet know where to go without looking. Once you're up there, you can see across the village, other flat roofs, narrow pathways between houses, the fields beyond, and in the distance the ribbon of green that marks the Nile. You spend time up here when repairs are needed, spreading mud evenly, pressing it down, and making sure there are no gaps where water might seep through. It's hot work under the full sun, but it's necessary. A weak roof means a wet house when the rains come, and a wet house brings more problems than you want to deal with. Your tools are few, and you take care of them. A wooden hoe with a stone blade lashed to it with cord. A sickle is made the same way. A grinding stone for grain. A fire drill for starting flames. Each of these objects represents significant effort to make or acquire, so you don't treat them carelessly. When the binding on your hoe begins to loosen, you replace it. You soak strips of leather or twisted plant fibre until they're pliable, then wrap them tightly around the joint where wood meets stone. As they dry, they shrink and hold everything firmly in place. You test the tool by pressing it against the ground, putting weight on it, and making sure it won't come apart during use. If a tool breaks beyond simple repair, you have to make a new one or trade for it. Making one yourself means finding the right materials. Wood that's strong enough but not too brittle. Stone that can be shaped into a useful edge. Fibre that can be twisted into sturdy cord. These materials aren't always easy to come by. You keep an eye out for them as you move through your daily routines, and when you find something suitable, you set it aside for when it's needed. Pottery is another constant effort. You use clay vessels for everything, storing grain, carrying water, cooking and serving food. They're fragile despite their thickness, and they crack or break regularly. You can patch small cracks with a paste made from finely ground clay and water, but a vessel that's broken in half is useless. When you need a new pot, you make it yourself if you know how, or you trade for one with someone who specialises in pottery. The process of making pottery is time-consuming. You dig clay from a spot where it's plentiful, clean out any stones or debris, and work it with your hands until it's smooth. Then you shape it, either by coiling long rolls of clay into a spiral that you smooth together, or by pressing the clay against a mould. Once shaped, the pot has to dry slowly in the shade. If it dries too quickly, it cracks. When it's fully dry, it goes into a fire to harden. You build the fire carefully, getting it hot enough to transform the clay, but not so hot that everything shatters. It takes experience to know when the temperature is right. Some pots survive this process, some don't. Weaving is work that happens in the small spaces of time between other tasks. You sit outside your door with a bundle of plant fibres, usually flax or reeds, and twist them together into cord or weave them into mats or baskets. Your hands move automatically, keeping tension even, creating a pattern that's both functional and familiar. Mats serve many purposes. They cover the floor of your house, they become bedding. You use them to sit on, to dry grain on, and to wrap things for storage. They wear out quickly with constant use, so you're always making more. The process is calming. You don't have to think about it much. Your fingers know what to do, and your mind drifts. Baskets are more structured and take longer. You weave them tight enough to hold small grains or dried goods. Larger, looser baskets can carry vegetables or tools. Each basket has a purpose, and you make them to fit that purpose. A shallow, wide basket for winnowing grain. A tall, narrow one for carrying loads on your head. a sturdy one with a flat bottom for setting down and filling. Clothing is simple and requires little maintenance. You wear a basic linen garment, usually just a length of fabric wrapped around your body. It gets dirty with sweat and dust, so you wash it when you can. Washing means taking it to the river, soaking it, beating it against rocks and laying it flat in the sun to dry. The linen fades and weakens over time, and eventually you need new cloth. Making cloth is a lengthy process. First, flax plants have to be grown and harvested. Then they're soaked in water until the fibres can be separated from the stems. The fibres are dried, combed smooth, and spun into thread using a hand spindle. The thread is woven on a simple loom into fabric. Every step takes time and attention. Because of this, you don't waste cloth. When a garment becomes too worn to wear, you cut it into strips and use it for other things. Binding tools, wiping surfaces, patching other items. Fire is essential, and maintaining it is part of daily work. You keep a small hearth area in your home or just outside where you build fires for cooking and warmth on cool evenings. Starting a fire from scratch is tedious. You use a fire drill, a pointed stick rotated quickly against a flat piece of wood, creating friction that eventually produces an ember. You transfer the ember to a bundle of dry tinder and blow gently until it catches flame. Because starting a fire this way takes effort, you try not to let your fire go out completely. You bank the coals at night, covering them with ash to slow their burning, and in the morning you uncover them and add kindling to bring the flames back. If the fire does go out, you can get an ember from a neighbour rather than starting from nothing. Fuel for the fire comes from whatever is available: dried reeds, straw, and animal dung that's been dried into cakes. Wood is less common in this part of the world, so you use it sparingly. You learn to build fires that are just hot enough for what you need: boiling water, baking bread, warming the house, without wasting fuel. Your storage area, whether inside your home or in a small separate structure, holds the things you've gathered and made: jars of grain, bundles of dried reeds, extra tools, pots that are cracked but might still be useful for something. You organise these items in a way that makes sense to you, though to an outsider it might look like chaos. You check the grain regularly. Insects and mice are constant problems. You set traps, you inspect the storage jars, and you move grain from one container to another if you suspect contamination. Losing grain means going hungry later, so you're vigilant about protecting it. Every object in your home has been made by hand, either yours or someone else's. There's nothing mass-produced, nothing identical to the object in the house next door. Each jar has its own slight irregularities. Each basket is a little different. Each tool fits your hand in its own specific way. This gives your possessions a kind of individuality, though you don't think of it that way. They're just your things, shaped by use and necessity. Repair and maintenance form a constant background rhythm to your life. Something is always wearing out, breaking, or needing attention. You respond to these needs as they arise, and in doing so you keep your household running. It's not dramatic work. It's the steady, repetitive effort that makes survival possible in a world where nothing is permanent and everything requires care. You live in close proximity to your family. Multiple generations often share the same small house or cluster of houses built so near to each other that the walls nearly touch. Your parents, your siblings, your children, your spouse. Everyone's movements and routines overlap with yours. Privacy is not something you expect or even think about. Life is communal by necessity. Children are everywhere in the village, and they belong to everyone in a certain sense. You watch your neighbour's child as readily as your own. You correct behaviour when needed. You offer food if a child seems hungry, and you keep an eye out for danger. Other adults do the same for your children. This shared responsibility means no child is ever truly unsupervised, even when their own parents are busy. When you work, your children are nearby. If they're very young, they stay close to the house while you do tasks that allow you to keep them in sight. As they get older, They follow you to the fields or workshop, not to play but to learn by watching. They see how you hold a tool, how you pace yourself through a long day's work, and how you solve small problems as they arise. You don't teach in the way that involves sitting down and explaining. Instead, you demonstrate. You let the child try. You correct their grip or their technique, not harshly, but matter-of-factly. Over time, they improve. By the time they're old enough to be truly useful, they already know most of what they need to know. Your extended family shares resources. If your household has extra grain after a good harvest, you share it with a brother or cousin whose crop was less abundant. If your neighbour has a tool you need, you borrow it, and you lend yours when asked. This exchange happens fluidly, without formal agreements. You keep track in your mind, and over time things balance out. Elderly members of the family remain part of the household. If they can no longer work in the fields, they do lighter tasks. They watch children, prepare food, weave, mend, or sit in the shade, and offer advice based on decades of experience. You listen to them, not because they have authority in any official sense, but because they've lived through more seasons and floods and harvests than you have. They know things. When someone in your family is sick, the whole household adjusts. You take on their tasks in addition to your own. You bring them water, prepare softer food if they can't chew well, and keep them comfortable. There's no expectation that they'll get better quickly. Illness comes and goes. You accommodate it and continue. Childbirth happens at home with the help of women who have been through it before. Mothers, aunts, neighbours. They gather when labour begins. You're sent away if you're male, or you stay if you're female and old enough to help or learn. The process is familiar to everyone. It's loud, it's messy, and it's long. When the child finally arrives, someone washes it, wraps it, and hands it to the mother. Life continues. You don't celebrate birthdays. You don't know your exact age in the way someone might today. You know roughly how many floods you've lived through, and that's close enough. You measure time by seasons and events, not by numbered years. You remember the flood when your father died, the harvest when your first child was born, and the dry season when the grain ran low and everyone was hungry for weeks. Meals are communal when possible. You prepare food at your hearth, but you often eat it sitting outside with family members nearby. Everyone eats from shared dishes. You tear pieces from a common loaf of bread and dip into the same pot of whatever has been cooked. Children eat when and where they can, sometimes with the adults, sometimes in their own small groups. The food itself is plain. Bread made from emmer wheat or barley, onions, garlic and leeks, beans, fish if someone has caught it. Occasionally a bit of meat, but not often. The taste of your meals doesn't vary much from day to day. You eat what's available and you're grateful when there's enough. Cooking happens over an open fire. You boil things in clay pots, bake bread in a simple oven made from mud brick, and roast fish or vegetables over coals. The methods are basic, and the results are predictable. You've been eating food prepared this way your entire life. It's not exciting, it's nourishment. You grind grain almost daily. You sit on the ground with a saddle quern, a large flat stone with a smaller stone you push back and forth across it. You pour grain onto the lower stone and press and slide the upper stone, crushing the grain into flour. It's hard, repetitive work. Your arms and shoulders ache after a while, but it has to be done, so you do it. Sometimes you grind with another woman from your household. You sit facing each other, both working your own querns, and you talk while you work, or you don't talk. The rhythm of grinding is almost meditative. Push, pull, push, pull. The flour gathers in small piles and you brush it into a basket to keep it clean. Baking bread is another daily task. You mix the flour with water and a bit of leftover dough from the last batch, which helps it rise slightly. You shape it into flat rounds and place them on the hot inside walls of your oven, or directly onto heated stones. The bread bakes quickly. It comes out dense and filling, with a slightly sour taste. You eat it while it's still warm if you can, though it's fine cold as well. Your social world is small. You know everyone in your village, and they know you. You know who is reliable, who is lazy, who has a quick temper. and who is kind to children. You've known most of these people your entire life. Their parents knew your parents. Your children will know their children. The relationships are deep, not because of great affection necessarily, but because of familiarity and mutual dependence. Disputes happen, of course. Someone accuses someone else of taking more than their share of water. A boundary between fields is contested. Two families argue over who should do a particular task. These conflicts are usually resolved through discussion. The people involved sit down, often with older community members present, and talk until an agreement is reached. No one wants ongoing tension in such a small, tight-knit group. Celebrations are modest. When the harvest is good, there might be a meal with slightly more food than usual. When a child is born, people come by to see it and offer small gifts, a basket, a jar, or a piece of cloth. These gestures acknowledge the event but don't disrupt the normal flow of life. You don't have leisure time in the modern sense. When you're not working, you're maintaining your home, caring for children, preparing food, or resting because you're too tired to do anything else. But within that structure, there are moments of ease, sitting with neighbours in the evening, watching your child learn to walk, listening to someone tell a story you've heard many times before. These moments aren't separate from life. They're woven into it. Your sense of identity is tied to your family and your village. You're someone's child, someone's parent, someone's neighbour. You're known by your role and your relationships, not by individual achievement. This isn't limiting. It's simply how identity works in a world where survival depends on everyone doing their part and supporting each other when needed. You learn early that rest is not a luxury, but a necessity. The heat of midday makes it dangerous to continue working in the fields. You feel it in your body, the heaviness in your limbs, the way your thoughts slow, and the pounding in your head if you push too hard. So you stop. Everyone stops. It's not laziness, it's survival. You find shade wherever it's available, sometimes under the sparse branches of an acacia tree, sometimes against the shaded side of a mud brick wall. Sometimes you create shade by draping a piece of cloth between two poles. You sit or lie down in this cooler space and let your body recover. The air is thick and still. Nothing moves except the occasional insect. You can hear your own breathing and the breathing of those around you. No one speaks much during these rest periods. Everyone is too hot and too tired. You close your eyes, not to sleep necessarily, but to shut out the glare of the sun and give yourself a break from the intensity of the light. Sometimes you do fall asleep. It's a light sleep, the kind where you're still aware of your surroundings, but your mind drifts away from the present. You dream about nothing in particular, or you don't dream at all. When you wake, 20 minutes or an hour later, the sun is still high, but you feel slightly restored. Water is important during these breaks. You drink from the communal jar that someone brought from the village. The water is warm and tastes faintly of the clay vessel, but it's wet, and that's what matters. You drink slowly in small sips because drinking too fast when you're overheated can make you feel sick. Sometimes you eat a little something during this midday pause, a piece of bread that's been sitting wrapped in cloth, a few dates, an onion. The food is warm from being carried in the heat, and it's not particularly appealing, but it gives you energy for the afternoon's work. You chew slowly, without much thought. The rest period is not timed precisely. You simply wait until the worst of the heat has passed, and the sun has begun its descent toward evening. You can feel the difference in the air. It's still hot, but the quality of the heat changes. It becomes bearable again. You stand, stretch, pick up your tools, and return to work. At home, rest fits into the spaces between tasks. You've finished grinding grain, and the next thing to do is prepare the evening meal. But there's a gap of time in between. You sit down. You lean against the wall of your house. You watch your children play. You don't think of this as resting because you don't make a formal decision to rest. You just stop moving for a while. Your body tells you when it needs these pauses. Your back aches from bending over the grinding stone. Your legs are tired from walking to the fields and back. Your hands are sore from whatever repetitive task you've been doing all morning. You respond to these signals by sitting down, by changing position, or by closing your eyes for a moment. Sleep at night is deep and necessary. You lie down on your mat, and within minutes you're unconscious. There's no gradual transition. You're awake, and then you're not. Your body has been working all day, and it shuts down completely when given the opportunity. The quality of sleep varies depending on the season. In the cooler months you sleep heavily and wake refreshed. In the hottest months you wake several times during the night, uncomfortable and sweating. You step outside for a moment to catch any moving air, then go back inside and lie down again. You don't worry about interrupted sleep, it's normal. You'll make up for it with a midday rest the next day. Children nap when they're young, dropping off to sleep wherever they happen to be when exhaustion overtakes them. You step around them, or you move them to a more suitable spot, but you don't wake them. They need the sleep, and they'll wake on their own when they're ready. As children grow older, they resist napping. They want to keep up with the older children, to keep playing, and to keep moving. You let them learn the hard way that skipping rest leads to crankiness and exhaustion. Eventually they figure out that sitting down for a while when it's hot makes the rest of the day easier. Elderly members of your household rest more frequently. They sit in the shade and doze off during the day. They sleep longer at night, or they wake very early and lie there quietly until others begin to stir. You don't comment on this. It's understood that as bodies age, they need different amounts of rest. You'll be the same way someday. There's a rhythm to work and rest that becomes internalized. You don't think about it consciously. You work until your body signals that it's time to pause. You rest until you feel ready to continue. You sleep when darkness comes and wake when light returns. This pattern repeats every day, and it aligns with the rhythms of the sun and the river and the seasons. Rest is not guilty or indulgent. It's practical. A person who rests appropriately can work longer and more effectively. A person who pushes through exhaustion makes mistakes, gets hurt or becomes ill. You've seen this happen. You know the signs. So you rest when it's appropriate, and you encourage others to do the same. The village has its own collective rhythm of work and rest. In the early morning everyone is active. By midday the whole village quiets down. Smoke from cooking fires diminishes. The sounds of construction and repair fade. Even the children retreat to shaded spots and settle into quieter play. The village breathes in and out with the day, contracting during the heat and expanding again as evening approaches. You don't fight this rhythm, you move with it. You've never known any other way. The idea of working straight through the hottest part of the day would strike you as absurd and dangerous. You work hard, but you work within the limits of what your body and the environment allow. This balance between effort and rest is taught without words. Children watch adults stop working when the sun is high. They see people sitting in the shade, drinking water and waiting out the heat. They absorb this pattern and replicate it as they grow. By the time they're adults themselves, the rhythm is so ingrained they don't question it. Rest is woven into the fabric of daily life, not as an interruption, but as an essential component. It's as important as the work itself, and it makes the work sustainable over a lifetime. Grain is the centre of your diet. Emma wheat and barley grow in the fields that flood and drain with the Nile's cycle. You plant after the waters recede, leaving behind rich silt. You harvest when the stalks are dry and golden. Every meal you eat begins with grain. The grain must be processed before it can become food. You pour it onto a large flat surface and toss it into the air using a shallow basket. The wind carries away the chaff, and the heavier grain falls back into the basket. This is winnowing, and it takes patience. You repeat the process over and over until the grain is clean. Once winnowed, the grain is stored in large jars or in pits lined with clay. You keep it as dry as possible because moisture leads to spoilage. You check the storage regularly, looking for signs of insects or mould. If you find any, you remove the affected portion and use the rest quickly before more is lost. When you need flour, you grind grain using your quern. You pour a small amount of grain onto the lower stone and push the upper stone across it, back and forth, applying steady pressure. The grain cracks and crumbles, gradually turning into coarse flour. You gather the flour and grind more grain until you have enough for the day's bread. The flour is never perfectly smooth. It contains tiny fragments of stone worn away from the quern itself. Over a lifetime, these particles wear down your teeth. Everyone you know has damaged teeth by middle age, ground flat or broken from chewing bread filled with grit. It's simply part of eating. You mix the flour with water to form dough. You add a bit of old dough from the previous batch, which has begun to ferment and will help the new dough rise slightly. You knead it with your hands, pressing and folding until it's smooth and elastic. The dough is sticky and clings to your fingers. You scrape it off and continue working it. Baking happens in a simple oven, a dome-shaped structure made from mud brick with an opening at the front. You build a fire inside and let it burn until the walls are very hot. Then you scrape out most of the coals, leaving just enough heat. You flatten the dough into rounds and slap them against the hot interior walls. They stick there and bake quickly, filling the air with the smell of bread. When the bread is done, you pull it out using a stick or your bare hands if you're quick. The loaves are flat and dense with a slightly charred exterior. You stack them in a basket and cover them with cloth to keep them from drying out too much. They'll be eaten throughout the day, torn into pieces and dipped into whatever else is available. Bread is the foundation, but you eat other things as well. Onions are common. You slice them and eat them raw or cook them in water until they're soft. They add flavour and texture to otherwise plain meals. Garlic and leeks serve the same purpose. They're pungent and strong, and they make simple food more interesting. Beans and lentils grow in the fields alongside grain. You harvest them when the pods are dry. You cook them in water over the fire, boiling them until they're soft enough to eat. They're filling and provide substance when grain alone isn't enough. You season them with a little salt if you have it, or with crushed garlic. Fish is available if you live near the river or if someone in your family fishes. The Nile is full of fish of various sizes. You catch them with nets or simple hooks and lines. Fresh fish are gutted and scaled, then roasted over coals or boiled in water. The flesh is white and flaky and it tastes of the river. Dried fish are more common than fresh because they keep longer. You split the fish open, remove the innards, and lay them in the sun to dry. Once dried, they become stiff and hard and can be stored for months. You soak them in water before cooking to soften them again. They're saltier and stronger tasting than fresh fish, but they're still good. Meat is rare. You might eat it during a festival or after an animal is slaughtered for a specific reason. Goat, sheep, and sometimes cattle. The animal is butchered and the meat is divided among many people. You get a small portion, which you roast or boil. It's rich and fatty and unlike anything else you eat. You savour it because you don't know when you'll have meat again. Birds can be trapped or hunted. Ducks and geese live along the river. You catch them using nets or traps, and you roast them whole over the fire. The meat is darker than fish and more flavourful. The bones are brittle, and you're careful not to swallow them. Vegetables grow in small plots near the village. Cucumbers, lettuces, and radishes. You harvest them as they ripen and eat them fresh. They're crisp and watery and provide a contrast to the heavy staples of bread and beans. You don't cook them. You eat them raw, sometimes with a little salt. Fruit comes from trees that grow near the river. Dates are the most common. You pick them when they're ripe and sweet and eat them as a treat. They're sticky and rich, and a few dates can satisfy your hunger for a while. Figs grow in some areas, and you eat them fresh or dried. They're soft and sweet and full of tiny seeds. You drink water most of the time. Beer is also common, though it's not like modern beer. It's thick and nutritious, made from partially baked bread that's crumbled into water and left to ferment. The result is a sour, grainy liquid that provides calories and hydration. You drink it throughout the day, and even children drink it because the fermentation makes it safer than plain river water. Milk is available if your family keeps goats or sheep. You drink it fresh, or let it sour into something like yogurt. It's rich and filling, and you use it sparingly because the animals don't produce large quantities. Honey is rare and precious. If you have access to it, You use it sparingly to sweeten food or as a medicine for sore throats and wounds. It's thick and golden and tastes intensely sweet. You don't waste it. Meals are not elaborate affairs. You prepare food in the simplest way possible and eat it when it's ready. Breakfast might be leftover bread and an onion. Lunch might be bread and beans. Dinner might be bread, fish and a few vegetables. The meals are repetitive, but they're filling, and they keep you alive. You eat with your hands, you tear bread, scoop beans, and pick up pieces of fish. You wipe your hands on your clothing or rinse them in water when you're done. There are no plates or utensils in the way you might imagine them. You eat from shared bowls or directly from the cooking pot. Food preparation is a constant task. Grinding grain, baking bread, tending the fire, cooking beans, preparing vegetables, it fills much of your day. You do it because it must be done, and because if you don't, your family won't eat. You waste nothing. If bread goes stale, you soak it in water and add it to a soup or stew. If vegetables begin to wilt, you cook them immediately. Bones from fish or meat are boiled to make broth. Scraps are fed to animals or composted. Every bit of food has value. You're aware of hunger as a constant low-level presence. You're rarely stuffed. You're rarely completely satisfied. You eat enough to keep working, and that's what matters. On good days, there's enough for everyone. On bad days, you make do with less. You've been through both, and you know you'll go through them again. As the sun lowers, the quality of light changes. The harsh brightness of midday softens into something gentler. Shadows lengthen across the village. The air cools slightly, though it's still warm. You can feel the day beginning to release its grip. You return from wherever you've been working, fields, workshop, neighbour's house, and you come back to your own small dwelling. You set down your tools in their usual spot. You check the water jar and fill it if it's low. You begin the process of transitioning from work mode to evening mode, though you don't name it that way. The fire needs tending. If it's burned down to coals, you add fuel to bring it back to life. If it's gone out entirely, you restart it, either by coaxing an old ember back to flame, or by getting fire from a neighbour. Once the fire is going, you begin preparing the evening meal. This preparation is similar to what you did in the morning, but there's a different feeling to it. You're tired from the day's work, but you're also settling in. The urgency of the morning is gone. You move more slowly, with less rush. You know the night is coming, and with it, rest. You might boil beans that have been soaking during the day. You might warm leftover bread near the fire. You might cook fish if there's any to cook. The meal comes together gradually, and you're not in a hurry. You stir the pot, add water when needed, and taste to see if it's done. Children drift in and out of the house as the evening progresses. They're drawn to the light of the fire and the smell of cooking food. They're also tired from playing all day. They become quieter, their energy winding down. They sit near you and watch what you're doing, or they lean against a wall and half doze. When the food is ready, you call everyone to eat. You don't use a formal summons. You simply say that the meal is prepared, and people come. You serve the food into shared bowls. Everyone takes what they need. You eat together, sitting on the ground or on low stools, the fire providing warmth and light. The conversation during the meal is low and occasional. People are too busy eating to talk much. When someone does speak, it's about practical things. What needs doing tomorrow? Whether someone saw a particular tool that's gone missing. How a child is recovering from a scraped knee. The talk is easy and unremarkable. After eating, you clean up in a basic way. You rinse the bowls with water. You scrape the cooking pot and set it aside to be washed more thoroughly later. You make sure the fire is at a safe level, not too high, with enough fuel to keep it going for a while, but not so much that it's wasteful. The light continues to fade. Inside the house, it becomes dim. You might light a small oil lamp if you need to see clearly for some task, but more often you simply let your eyes adjust to the darkness. You've lived in this space long enough that you can move through it without seeing every detail. You settle into the final task of the day. Maybe you mend a tear in a piece of clothing. Maybe you check the grain storage one more time. Maybe you prepare tomorrow's bread dough so it can sit overnight. These tasks are small and don't require much concentration. You do them almost automatically. Children are getting sleepy. The youngest ones are already lying down on their mats, eyes closing. Older children resist a bit longer, but their yawns give them away. You don't force them to sleep. You know they'll drop off when they're ready. You make sure they're in a safe spot and let them settle on their own. You might sit outside for a while after the household has quieted. The air is cooler now, sometimes even pleasant. The sky's full of stars, more stars than you can count. You don't know their names or patterns in any formal way, but you recognise the general shapes and movements. You've seen these same stars every clear night of your life. The village around you is winding down as well. You hear the low murmur of voices from other households. You see the faint glow of other fires. You smell smoke and cooking and the earthy scent of the river. Everything is familiar. Everything is as it should be. Sometimes you talk with a family member or neighbour who's also sitting outside. The conversation is slow and interrupted by long pauses. You talk about the day that's ending or the day that's coming. You talk about nothing in particular. The words matter less than the company. Eventually you go inside. You lie down on your mat. Your body's tired in a thorough, complete way. Your muscles ache. Your hands are rough and sore. But this tiredness is expected. It's the natural result of a day spent working. You don't lie awake for long. The darkness and quiet pull you down into sleep. You're not aware of the moment when waking turns into sleeping. It just happens. One moment you're thinking about something, and the next moment you're not thinking at all. The house is dark and still. The fire has burned down to a faint glow. Your family members are asleep around you. They're breathing slow and even. The day is over. Tomorrow will come soon enough, and it will be much like today. But for now, there's only this. The quiet, the dark, the rest. Night in your household is not silent. You hear the breathing of others sleeping near you. You hear the occasional shift and rustle as someone turns over on their mat. You hear the night sounds from outside, insects, the distant movement of animals, and the faint whisper of wind. You sleep deeply most of the time, but you wake sometimes. Maybe you need to relieve yourself. Maybe you're uncomfortable from the heat or from lying too long in one position. Maybe a sound has disturbed you, though not enough to alarm you. You open your eyes, adjust yourself, and settle back down. If you need to go outside, you do so quietly. You step over the other sleepers, careful not to wake them. You go out into the night air and take care of what you need to take care of. The village is dark except for the stars and maybe a sliver of moon. You know the layout well enough that you don't stumble. You finish and go back inside. Children wake during the night more often than adults. A young child might wake crying, unsure of where they are in the darkness. You reach out and touch them, your hand on their back or shoulder. You make a soft sound to let them know you're there. Usually that's enough. They're quiet and go back to sleep. If a child is truly distressed, you sit up and hold them for a while. You rock gently, or you simply sit still with them in your arms. You don't speak much. The quiet and your presence are what's needed. After a few minutes, the child relaxes. You lay them back down and cover them with a light cloth. You return to your own mat. Babies wake frequently. They need to nurse. You feed them while half asleep, barely conscious of the process. It's happened so many times that your body knows what to do without your mind fully engaging. You hold the baby, they nurse, they fall back asleep, and you lower them gently onto their mat. You're asleep again within moments. Nighttime care is matter of fact. You don't resent being woken. You don't feel put upon. This is what happens when you have children. You respond to their needs and then go back to sleep. It's as simple as that. Elderly family members sometimes have trouble sleeping. They wake in the night and stay awake for a while. You might hear them shifting around, getting up and sitting in the doorway. You don't question them or tell them to go back to bed. They'll sleep when they're able. In the meantime, they sit quietly and don't disturb anyone. Occasionally someone in the household is ill and needs attention during the night. You bring them water if they ask for it. You check to see if they have a fever by touching their forehead. You adjust their position if they're uncomfortable. You do what you can, knowing that some illnesses simply have to run their course. The fire usually dies down overnight, but sometimes you bank it carefully so there are still coals in the morning. If you wake in the night and notice the fire has gone out completely, you might restart it, especially if the night is cool. You build a small fire just for warmth, not for cooking. The light is comforting, and the heat makes sleep easier. Dreams happen, though you don't always remember them. Sometimes you wake with a vague sense of having dreamed something, but those details are gone. Other times a dream is vivid enough that it stays with you into the morning. You don't put much stock in dreams. They're just part of sleep, as natural as breathing. If you're woken by a loud noise, an animal outside, a sudden rain shower, someone in another household calling out, you listen for a moment to determine if there's danger. Usually there isn't. You identify the source of the sound, decide it's nothing to worry about, and go back to sleep. In the hottest months you might sleep outside on the roof. It's cooler up there, and you can catch any breeze. You carry your mat up and settle in for the night under the open sky. You wake sometimes when the stars are still bright and lie there for a while looking up. You think idle thoughts, or you think nothing at all. Eventually you drift back to sleep. Nighttime is accepted as part of the day's rhythm. It's not something to fear. You've slept in this house or one like it every night of your life. You know the sounds, you know the darkness, you know what's normal and what isn't. The night holds no mysteries for you. Children learn to sleep through most disturbances. When they're very young, any sound wakes them. As they grow, they sleep more soundly. By the time they're adults, they can sleep through the crying of a baby, or the movement of someone getting up. They wake only when they need to. The rhythm of sleep is not rigid. You don't go to bed at a precise time every night. You lie down when you're tired, which is usually soon after dark. You wake when light begins to filter in, which is usually around dawn. The exact timing varies with the seasons, but your body adjusts naturally. Sleep is deep and restorative. You wake in the morning feeling ready to work again. Your body has repaired itself overnight. Your mind is clear. You're not thinking about the night that's passed. You're thinking about the day ahead. The household stirs gradually as morning comes. One person wakes and begins to move around. The sounds of their movement wake another. Children wake and start making noise. You open your eyes and see that it's light. You sit up, stretch, and begin the day. The night is over, and you didn't need to struggle against it. It simply happened, as it always does. Your life unfolds in patterns that repeat so regularly they become invisible. You wake, work, eat, rest, and sleep. The next day, the same. The day after that, the same again. This repetition is not monotonous in a negative sense. It's the structure that holds everything together. The seasons change, and with them the specific tasks change, but the rhythm remains. When the Nile floods, you work on tasks that don't require dry fields. When the water recedes, you plant. When the crops mature, you harvest. When the dry season comes, you prepare and wait for the cycle to begin again. You've seen this pattern your entire life, and your parents saw it before you, and their parents before them. Your children absorb these rhythms by living them. They don't need formal instruction. They see you waking with the sun, and they do the same. They see you stopping work during the heat, and they learn to rest. They watch you repair a tool or grind grain or build a fire, and eventually they do these things themselves. The knowledge passes seamlessly from one generation to the next. You don't think of yourself as preserving a civilization. You're simply living your life in the way that makes sense given the resources and environment around you. But in doing so, you contribute to something larger. The routines you follow, the skills you practice, and the values you embody, these are what allow your community to persist across centuries. The village you live in has been here for generations. Some of the houses have been standing for decades, patched and repaired and rebuilt in sections, but still fundamentally the same structures. The paths between houses are worn smooth by countless feet, walking the same routes year after year. The fields have been planted and harvested so many times that the soil remembers. New houses are built when families grow. Old houses are abandoned when families shrink or move. The village shifts slightly over time, but it doesn't disappear. It remains rooted in this spot along the Nile because this is where water and fertile land meet. The fundamental logic of the place hasn't changed. You know the history of your family through stories. Your grandmother tells you about her childhood, which was much like yours. Her grandmother told her similar stories. These narratives stretch back further than you can trace, blending into each other until individual people are lost and only the general shape of life remains. But that shape is consistent. Hard work, dependence on the river, cooperation with neighbours, and respect for the rhythms of nature. You don't have written records. You don't need them. The important knowledge is embedded in your daily practices. You know when to plant because you've seen it done every year. You know how to build a house because you've helped build and repair houses since you were old enough to carry mud. You know how to navigate social relationships because you've been part of this community your whole life. Change happens, but slowly. A new tool design is introduced, or someone discovers a slightly better way to store grain, or a family moves into the village from elsewhere and brings different customs. These changes are integrated gradually. You try the new method, and if it works, you keep using it. If it doesn't, you go back to what you know. There's a conservatism to this way of life, but it's not resistance to change for its own sake. It's caution born from experience. The old ways work. They've been tested across generations. New ways might work better, or they might fail spectacularly. You're willing to experiment, but you don't abandon proven methods without good reason. Your sense of time is cyclical rather than linear. The year begins with a flood and ends with a dry season, and then it begins again. You don't think of time as progressing towards some distant goal. You think of it as a wheel that turns, bringing the same seasons and tasks around again and again. This year's harvest is different from last year's in specific details, but it's fundamentally the same event. Within this cyclical framework, individual lives have a linear progression. You're born, you grow, you work, you age, and you die. But even this progression is seen as part of the larger cycle. Your children will follow the same path, and their children after them. The pattern continues. You don't know how long this has been going on. You don't know that your civilization will endure for thousands of years, or that people in the distant future will study your way of life. You only know that things have been this way for as long as anyone can remember, and there's no reason to think they'll change dramatically. The monuments being built elsewhere in Egypt, the temples, the pyramids, feel distant from your daily reality. You know they exist. You might have even worked on one if labour was required from your village, but they don't define your experience. Your experience is defined by the river, the fields, the village, and the people you know. The skills you practice are ancient. Grinding grain, baking bread, building with mud brick, weaving baskets. These techniques have been refined over countless generations. You're the current practitioner of methods that have proven their worth across millennia. You don't innovate wildly. You perfect what already works. This quiet continuity is what allows a complex society to function without constant upheaval. Everyone knows their role. Everyone knows what's expected. The predictability creates stability, and the stability allows people to focus on the immediate tasks of survival and community rather than on navigating constant change. Your life is small in scope. You never travel far from the village. You never see the sea or the desert beyond the green strip created by the Nile. Your world is measured in walking distances. How far to the fields, how far to the next village, how far upriver to the place where your cousin lives. But within this small world you have everything you need. The relationships you maintain are deep and enduring. You know the same people year after year. You watch them age as they watch you age. You celebrate their successes and mourn their losses. This web of connection is strong because it's built slowly over time. through daily interaction and mutual dependence. When you die, someone else will take up the tasks you've been doing. They'll grind grain in the same way, repair houses with the same materials, and follow the same seasonal rhythms. Your individual contribution will be forgotten, but the collective pattern will continue, and that's enough. You don't need to be remembered by history. You need to make it through today, and tomorrow, and the day after that. You need to feed your family, maintain your home, and fulfill your obligations to your community. These are the things that matter. These are the things that keep civilization running. The sun rises tomorrow, just as it rose this morning. The river continues its cycle, just as it has for longer than anyone can remember. You wake, work, eat, rest, and sleep. The pattern repeats, and in that repetition there's a kind of peace. You don't question whether this is the best way to live. It's the way you live because it's the way everyone around you lives, and it works well enough to sustain generation after generation. The continuity is quiet but profound. It's the steady pulse beneath everything else, keeping time, keeping rhythm, keeping life moving forward in the only way it knows how. The evening settles in once more. You sit outside your door as the light fades. Another day has ended. Another will begin. The river flows on, dark and steady in the growing night. You close your eyes and breathe the familiar air. This is your world, unchanging in all the ways that matter, shaped by the simple repetition of work and rest, and the slow turning of the seasons. You rise when the sun returns, ready to begin again. Imagine yourself standing on a hillside somewhere in what we now call Ireland, Scotland, Wales or Brittany, around 500 BCE. The landscape before you looks like someone took every romantic painting of the British countryside you've ever seen and dialed up the wildness by several notches. Rolling hills stretch toward horizons that seem impossibly distant, covered in grasses that shift from emerald to jade depending on how the wind touches them. The forests here aren't the tidy managed woodlands you might encounter on a modern nature trail. These are deep, ancient groves where oak trees have been growing since before your great-great-great-grandparents' great-great-great-grandparents were born. The canopy overhead creates a living cathedral, filtering sunlight into green-gold beams that make you feel like you've stepped into a place where the ordinary rules of the world don't quite apply. The Celtic peoples, and yes, we pronounce it Celtic when talking about these historical folks, not the basketball team pronunciation, occupied a vast swathe of Europe stretching from modern-day Turkey to the Atlantic Ocean. They weren't a single unified nation like we think of countries today, but rather a collection of tribes who shared similar languages, artistic styles, and ways of understanding the world. Think of them less like a political entity and more like a cultural family with lots of interesting cousins who didn't always get along at reunions. These people lived in a world where the boundary between the practical and the spiritual was about as distinct as morning mist. To them, everything had presence and meaning. Rivers weren't just water flowing downhill, but living entities with personalities. Trees weren't merely plants, but beings worthy of respect and sometimes consultation. The land itself breathed with them, and they arranged their lives according to its rhythms rather than trying to impose their will upon it. The climate in Celtic territories varied considerably depending on location, but much of it shared certain characteristics that would become important for our story about sleeping outdoors. The British Isles and northern France experienced what meteorologists politely call maritime temperate conditions, which is a fancy way of saying it was often cool, frequently damp, and occasionally downright inhospitable. Summers could be pleasant, with long twilights that stretched almost to midnight, but winters brought short days, long nights, and the kind of cold that settles into your bones like an unwelcome houseguest who won't take the hint to leave. Yet within this challenging environment, the Celtic people thrived. They raised cattle and sheep, grew crops, crafted objects of stunning beauty, and developed a sophisticated understanding of their world that allowed them to live comfortably in conditions that would send most modern people running for the nearest thermostat. Their relationship with sleep, Night and the outdoors reflected this deep connection to their environment. The Celtic year revolved around seasonal festivals that marked important transitions. Samhain in late October heralded the beginning of winter and the dark half of the year, when nights grew long and the veil between worlds grew thin. Imbolc in early February celebrated the first stirrings of spring and the lengthening of days. Beltane in May welcomed summer's arrival with bonfires and celebrations of fertility and growth. Lugnasad in August marked the beginning of harvest season. These weren't just parties or religious observances, they were practical acknowledgements of the changing relationship between people and their environment. Each season brought different challenges and opportunities for sleeping arrangements, different considerations for staying warm and dry, and different relationships with the night sky and the darkness that fell like a heavy cloak across the land. The Celtic cosmos was structured differently from how we typically think of the universe today. There wasn't a clear separation between earth and sky, day and night, waking and sleeping, or living and dead. Everything existed on a continuum, with permeable boundaries that could be crossed under the right circumstances. Night wasn't simply the absence of day, but a different state of being, when different rules applied and different possibilities emerged. This worldview shaped everything about how Celtic people approached the act of sleeping, especially when sleeping outdoors. They didn't see nighttime exposure to the elements as something to be merely endured or as a sign of poverty or hardship. Instead, sleeping beneath the stars could be a choice, a practice, or even a sacred act that connected them more deeply to the rhythms of the natural world and the movements of the cosmos above. As you settle deeper into your modern bed with its memory foam and climate control, consider how different your relationship with sleep might be if you understood night not as an interruption of productive daylight hours, but as its own valuable realm, with its own gifts to offer those brave or skilled enough to embrace it fully. Before we can understand how Celtic people slept outdoors without freezing, we need to appreciate the warm, secure bases they created for themselves when sleeping indoors. The Celtic roundhouse wasn't just a dwelling, it was a masterpiece of practical engineering disguised as a simple structure. Picture a building shaped like a large basket turned upside down, with walls made of wattle and daub, essentially woven branches covered with a mixture of mud, clay, straw, and sometimes animal dung. Before you wrinkle your nose at that last ingredient, understand that it was an excellent binding agent and when dried didn't smell like you might imagine. The walls rose to about the height of a modern single-storey house, then curved inward to meet a peaked roof thatched with reeds, heather, or straw. The most distinctive feature of these homes was their circular shape, which wasn't merely an aesthetic choice but a brilliant practical decision. A round structure has no corners where cold air can pool and no walls that bear more wind stress than others. The design distributed weight and wind resistance evenly, making these homes remarkably sturdy against the storms that regularly swept across the landscape. At the centre of each roundhouse burned the heart of Celtic home life, the hearth fire. This wasn't a decorative fireplace like you might have in a modern living room, but a working fire that provided heat, light and cooking capability, and served as the social and spiritual centre of domestic life. The fire burned continuously, tended throughout the day and banked carefully at night to preserve coals for easy rekindling in the morning. The smoke from this central fire rose upward through the thatched roof, which acted as a natural filtering system. The thatch would absorb some of the smoke while allowing the rest to escape gradually, creating a natural ventilation system that kept the interior from becoming unbearably smoky while still retaining warmth. The smoke also had the beneficial side effect of helping to preserve meat hung in the rafters and deterring insects that might otherwise infest the thatch. Around the perimeter of the roundhouse, raised platforms or simple wooden frames covered with animal skins and furs created sleeping areas. These weren't beds in the modern sense, but rather designated zones where people would pile furs, woolen blankets, and their own cloaks to create nests of warmth. Families often slept together, with children nestled between parents and grandparents, using shared body heat as another layer of insulation against the night's cold. The flooring varied by region and status, but often consisted of packed earth, sometimes covered with rushes or straw that could be swept out and replaced when it became too soiled. Wealthier households might have wooden flooring, which provided better insulation from the cold ground below. The earth floor itself provided some thermal mass. It would absorb heat from the fire during the day and release it slowly throughout the night, creating a more stable interior temperature than you might expect. Celtic homes were typically arranged in small clusters or villages, positioned to take advantage of natural features that provided protection from weather and enemies. A settlement might nestle into the lee side of a hill to shelter from prevailing winds or occupy a defensible position near water sources. The homes faced various directions, but often the entrance was positioned to avoid the worst of winter storms, while allowing the morning sun to provide natural warmth and light. The size of a roundhouse varied depending on the wealth and status of its inhabitants, ranging from modest single-family dwellings about 20 feet in diameter to large communal structures that could accommodate extended families or serve as meeting halls. A typical family home might be 30 feet across, providing ample space for living, sleeping, cooking, and storing essential supplies. Inside these homes, the temperature could remain surprisingly comfortable even in winter. The combination of the central fire, good insulation from thick walls and thatch, the heat-retaining properties of the earth floor, and the shared warmth of multiple bodies created an environment that was certainly cooler than modern heated homes, but far warmer than the outdoor conditions. On a winter night when temperatures outside might drop to freezing or below, the interior of a well-maintained roundhouse could stay in the range that we'd consider comfortably cool, perhaps the temperature of a modern room in autumn before you've quite convinced yourself to turn on the heating. But here's what's important for our story about sleeping outdoors. The comfort of these homes wasn't taken for granted. Celtic people understood viscerally what it meant to be cold, wet, and exposed to the elements because they experienced these conditions regularly. When they chose to sleep outdoors, whether by necessity during travels or warfare or by choice during seasonal activities or spiritual practices, they brought with them knowledge gained from their relationship with both comfort and discomfort, warmth and cold. The roundhouse represented more than physical shelter. It embodied the Celtic understanding that survival in their environment required working with natural materials and natural principles, rather than trying to dominate or completely separate themselves from the world outside their walls. This philosophy would prove essential when circumstances required them to sleep beneath the stars without the protection of those sturdy walls and that warming central fire. Now we arrive at the practical heart of our story. How did the Celtic people actually prepare for nights spent outdoors without succumbing to hypothermia or simply being too miserable to function the next day? The answer involves a combination of materials, techniques, and knowledge that would impress modern survival experts. First, let's talk about clothing, because the Celtic wardrobe was essentially their portable shelter system. The foundation of their outdoor survival strategy started with wool, that miracle fibre that keeps you warm even when wet, which was a rather important feature in the damp Celtic climate. Sheep had been domesticated in Europe for thousands of years by the Celtic period, and these people had become masters at processing wool into various forms of protection against the elements. Celtic people wore multiple layers of woolen clothing. Against the skin, a wool or linen tunic provided the base layer. Over this, another longer tunic or woolen dress, then potentially a heavy woolen cloak that could serve multiple purposes. This cloak, called a brat in the Irish Celtic language, was the Swiss Army knife of Celtic outdoor equipment. It could be worn as a garment, wrapped as a blanket, used as a ground sheet, or even rigged as a simple tent shelter with some cordage and stakes. The weaving of these woolen textiles was remarkably sophisticated. Celtic weavers created fabrics with different weights and textures for different purposes. Some wool was woven loosely to trap more air for better insulation, while other cloth was woven tightly to resist water and wind. The natural lanolin in wool provided some water resistance, and wealthier individuals might have cloaks that were partially waterproof through treatment with additional fats or oils. Colour played a role too, though perhaps not the way you might expect. While we often imagine ancient people wearing drab browns and greys, Celtic peoples actually produced vibrant dyed fabrics using plants, lichens and minerals. However, for outdoor survival, darker colours had practical advantages. They absorbed more heat from whatever sunlight was available, and they showed less dirt and wear during extended periods without washing. Footwear deserves special mention because anyone who's tried sleeping with cold feet knows that temperature extremes in your extremities can make restful sleep nearly impossible. Celtic shoes range from simple leather moccasins to more elaborate boots that wrapped around the foot and lower leg. The leather was often lined with fur or stuffed with dried grass for insulation. Some people wore multiple pairs of socks made from wool or wrapped their feet in woolen cloth before putting on their shoes. When preparing for a night outdoors, a Celtic person's checklist would have included items that modern campers would recognise alongside some that might seem unusual. A leather bag or woven basket would carry supplies, dried meat or cheese, perhaps some oatcakes or other portable food. A fire-starting kit which might include iron and flint for striking sparks, char cloth for catching those sparks, and dry tinder carefully preserved in a waterproof container made from animal bladder or tightly woven fabric coated with beeswax. Water presented interesting challenges. Leather bottles or ceramic vessels could carry water, but they added weight and could freeze in winter. Experienced travellers knew the landscape well enough to plan routes that passed near springs, streams or other water sources. They understood which water was safe to drink directly and which needed boiling, a sophisticated knowledge of hydrology gained through generations of careful observation. For sleeping itself, Celtic people employed several strategies depending on circumstances and available resources. The simplest method involved finding natural shelter, an overhanging rock formation, a hollow in a hillside, the lee side of a large boulder, anything that would break the wind and potentially provide some protection from rain. These natural features were well known and remembered, becoming part of the mental map that every traveller carried. Once a sleeping spot was chosen, preparation began with addressing the ground itself. Sleeping directly on bare earth, especially cold or damp ground, is an excellent way to lose body heat through conduction. The solution was simple but effective. Create insulation between your body and the earth. Dried bracken ferns, gathered and piled thick, made an excellent insulating layer. Heather, dead leaves, dried grass, pine needles, any dry plant material could serve this purpose, creating a buffer that trapped air and prevented the ground from sucking warmth directly from your body. On top of this insulating layer, you'd spread your cloak or an animal hide if you had one. Then you'd essentially burrito yourself in your remaining woolen garments and any additional cloaks or blankets you'd carried. The key was creating dead airspace around your body, layers that trapped your own body heat rather than allowing it to radiate away into the night. Fire, when possible, transformed an outdoor sleeping arrangement from merely survivable to actually comfortable. But Celtic people understood fire in ways that went beyond simply piling wood together and striking a light. They knew how to build long-lasting fires that would burn steadily through the night with minimal attention, using large logs laid parallel or rocks heated in the flames, then positioned around the sleeping area to radiate warmth for hours after the fire died down. One particularly clever technique involved heating stones in the fire, then carefully wrapping them in leather or thick cloth, and placing them at the feet or core of the body, ancient hot water bottles that could keep you warm for several hours. The trick was getting the temperature right. Too hot and you'd burn yourself or scorch your wrappings. Too cool and they'd lose heat too quickly to be useful. But not every night allowed for fire. Rain could make it impossible, or circumstances might require avoiding the attention that flame and smoke would attract. For these situations, Celtic people relied on their layering systems and their understanding of how bodies lose heat. They knew to cover their heads. You can lose significant body heat through your skull. They knew to keep moving if they started to feel too cold, to generate warmth through activity before settling down to sleep. They understood that sleeping in groups, sharing warmth, could mean the difference between dangerous cold and tolerable discomfort. There's something almost humorous about imagining a group of Celtic warriors or travellers essentially cuddling together for warmth, like a litter of puppies. but survival often requires setting aside concepts of personal space. In their worldview, there was no shame in doing what was necessary to live through the night and wake ready for the next day's challenges. With all this preparation in mind, let's explore the actual experience of sleeping outdoors in the Celtic world. What it felt like, what it meant, and why people might choose this experience even when they had the option of a warm roundhouse. First, understand that sleeping outdoors wasn't always a matter of hardship or necessity. While travellers, traders, warriors, and shepherds certainly spent nights under the stars because their work demanded it, there were also cultural and spiritual reasons why someone might deliberately choose to sleep outside even when a comfortable indoor option was available. The Celtic relationship with the night sky was fundamentally different from ours. Without electric lights, the darkness after sunset was profound in a way that most modern people never experience. When the sun set on a clear night away from hearth fires, the darkness wasn't just an absence of light, but an almost tangible presence. Your eyes would adjust gradually, and what first appeared as absolute blackness would reveal itself as a canvas painted in countless shades of shadow. Then, after this adjustment, the stars would emerge with a brilliance that modern light pollution has stolen from most of us. On a clear night, away from settlements, the Milky Way would stretch across the sky like a river of light, so bright and detailed that you could almost believe you might fall upward into its depths if you stared too long. The ancient Celtic peoples saw not just points of light, but also stories, patterns, guides for navigation, and indicators of seasonal change. Imagine settling into your prepared sleeping spot on such a night. The ground beneath you, cushioned by your carefully gathered bracken and ferns, provides more support than modern people might expect. Not soft like a mattress, but firm and surprisingly comfortable once you find the right position and your body adapts to the surface. Your woolen layers envelop you like a cocoon, the fabric still holding some warmth from your body heat during the day's activities. The sounds of the night surround you, quite different from indoor sleeping, where thick walls muffle external noise. There's the whisper of wind through grass, or the more substantial rustle of wind through tree branches if you're camped near a forest. The occasional crack of a twig as some nocturnal animal goes about its business, which might make your heart rate increase momentarily until you identify it as a deer or rabbit, rather than something more threatening. If you're near water, perhaps the gentle murmur of a stream or the intermittent croaking of frogs. The scents, too, differ entirely from indoor sleeping. Instead of smoke-tinged interior air, you breathe the fresh, complex smell of the outdoors. Earth, grass, the faintly spicy scent of crushed bracken, the mineral smell of nearby rocks, perhaps the sweet decay of autumn leaves if the season is right. In spring, the night air might carry the perfume of blooming flowers. In summer, the rich green smell of growing things. In autumn, the sharp, clean scent of approaching cold. Temperature management during the night required constant minor adjustments. As the night deepened and temperatures dropped, you might pull your cloak tighter around yourself or curl into a more compact position to minimize heat loss. If you were sleeping near a fire, you might wake periodically to add more fuel or adjust your position relative to the warmth. This wasn't the deep, uninterrupted sleep that modern people often expect, but rather a more rhythmic pattern of sleeping and partial waking that actually corresponded better to natural human sleep cycles than our modern 8-hour blocks. The Celtic people recognised different qualities of sleep and different kinds of rest. They understood that the sleep you got outdoors, though perhaps lighter and more interrupted than indoor sleep, had its own value. There was rest that came from deep unconsciousness, but there was also rest that came from quiet awareness of your surroundings, from feeling the earth beneath you and the sky above you, and from knowing yourself to be part of the larger patterns of the natural world rather than separated from them by walls and roofs. Weather, of course, could transform outdoor sleeping from peaceful to challenging rather quickly. The approach of rain on the wind would wake an experienced outdoor sleeper, sending them scrambling to adjust their shelter or move to better protection before the deluge arrived. Heavy rain could make sleeping outdoors genuinely difficult, though not impossible with proper preparation. The sound of rain on leaves or grass creates a particular kind of white noise that can actually deepen sleep, and if you're adequately protected from the water itself, rainfall can make for a surprisingly restful night. Snow presented different challenges and opportunities. A fresh snowfall actually provided excellent insulation, and experienced Celtic people knew that a snow-covered shelter could be warmer than one exposed to wind. The technique of letting snow accumulate over your sleeping spot, essentially creating a primitive snow cave, was understood and used when conditions permitted. The danger, of course, was getting wet during the snowfall or before settling in for the night, as wet clothing in cold conditions was genuinely life-threatening. Wind was perhaps the most difficult weather condition for outdoor sleeping, because it stripped away your carefully created layers of warm air, no matter how well you'd prepared. A strong wind could make even a mild temperature feel bitterly cold, and the constant buffeting made restful sleep nearly impossible. This is why finding windbreaks, natural formations, or even self-constructed barriers of branches and packed earth was such an important part of site selection. For those who spent multiple nights consecutively outdoors, shepherds following their flocks to seasonal grazing areas, for instance, the experience took on a different quality. The first night might feel challenging and uncomfortable, your body and mind still attuned to indoor comfort. By the third or fourth night, though, something shifted. Your body adapted to the rhythms, your senses grew keener, and your ability to read weather signs and adjust accordingly became more intuitive. You became, temporarily, a creature that belonged to the outdoor world rather than a human visitor camping in it. This state of adaptation was valued in Celtic culture, seen as a way of maintaining connection to the fundamental nature of existence that could be forgotten in the relative comfort and isolation of permanent dwellings. The person who could sleep soundly beneath the stars, wake refreshed, and function effectively the next day demonstrated a kind of competence that commanded respect. The spiritual dimension of Celtic nighttime practices adds another layer to understanding how and why these people slept outdoors. The Druids, the learned class that served as priests, judges, teachers, and advisors in Celtic society, had particular relationships with night, darkness, and the practices surrounding sleep that elevated outdoor sleeping beyond mere practical necessity. Druids underwent years of training that included memorizing vast amounts of traditional knowledge, poetry, lore, and spiritual teachings. Part of this training involved developing intimate familiarity with the natural world through direct experience, which necessarily included spending extensive time outdoors at all hours and in all seasons. A druid who couldn't comfortably sleep beneath the stars and who didn't understand the patterns of nocturnal animals and night-blooming plants would be considered incompletely trained. The Celtic spiritual worldview held that darkness and night weren't simply the absence of light and day, but rather their own positive states with distinct qualities and possibilities. Night was when the boundary between the ordinary world and the other world grew thinner, when communication with spirits and deities became easier, when dreams and visions carried prophetic weight, and when certain kinds of knowledge became accessible that remained hidden during daylight hours. For Druids and those pursuing spiritual development, sleeping outdoors could be a deliberate practice rather than a necessity imposed by travel or work, spending the night at a sacred site, a special grove, a spring believed to have healing properties, or a hilltop with particular spiritual significance, allowed for dreams and experiences that would be impossible in the ordinary domestic environment. These weren't casual overnight camping trips, but serious spiritual undertakings that required preparation both physical and mental. A person seeking a prophetic dream or divine guidance might spend days in preparation, fasting or eating only certain foods, performing ritual purifications and memorizing appropriate prayers or invocations. Then they would journey to the sacred site and sleep there, open to whatever the night might bring. The dreams that came during these sacred outdoor sleeps were considered qualitatively different from ordinary dreams. They were messages from the gods, communications from ancestors, glimpses of possible futures, or teachings about the fundamental nature of reality. Upon waking, the dreamer would carefully remember and interpret these experiences, often with the guidance of experienced druids who understood the language of sacred dreams. Stars held particular significance in this spiritual framework. The Celtic peoples recognised constellations and tracked the movements of celestial bodies with sophisticated precision. They understood the relationship between stellar positions and seasonal changes, using the night sky as a calendar and clock more reliable than any human-made timekeeping device. To sleep beneath the stars was to place yourself directly under this celestial calendar, to align yourself with cosmic rhythms that governed everything from planting schedules to spiritual practices. The moon, of course, commanded special attention. Its phases marked the passage of time and influenced decisions about when to plant, when to harvest, when to perform certain rituals, when to go to war, and when to make peace. Sleeping outdoors meant having direct, unfiltered exposure to moonlight, which was believed to carry its own form of power that could affect dreams, health, and spiritual state. There were specific nights considered particularly auspicious or powerful for outdoor sleeping. The night of the full moon in certain months, the longest night of the year at the winter solstice, the equinoxes when day and night achieved perfect balance, and the quarter days between solstices and equinoxes that marked major seasonal festivals. On these nights, druids and spiritually inclined individuals might deliberately sleep outdoors to maximise their exposure to the special energies and possibilities these times offered. Interestingly, the Celtic concept of day actually began at sunset rather than sunrise. A new day started when darkness fell, which meant that the first activity of any new day was sleeping. This reversed our modern understanding, where sleep concludes one day and waking begins another. In the Celtic framework, sleep was the foundation of the day, the opening act rather than the closing one, which elevated its importance and imbued it with significance we rarely attribute to sleep today. This spiritual dimension didn't make outdoor sleeping any physically warmer or more comfortable, but it provided a framework of meaning that could transform discomfort from something to be merely endured into something to be valued as part of a larger purpose. The cold, the hard ground, the vulnerability of sleeping exposed to the elements, these became not hardships, but essential elements of the experience, tests and teachers that shaped both body and spirit. The Druids understood something that modern sleep science is only recently confirming, that our sleeping environment profoundly affects not just whether we sleep, but the quality and nature of that sleep, including our dreams and the psychological processing that occurs during rest. By deliberately choosing to sleep in sacred outdoor locations, they were essentially creating specific conditions for specific kinds of consciousness to emerge. Winter in the Celtic territories could be genuinely dangerous, transforming the landscape from a challenging but manageable environment into something that could kill the unprepared with cheerful efficiency. Understanding how the Celtic people slept outdoors during winter months represents the pinnacle of their cold weather survival knowledge. First, it's important to note that truly voluntarily sleeping outdoors in the depths of winter, when temperatures plunged and storms raged, was rare even in Celtic culture. These people weren't foolish, and they understood the difference between manageable challenge and unnecessary risk. Most winter nights were spent in the warmth and security of roundhouses, clustered with family around the central hearth, while storms battered the stout walls and wind howled through the thatch. But circumstances didn't always offer choices. Warriors on campaign, messengers carrying urgent communications, herders whose animals had strayed, hunters caught far from home by an unexpected storm, travellers who miscalculated distance or weather. All these people might find themselves facing a winter night outdoors without adequate shelter. The key to surviving such situations was a combination of knowledge, preparation, and above all avoiding panic. Panic wastes energy, clouds judgment, and leads to poor decisions that compound rather than solve problems. Celtic people trained their children from young ages to stay calm in dangerous situations, to think clearly about available options, and to remember and apply traditional survival knowledge even when frightened or uncomfortable. Winter survival began with understanding that you were fighting a battle against multiple enemies simultaneously: cold, wind, wet, and exhaustion. Each of these could kill you independently, but they often worked together, with wet clothes making you colder, cold making you exhausted, and exhaustion making you make poor decisions about staying dry and warm. Success required addressing all these threats systematically. The first priority was always finding or creating shelter from wind. Wind chill could make a tolerable temperature lethal, stripping away your body's heat faster than you could generate it. Natural windbreaks, dense groves of evergreen trees, rock formations and hillsides provided the foundation for winter sleeping spots. If nature hadn't provided adequate wind protection, you created it, using whatever materials were available to construct barriers between yourself and the moving air. Snow, counterintuitively, became an ally if you understood how to work with it. Fresh snow is mostly trapped air, making it an excellent insulator. The technique of building snow shelters, ranging from simple snow walls to more elaborate snow caves, was well understood. A properly constructed snow shelter could maintain an interior temperature significantly warmer than outside, even without a fire, simply because the snow blocked wind and the small enclosed space trapped body heat. The construction process itself generated warmth through physical activity, though you had to be careful not to work so hard that you sweated excessively, as wet clothing in winter conditions was extremely dangerous. Experienced Celtic people knew to work steadily but not frantically, removing layers of clothing if necessary to avoid overheating, then adding them back once the shelter was complete, and physical activity decreased. Fire became even more critical in winter, but also more challenging to achieve. Wood might be wet from snow or rain, making it difficult to ignite. The solution was careful fire management, carrying dry tinder in waterproof containers, knowing where to find dry wood even in wet conditions, the underside of fallen logs and the dead lower branches of evergreen trees that remained protected from precipitation by the living canopy above, and understanding how to create platforms that lifted your fire above wet ground. A winter fire wasn't just for warmth but for drying. Wet clothing, wet footwear and wet gloves. These were deadly in cold conditions, and a fire allowed you to carefully dry essential items without scorching them. The process required patience and attention, rotating items near the heat, and monitoring constantly to prevent damage while ensuring thorough drying. Body position during winter sleeping mattered more than in milder seasons. You needed to minimize exposed surface area while maintaining enough comfort to actually rest. The fetal position, curled tightly with knees drawn up, head tucked down, and arms wrapped around your core, was the standard winter sleeping posture because it presented the minimum surface area to the cold while protecting your vital organs and warming your extremities with your own breath. Breathing technique played an unexpected role in winter survival. Breathing through your nose rather than your mouth warmed and humidified incoming air before it reached your lungs, making it easier for your body to maintain core temperature. Drawing your cloak or blanket over your face created a small breathing pocket where your exhaled air would warm incoming breath, though you had to be careful not to create so much humidity that the fabric became damp with frozen condensation. The placement of insulating materials beneath and around your body became even more critical in winter. Direct contact with frozen ground could pull heat from your body with frightening speed. Multiple layers of insulation, thick piles of any available plant material, multiple animal skins if you had them, even layers of clothing you weren't wearing, created barriers between your body and the heat-stealing earth. Groups had distinct advantages in winter survival. Multiple people could pool resources, share body heat, take turns maintaining fires, and provide psychological support that countered the despair that cold and exhaustion could produce. There's archaeological and textual evidence suggesting that Celtic warriors and travellers in winter often moved in groups partly for this survival benefit, knowing that collective warmth and shared labour increased everyone's chances of surviving difficult nights. The morning after a harsh winter night outdoors presented its own challenges. Your body would be stiff and cold, your muscles reluctant to move, and your joints protesting any activity. But movement was essential, to restore circulation, to generate warmth, and to assess your condition, and that of your companions if you had any. The Celtic practice was to rise before full dawn if possible, moving carefully at first but with increasing vigour, ideally toward a destination where proper warmth, dry clothing and hot food could be found. Remarkably, we have evidence that Celtic people not only survived these harsh conditions but often thrived afterward. There's a particular kind of satisfaction that comes from successfully navigating difficult circumstances, from pitting your knowledge and will against nature's challenges and emerging victorious. Those who had weathered hard winter nights outdoors and lived to tell the tale gained status and confidence that carried into other aspects of their lives. As you nestle deeper into your modern bed, perhaps now feeling especially grateful for your central heating and insulated walls, let's explore how the Celtic understanding of sleeping in harmony with nature has influenced our world, and what wisdom we might still extract from their practices. The Celtic approach to outdoor sleeping wasn't primitive ignorance making the best of bad situations. It was sophisticated knowledge accumulated over generations and refined through careful observation and experience. Modern survival training still teaches many of the same principles that Celtic people understood instinctively. The importance of insulation from the ground, the value of layering, the critical need for staying dry, and the life-saving potential of windbreaks and simple shelters. When modern outdoor educators talk about leaving no trace, packing out what you pack in, and minimising your impact on natural spaces, they're articulating an ethic that the Celtic people lived as a matter of course. Their approach to outdoor sleeping was inherently sustainable. They used natural materials that returned harmlessly to the environment. They didn't require manufacturing or transportation chains, and they worked within nature's limits rather than trying to overcome them through technology. The Celtic understanding that humans are part of nature rather than separate from it, that we can adapt to outdoor sleeping rather than requiring completely artificial environments, challenges our modern assumption that comfort requires isolation from the natural world. Contemporary research into sleep health is actually rediscovering many principles that Celtic people knew through lived experience. For instance, modern sleep scientists have found that sleeping in completely dark environments, with temperatures cooler than most people keep their homes, often produces deeper and more restorative sleep than sleeping in warm, artificially lit rooms. The Celtic experience of sleeping outdoors, where darkness was absolute and temperatures naturally cool, aligned more closely with these optimal conditions than many modern sleeping arrangements. The Celtic practice of breaking sleep into multiple cycles rather than expecting one uninterrupted block also aligns with recent research into human sleep patterns. Before artificial lighting, many cultures practiced what historians call first sleep and second sleep, a period of rest, then waking for an hour or two of quiet activity, then returning to sleep until dawn. This pattern, which Celtic people would have followed naturally when sleeping outdoors and tending fires, may actually be more natural to human biology than our modern 8-hour block. The materials Celtic people used for warmth and comfort, wool, animal hides, and plant fibres, have properties that modern synthetic materials still struggle to match. Wool's ability to insulate when wet, its natural temperature regulation, and its breathability. These features made it ideal for outdoor sleeping in unpredictable weather. The resurgence of interest in natural fibres for outdoor gear and bedding suggests that we're recognising the wisdom embedded in these traditional materials. Their roundhouse design principles have influenced sustainable architecture movements. The circular structure, the use of local materials, the passive solar heating and natural ventilation, and the integration with rather than domination of the surrounding landscape. All these concepts appear in modern eco-friendly building design. Architects looking for alternatives to energy-intensive conventional construction often find inspiration in structures that people like the Celtic peoples perfected thousands of years ago. The Celtic spiritual understanding of sleep as a valuable state of consciousness, rather than merely a biological necessity, offers wisdom that our productivity-obsessed culture needs. We tend to view sleep as dead time, unconsciousness to be minimised so we can maximise waking activities. The Celtic view that sleep was the foundation of the day, and that dreams and night consciousness had their own value, suggests a healthier relationship with this essential human need. Modern forest bathing practices, wilderness therapy, and outdoor recreation movements are essentially rediscovering what Celtic people knew, that spending time in natural settings, including sleeping outdoors, has profound benefits for physical and mental health. The reduction in stress hormones, the improved immune function, and the psychological restoration that comes from disconnecting from artificial environments and reconnecting with natural ones. These aren't New Age inventions, but rather ancient wisdom being validated by contemporary research. The Celtic approach to preparation and planning for outdoor sleeping provides a model for thinking about resilience and adaptation more broadly. They didn't try to make the outdoors identical to their indoor environment or to completely eliminate discomfort and risk. Instead, they developed knowledge and skills that allowed them to thrive across a wide range of conditions, adapting their practices to circumstances rather than requiring circumstances to adapt to them. This adaptive flexibility has relevance far beyond sleeping arrangements. In our current era of climate change and environmental uncertainty, the Celtic model of working with natural systems rather than trying to dominate them offers valuable guidance. Their success came not from conquering nature but from understanding it so deeply that they could align their practices with its patterns. The community aspects of Celtic life, including their approach to outdoor sleeping, remind us that humans are fundamentally social creatures who benefit from cooperation and shared knowledge. The way they taught outdoor survival skills to younger generations, the way they travelled and camped in groups for mutual support, and the way they shared stories and techniques. These practices built social bonds while transmitting practical knowledge. In our individualistic modern culture, where we often approach challenges alone and measure success by personal achievement, the Celtic emphasis on community resilience offers an alternative model. Their understanding that group survival often depends on ensuring no one freezes, goes hungry, or faces dangers alone suggests an ethic of mutual care that's worth recovering. The linguistic legacy of the Celtic peoples, the languages that evolved into modern Irish, Scottish Gaelic, Welsh and Breton, carries embedded within it concepts and distinctions that reflect their relationship with night, sleep and the natural world. These languages have specific words for states of consciousness, types of darkness, and qualities of rest that don't translate neatly into English, preserving perspectives on sleep and night that might otherwise be lost. Place names throughout the former Celtic territories often reference sleeping places, camping spots, or locations associated with rest and shelter, evidence that the knowledge of where one could safely sleep outdoors was important enough to be encoded in the landscape itself. These names still guide hikers and travellers today, though often without their knowing the ancient survival wisdom embedded in the geography. The storytelling traditions that emerge from Celtic culture, including the vast body of myths, legends and folk tales that were passed down orally for generations, often featured nighttime settings, dreams, and the wisdom that came from sleeping in sacred places. These stories weren't just entertainment, but ways of transmitting cultural values and practical knowledge, teaching listeners about the relationship between humans and the natural world. Modern festivals and celebrations that descend from ancient Celtic traditions, including various Halloween customs that trace back to Samhain, maintain echoes of the Celtic understanding that darkness and night have their own power and significance. Though commercialised and transformed, these celebrations preserve something of the ancient acknowledgement that night is not merely the absence of day, but its own meaningful reality. The archaeological evidence left by Celtic peoples, their hill forts, their sacred sites, their settlements positioned with careful attention to natural features, demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of landscape and environment that supported their ability to live successfully in challenging conditions. Modern archaeologists studying these sites are continually impressed by the knowledge of geography, weather patterns, water sources, and ecological relationships that the placement of Celtic structures reveals. Perhaps most importantly, the Celtic legacy reminds us that human beings are remarkably adaptable creatures, capable of thriving in a wide range of conditions when we develop appropriate knowledge and skills. We've become so dependent on climate control, artificial lighting, and technological comfort that we sometimes forget our species successfully inhabited diverse environments for thousands of years before these conveniences existed. This doesn't mean we should abandon modern comforts or pretend that sleeping outdoors in winter is superior to sleeping in a heated home. But remembering that our ancestors could and did sleep soundly beneath the stars without freezing expands our sense of human possibility. It suggests that we're more resilient, more capable, and more connected to the natural world than our current lifestyle might lead us to believe. The Celtic peoples aren't a remote, primitive culture whose practices are merely historical curiosities. They're our ancestors, literally for those with European heritage, and culturally for all of us who are part of the human family that has always had to negotiate the challenge of sleeping comfortably and safely in a world that doesn't automatically cater to our needs. They are solutions to the problem of sleeping outdoors without freezing, understanding materials and their properties, reading weather and landscape, preparing carefully, adapting flexibly, maintaining knowledge across generations, and supporting each other through difficult conditions. These are human solutions to human problems, as relevant in principle today as they were 2,000 years ago. As our journey through Celtic sleeping practices draws to a close, let's return to where we began. That warm round house with its central hearth, its curving walls, and its thatched roof filtering smoke into the night sky. Because understanding how Celtic people could sleep outdoors without freezing requires understanding that they always had this warm base to return to, this foundation of comfort and security that made temporary discomfort manageable. Imagine a Celtic person returning home after several nights spent outdoors, perhaps a shepherd who'd been with the flocks in high pastures, or a warrior returning from a campaign, or a trader who'd carried goods to a distant settlement. The sight of home would have carried emotional weight we can scarcely imagine in our world of constant indoor climate control. As they approached their settlement, they would see the smoke from hearth fires rising into the evening sky, smudging the sunset with grey wisps that signalled warmth, food, safety, and rest. The dogs of the village would announce their arrival with barking, and children might run out to greet them, full of questions about where they'd been and what they'd seen. Entering the roundhouse after time spent outdoors would be like entering another world. The temperature difference would hit immediately. The wave of warm air carrying the scent of the fire, cooking food, and the distinctive smell of home. Eyes would need to adjust from the bright outdoors to the dimmer interior, where firelight danced across walls and faces, creating a cave-like atmosphere that felt protective and nurturing. The returning traveller would shed their outdoor gear layer by layer, appreciating each piece that had kept them alive and comfortable during their journey. The heavy wool cloak, perhaps damp from rain or stiff with frost, would be spread near the fire to dry. Muddy shoes would be removed and set aside for cleaning. Additional layers would come off until they wore only light indoor clothing, feeling their body relax as the need for constant thermal regulation decreased. Family members would press food and drink into their hands, warm broth, fresh bread, perhaps mead or ale. The simple act of eating hot food after days of cold rations would be intensely pleasurable, the warmth spreading through their body from the inside. Conversation would flow as they shared stories of their journey, describing the places they'd slept, the weather they'd encountered, the food, and the people they'd met. Later, when it was time for sleep, they would make their way to their sleeping spot along the roundhouse wall, settling into furs and blankets that felt impossibly soft and warm after nights of sleeping on bracken and cold ground. The sounds of family sleeping nearby, the crackle of the banked fire, the knowledge of solid walls and a good roof between them and the elements. All of this would create a sense of security and comfort that made falling into deep sleep easy and natural. This contrast between outdoor sleeping and indoor comfort was essential to the Celtic experience of both. They didn't take indoor warmth for granted precisely because they knew what it was to sleep cold. They didn't ignore the value of wild places precisely because they knew the security of home. Each experience gave meaning and context to the other. The skills and knowledge required for outdoor sleeping weren't separate from domestic life but integrated into it. Children learned about insulating materials by helping gather bracken for bedding, by watching their parents bank the fire for the night, and by listening to stories of journeys and adventures. The same wool that made their indoor blankets made their outdoor cloaks. The same understanding of fire that kept the hearth burning kept travellers warm on cold nights away from home. The Celtic calendar of festivals, with its acknowledgement of seasonal changes and the passage from light to dark and back again, reflected this integration of outdoor and indoor, wild and domestic, challenging and comfortable. The festivals themselves often involved both aspects, feasting and warmth indoors alternating with outdoor rituals and ceremonies that reconnected people to the land and sky. As the winter solstice approached and nights grew longest, the hearth became the centre of the life, and outdoor sleeping became something to be avoided except when absolutely necessary. But as the wheel of the year turned and spring arrived, the balance shifted. Longer days and warmer nights made outdoor sleeping pleasant again, and people would naturally spend more time in wild places, reconnecting with aspects of the world that winter's harshness had temporarily made less accessible. This cyclical understanding, that there are times for indoor comfort and times for outdoor challenge, that both have their place and their value, reflects a wisdom about human life that goes beyond sleeping arrangements. We need both security and adventure, both routine and novelty, both the warmth of the hearth and the call of wild places beneath open stars. The Celtic peoples lived this balance instinctively, moving between domestic space and wild space with a fluidity that our more rigidly structured modern lives often lack. They didn't see these as opposing states, civilization versus wilderness, comfort versus hardship, but as complementary aspects of a full human life. Their round houses, positioned thoughtfully within the landscape rather than dominating it, symbolize this relationship. The homes provided shelter and comfort, but remained connected to the environment through their materials, their design, and their orientation to seasonal changes. You were never so far from nature that you forgot its power, but you had enough protection that you could rest, raise children, and build a life that extended beyond mere survival. This integrated approach allowed them to develop the sophisticated knowledge of outdoor sleeping that we've been exploring. Because they maintained regular contact with wild places, because sleeping outdoors was a normal part of life rather than an exotic adventure, they accumulated practical wisdom that was tested and refined across countless generations. As you settle into your final comfortable position for the night, wrapped in your modern blankets in your climate-controlled room, take a moment to look beyond your immediate surroundings and imagine the vast span of human experience that your simple act of going to sleep connects you to. Thousands of years ago, your distant ancestors, whether literally your genetic forebears or the broader human family to which we all belong, face the same basic need that you're addressing now, the need for rest and restoration that sleep provides. But they faced it without the technological cushion that we take for granted, without central heating or electric lights or insulated buildings. The Celtic peoples we've been exploring tonight managed this challenge with grace, skill, and a depth of knowledge about materials, weather, landscape, and human physiology that allowed them not just to survive, but to thrive. They slept beneath the stars without freezing because they understood wool and wind, fire and shelter, and preparation and adaptation. But beyond the practical details, the layers of clothing, the insulating bracken, the careful selection of sleeping spots, they brought something else to the challenge of sleeping outdoors, a worldview that saw themselves as part of nature rather than separate from it, that valued night as much as day, and that understood rest as a sacred act rather than merely a biological necessity. This worldview allowed them to find meaning and even beauty in experiences that we might view as purely hardship. The night sky they slept beneath wasn't just a cold void to be endured, but a display of celestial wonder to be appreciated. The ground they slept on wasn't merely hard and uncomfortable, but the living earth that sustained them. The darkness they rested in wasn't something to be banished with artificial light, but a different state of being with its own gifts and possibilities. We've lost some of this wisdom in our journey toward technological comfort. We've gained climate control and soft mattresses and electric lights that push back the darkness, but we've also lost the intimate knowledge of how to be comfortable in the natural world, how to read weather and landscape, and how to find rest in conditions that would now send most of us fleeing for the nearest hotel. Yet this knowledge isn't completely lost. It lives on in the genetic memory of our adaptable human bodies, in the archaeological and linguistic traces left by Celtic culture, in the practical survival skills that outdoor educators teach, and in the spiritual practices that still recognise night and darkness as valuable rather than merely frightening. More importantly, the fundamental truth that the Celtic peoples embodied remains valid. Human beings are remarkably capable of adaptation and resilience when we develop appropriate knowledge and maintain it across generations. We can sleep soundly beneath the stars without freezing. We can find rest in wild places. We can align ourselves with natural rhythms rather than fighting against them. This doesn't mean we should abandon our modern comforts or pretend that sleeping on the ground is superior to sleeping in a proper bed. Comfort is not a sin, and there's no virtue in unnecessary hardship. But remembering that we possess this capability, that our species developed these skills, and that they remain latent within us expands our sense of what's possible. It reminds us that we're not as fragile or as dependent on technology as we sometimes feel. It suggests that when circumstances require it, whether camping trips for fun or serious emergencies that force us outdoors, we can draw on reserves of knowledge and capability that we didn't know we possessed. The Celtic peoples have been gone for centuries. Their language evolved into new forms, their territories transformed by subsequent waves of history, and their specific practices adapted and changed beyond recognition. But the fundamental relationship they maintained with the natural world, their understanding of how to sleep comfortably in challenging conditions, their integration of practical skill with spiritual meaning, these gifts remain available to us if we choose to reclaim them. Tonight, as you drift off to sleep in your comfortable modern bed, you're connected to an unbroken chain of human sleepers stretching back through the Celtic peoples to the very origins of our species. Every single one of your ancestors, going back tens of thousands of years, successfully navigated the challenge of sleeping safely and restfully enough that they survived to reproduce and eventually create you. This chain of successful sleepers, this heritage of rest and resilience is yours to claim. The wool that kept Celtic travellers warm still keeps us warm. The stars they navigated by still wheel overhead. The human need for rest that they honoured we still feel. The basic relationship between our bodies and the natural world hasn't fundamentally changed, even if our immediate circumstances have. So as sleep takes you, perhaps your dreams will carry you back to that ancient landscape, to green hills and deep forests, to round houses with glowing hearths and star-filled skies above. Perhaps you'll walk for a moment in the experience of people who knew how to be truly at home in the world, who could find rest anywhere from the softest furs to the hardest ground, and who understood that sleeping beneath the stars without freezing wasn't a feat of endurance, but simply a skill to be learned and a gift to be appreciated. And when you wake tomorrow in your comfortable modern world, you'll carry with you the knowledge that somewhere in your human heritage lies the capability to rest peacefully beneath the open sky, wrapped in wool and wisdom, connected to the earth and stars, safe and warm despite the cold, sleeping soundly in the embrace of the natural world. Sweet dreams, and may the stars watch over you as they watched over countless generations before us. George Washington's formative years unfolded against the rustic backdrop of mid-18th century Virginia. While popular culture might depict him as an almost mythic hero from the start, he was, in reality, shaped by the day-to-day concerns of a frontier society and a family struggling for greater prosperity. Born on February 22nd, 1732, in Westmoreland County, he was part of a sprawling network of half-siblings, uncles, aunts, and cousins who formed a complicated social web in the colony. His father, Augustine, sought to expand the family's holdings through tobacco farming, land speculation, and the occasional foray into iron mining. The These early pursuits carved out the environment where young George would learn about risk, reward steer, and the challenges of shaping one's destiny in a new world. Contrary to apocryphal stories, Washington's childhood was not defined by toppling cherry trees or sporting wooden teeth. It was, however, marked by loss. His father died when George was only 11, throwing the family's finances into uncertainty. His half-brother Lawrence, considerably older, stepped in as a paternal figure. It was Lawrence who introduced George to polite society in Virginia and instilled in him an admiration for military achievement. Lawrence had served under the British flag in the Caribbean, a detail that quietly stoked George's aspirations towards soldiering. Through Lawrence, he was exposed to the idea that honour, discipline, and loyalty could earn a young man respect in the British colonies. Despite these influences, necessity often guided Washington's early path. Formal schooling was piecemeal at best, tutors came and went. Young George's mother, Mary Ball Washington, strove to keep the family afloat. But educational opportunities remained sporadic. This patchy instruction did not deter him. It forced him to become largely self-taught, an approach that would define his later life. He was, from his teenage years onward, a voracious note-taker and letter-writer, constantly refining his penmanship, grammar, and mathematical skills. Writing itself became a window into the adult world he hoped to master. One of his initial breakthroughs came in the realm of surveying, a skill both profitable and adventurous in colonial Virginia. Land in those days was currency, and individuals who could map uncharted territories were in high demand. Washington's early forays into the wild frontiers, often in the company of rugged backwoodsmen, introduced him to the complexities of dealing with Native American tribes, unscrupulous land speculators, and the raw challenges of nature. These expeditions were no mere camping trips. Nights spent in crude shelters, rainy days measuring difficult terrain, and the ever-present threat of disease built up his resilience. By the time he turned 17, he had already secured appointments to survey large tracts of land in the Shenandoah Valley, a testament to his growing reputation for diligence. During this phase, Washington also observed firsthand the tensions brewing between French, British, and native interests. The Ohio Valley to the west was a patchwork of claims and counterclaims, with British colonists, French trappers, and indigenous peoples all jostling for control. Though Washington was only a teenager, these experiences lit a spark. If he could prove himself an effective leader, especially in regions where boundaries were contested, he might ascend socially and financially. Colonial Virginia had its share of privileged families, but upward mobility was possible for those who possessed skill, connections, and an unrelenting work ethic. Beyond surveying, Washington's adolescent years were also a period of subtle social schooling. He learned the art of conversation and manners, so important in an era governed by strict codes of honour, by memorising the rules of civility and decent behaviour. This pamphlet, copied diligently in his youthful handwriting, offered guidelines for everything from posture in polite company to showing respect for superiors. Though it might seem quaint now, these rules exemplified the polished veneer that colonial society demanded of any young man aiming to rise in rank. By the time Washington approached adulthood, he was neither a wide-eyed farm boy nor a pampered aristocrat. He was a tall, physically strong young man, comfortable on horseback, capable with a musket, adept at mathematics, and cognizant of how crucial alliances could be. He held quiet ambitions that revolved around land, local military distinction, and acceptance among the elite. But events on the horizon, imperial rivalries that would ignite the frontier, would soon catapult him onto a larger stage. In that transitional zone between surveying in the wilderness and attending genteel dances along the Potomac, George Washington was preparing, without fully knowing it, for trials that would define his future and reshape a continent's destiny. Washington's transformation from a surveyor to a soldier was not the result of random events or a meticulously planned strategy. It was, instead, triggered by the turbulent geopolitics of the mid-18th century. At the time, the British and French empires vied for dominance over North America's lucrative territories. The frontier regions of the Ohio Valley, thick with forests and fur-bearing wildlife, became a flashpoint for competing claims. Indigenous nations, far from passive onlookers, leveraged these rivalries in pursuit of their interests, forging and breaking alliances as circumstances demanded. In 1753, Virginia's Lieutenant Governor, Robert Dinwiddie, sought someone intrepid and resourceful to deliver a warning to French forces building forts near the forks of the Ohio. The young George Washington, then just 21, volunteered. This mission would catapult him into international intrigue, for which he had limited formal training. Undeterred, he set off with a small party in wintry conditions, navigating difficult terrain and uncertain receptions. He reached the French outpost and handed over Dinwiddie's demand that they abandon their incursion. The French officers responded politely but refused to budge. Washington's return journey was harrowing. He nearly drowned crossing an icy river, only surviving by grabbing onto a piece of driftwood and hauling himself onto a small island. Yet that near-fatal ordeal did little to shake his resolve. Upon returning to Williamsburg, he penned a report detailing his observations. The account, published and widely distributed, burnished Washington's name. His straightforward prose, describing the hazards of the journey and the French refusal to retreat, resonated with colonists hungry for news and British officials eager for evidence of French defiance. Washington emerged from anonymity, suddenly recognised as a figure capable of undertaking difficult assignments at the Empire's margins. Not long afterward, Dinwiddie promoted him and dispatched him back to the frontier with a modest force to secure strategic points. In 1754, tensions erupted into outright conflict at a site Washington hastily fortified and named Fort Necessity. An attack by French and indigenous allies forced him to surrender under humiliating conditions. The engagement, while a setback militarily, taught Washington sobering lessons about leadership, discipline, and the unpredictability of war. The British press twisted the episode in contradictory ways. Some painted him as a plucky colonial undone by minimal support, others as a foolhardy officer stumbling into a larger conflict. Amid this swirl of opinions, Washington's internal drive to prove himself only intensified. Soon, the conflict expanded into what Europeans would call the 7 Years' War, and Americans would dub the French and Indian War. Washington served as a provincial officer under General Edward Braddock, a British commander charged with seizing French forts. French troops and their indigenous allies ambushed British forces during the disastrous Braddock expedition near the Monongahela River in 1755, decimating them. In the chaos, Washington distinguished himself by rallying survivors and organising a fighting withdrawal. Though he was beset by illness and almost had multiple horses shot from under him, he emerged from the carnage with a reputation for courage under fire. Yet, for all his valour, Washington grew frustrated with British arrogance toward colonial officers. He witnessed British regulars disregarding local intelligence and ignoring suggestions from men like himself who knew the frontier. This snobbery, combined with logistical incompetence, fueled deep resentments. He realised that colonial troops often received second-class treatment, lesser pay, and fewer provisions. This personal exposure to British condescension would later shape his willingness to challenge imperial authority, though that moment lay years ahead. By the war's end, Washington had resigned his commission and returned to Mount Vernon, the estate he inherited following Lawrence's death. The war had left him with real combat experience and the seeds of an emerging identity, part loyal British subject, part colonial leader increasingly sceptical of imperial attitudes. Over the ensuing decade, he would focus on his plantations, dabble in local politics, and marry Martha Dandridge Custis, a wealthy widow whose fortune helped shore up his finances. Washington transformed Mount Vernon into a profitable enterprise, experimenting with new crops, analysing agricultural techniques, and exerting influence in Virginia's House of Burgesses. Yet the memory of the frontier battles never fully dimmed. He had seen how tenuous British authority could be on American soil, how alliances shifted, and how local knowledge often outstripped distant orders. He also observed the subtle changes stirring among colonists, growing populations, expanding commerce, and a sense of collective identity not solely anchored to Britain. While Washington did not yet foresee a complete break with the crown, the stage was quietly being set for a more profound clash. Looking back, his French and Indian War experiences were something of a dress rehearsal, granting him the on-the-ground insights that would prove indispensable in the larger crisis looming on the horizon. Following the French and Indian War, Washington spent the 1760s and early 1770s deeply immersed in the rhythms of plantation life at Mount Vernon. Managing labour, maintaining his reputation as a local squire, and serving intermittently in the Virginia House of Burgesses occupied much of his time. He meticulously oversaw the cultivation of crops, initially tobacco, later diversifying into wheat and other staples, adapting to market trends and soil conditions, but economic security remained tenuous. British trade regulations, shipping monopolies, and mercantile restrictions often pinched colonial planters. Washington found himself confronting debts, currency shortages, and a constraining imperial bureaucracy that dictated how goods could be exported or imported. Amid these challenges, Washington's perspective on British authority gradually evolved. Early on, he had desired nothing more than to climb in status within the British imperial framework. He had admired British military traditions and social customs, but he began to see the practical constraints that came with living under a distant parliament that issued edicts without consulting colonial assemblies. The Stamp Act of 1765, imposing taxes on printed materials, galvanised discontent among colonists. Washington, who used legal documents frequently for land transactions, saw the act as a direct affront to local autonomy. While not the most fiery rhetorician in Virginia, figures like Patrick Henry captured that honour. Washington expressed measured indignation. He argued that taxation without representation violated the rights of Englishmen, a stance that resonated among fellow planters, merchants, and small farmers alike. In 1769, the Virginia House of Burgesses responded to new British taxes on glass, paper, paint, and tea by passing resolves condemning these impositions. When the royal governor dissolved the assembly, the delegates, Washington included, met informally at the Raleigh Tavern in Williamsburg, drafting non-importation agreements. These pacts vowed not to purchase British goods until colonial grievances were addressed. Though not as flamboyant as protests in Boston, these Virginian measures underscored how deeply resentment had taken root among even the more conservative landholding class. Washington's letters from this period reveal a measured but firm tone. He spoke of the encroachments of Parliament and the need for unity among the colonies. Not one to relish public speaking, he employed his reputation as a balanced, pragmatic figure. People listened when Washington spoke because they trusted his sense of responsibility and fairness. Privately, he worried about violence escalating, yet he also felt that the colonies should not yield to intimidation. This blend of caution and resolve was a hallmark of his character. Tensions escalated to a critical level by 1774. The Boston Tea Party and subsequent punitive British measures prompted the formation of the First Continental Congress. Washington was chosen as one of Virginia's delegates, solidifying his role as a national figure rather than just a regional voice. He travelled to Philadelphia, where representatives from across the colonies debated how far to push back against British encroachments. While radicals like Samuel Adams advocated more extreme measures, others sought a compromise or hoped for a restoration of harmonious relations. Washington's presence signalled that Virginia, the largest and most populous colony, was prepared to stand alongside New England in protesting imperial overreach. Washington's military background was not overlooked during those Congress sessions. He was one of the few delegates with first-hand experience in large-scale combat operations. Though overshadowed by the fiery oratory of John Adams or Patrick Henry, he projected a quiet confidence that could unify disparate factions. He seldom took the floor for dramatic speeches, but in committee meetings, delegates consulted him about potential military scenarios if the standoff with Britain escalated. How might a ragtag colonial militia confront the most formidable army in the world? Events soon compelled everyone to take action. In April 1775, the battles at Lexington and Concord unleashed open conflict. British soldiers and colonial militiamen had exchanged shots, and the war was effectively underway. By the time the Second Continental Congress convened, the question was no longer whether to resist militarily, but how. John Adams, recognising the need to draw the southern colonies more tightly into the cause, nominated Washington to lead the newly formed Continental Army. With reluctance, Washington accepted, declaring he would serve without pay. He stressed that he was neither the most qualified nor seeking personal glory, yet he would do his duty if called upon. In that moment, the diligent Virginia planter and local politician found himself thrust onto a stage with no script. Leading a revolution against the crown seemed audacious, even reckless, but Washington believed the colonies had reached an irreversible point. He saddled his horse and departed for Massachusetts, determined, if unsure, about the trials that lay ahead. His leadership would soon be tested in ways few could have imagined, both by the might of British forces and by the fractious nature of a fledgling nation still discovering its collective identity. Washington's appointment as the Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army paved the way for a challenging battle against the most formidable military force of the era. Arriving in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in July 1775, he took command of a collection of militias besieging British-held Boston. What he found was a disorganised force lacking supplies, uniforms, and consistent discipline. Militias from different colonies held different loyalties, varied drastically in training, and often viewed each other with suspicion. Washington realised that to stand any chance against the British, he had to forge these disparate units into a cohesive army with a shared purpose. Early on, Washington faced a series of strategic dilemmas. Despite the often romanticised notion of the Continental Army's underdog valour, the reality was messy. Disease, desertions, and short-term enlistments undercut the stable force he desperately needed. British troops in Boston were well supplied by sea, so a direct assault seemed suicidal. Instead, Washington imposed discipline, orchestrated siege lines, and introduced stricter regulations. Over time, he acquired cannon from Fort Ticonderoga, famously transporting them across difficult winter terrain under Henry Knox's oversight. By March 76, artillery on Dorchester Heights forced the British to evacuate Boston. Although it was a bloodless victory for the Americans, Washington understood that the war had barely begun. The British Navy and Army could and would strike at more critical ports. Washington's next trials unfolded in New York. Anticipating a major British offensive, he shifted his army to defend Manhattan and its surroundings. The British arrived in force under General William Howe, and by late summer, in 1776, Washington's men endured a crushing defeat at the Battle of Long Island. A series of retreats followed, culminating in the British seizing New York City. Morale plummeted. Many soldiers deserted, others questioned Washington's competence. Yet in a bold move, Washington ordered a stealth evacuation across the East River during the night, ferrying thousands of troops and avoiding total annihilation. That partial salvation became an early example of his knack for improvisational retreats, a skill that may lack the glamour of offensive victories, but was crucial for the survival of the cause. In late 1776, with enlistments expiring and temperatures dropping, Washington orchestrated one of the Revolution's most dramatic strokes, crossing the icy Delaware River on Christmas night to surprise Hessian mercenaries at Trenton. The success at Trenton, followed by another victory at Princeton, rejuvenated the Patriot cause. Washington's leadership style in these moments combined meticulous planning with personal bravery. He rode at the front, encouraging his men, proving that cunning and audacity could offset numerical or logistical disadvantages. The morale boost was enormous, coaxing recruits to stay and new volunteers to join. Yet the Continental Army's tribulations remained abundant. The British sought to isolate New England by seizing the Hudson River corridor, while smaller armies skirmished in the interior. Washington clashed repeatedly with delegates in the Continental Congress who provided inconsistent funding and supplies. Reflecting the fragile nature of the young Confederation, he wrote endless letters pleading for shoes, blankets, and rations. Meanwhile, British raids and Loyalist sympathisers sowed confusion behind American lines. In 1777, Washington lost a key engagement at Brandywine, allowing the British to capture Philadelphia, the Patriot capital. Another setback at Germantown followed. Critics in Congress grew louder, questioning whether a different general might fare better. Yet Washington retained the loyalty of many officers, forging a sense of unity that transcended local affiliations. At Valley Forge, during the cruel winter of 1777 to 1778, the army endured starvation, disease, and freezing conditions. Thanks to the drilling expertise of Baron von Steuben, an ex-Prussian officer, Washington's troops emerged more disciplined, able to engage British regulars on nearly equal terms. At Valley Forge, the Continental Army underwent a significant transformation, transitioning from an unruly collection of militias to a functional fighting force. Washington also learned the delicate art of balancing alliances. The French, persuaded by the American victory at Saratoga, where Horatio Gates led the effort, not Washington directly, joined the conflict, providing naval strength and additional ground forces. Coordinating with French officers like the Marquis de Lafayette demanded diplomatic finesse. Washington adapted, forging trust with these foreign allies, even as inter-colony tensions threatened to fracture the American side. Through it all, Washington displayed a steadiness that became central to the army's identity. His men might groan about scarce supplies or ragged uniforms, but they trusted their general to hold them together. By the war's midpoint, Washington had solidified his role as the linchpin of American resistance. His direct battlefield successes varied. Some were brilliant, others disappointing, but his unshakable commitment to the cause, combined with an ability to pivot tactics and maintain unity, kept the rebellion alive. Emerging from these years of hardship was a sense that, whether revered or criticised, Washington was indispensable. He was no mere figurehead. The political apparatus and the army itself needed his steady hand at the helm if the revolution was to stand a chance of seeing final victory. As the Revolutionary War entered its later stages, Washington faced a new set of challenges that tested his leadership on multiple fronts. The conflict had become more sprawling, with battles in the south intensifying. British forces, hoping to exploit loyalist sentiment, launched campaigns in Georgia and the Carolinas. Meanwhile, the Continental Army in the north still had to guard against renewed offensives from New York. Washington found himself juggling resource allocations and strategic oversight across a vast territory, all with limited manpower and meagre finances. One of his core strengths lay in understanding that victory did not necessarily require defeating every British unit on the battlefield. Over years of warfare, Washington recognised that prolonging the conflict, making it too costly for Britain to sustain, could be enough to force negotiations. As British public support for the war waned and the conflict strained the Empire's coffers, this strategy of endurance gained traction. He coordinated partisan warfare in the southern states, where generals like Nathaniel Greene used hit-and-run tactics and forced the British to overextend their supply lines. Washington might not have designed every manoeuvre personally, but his overarching directive emphasised wearing down the opponent rather than seeking a single. Grand triumph at all costs. Yet frustration still mounted. The Continental Congress, perennially short on funds, struggled to pay or supply the troops. Inflation ran rampant, and the paper currency they issued, known as Continentals, lost much of its value. Sometimes, entire regiments threatened mutiny over unpaid wages and lack of food. Washington wrote urgent letters, balancing pleas and warnings. Desertion could unravel the entire revolution, but the men's hardships were genuine. He balanced his empathy for his soldiers' suffering with the need to uphold discipline. Against this turbulent backdrop, French assistance played a decisive role. Following France's official entry into the war, Spain and the Dutch Republic also offered varying degrees of support to America, broadening the conflict into a larger global struggle against Britain. Washington worked with French admirals and generals who, like Admiral de Grasse and General Rochambeau, brought naval superiority and well-trained troops. Diplomatic synergy was crucial. Washington, never fluent in French, relied on interpreters and the goodwill of allies like Lafayette to maintain strong communication. Joint operations required patience and compromise. The French Navy's schedules and European political priorities often constrained quick action. The culmination of these alliances and strategies took shape in 1781 at Yorktown, Virginia. British General Cornwallis had entrenched his forces there, hoping for resupply by sea. Washington seized the moment. He feigned moves toward New York, but then swiftly marched a major portion of his army south. The French fleet under de Grasse blocked the Chesapeake, preventing a British naval evacuation. Trapped and under constant bombardment, Cornwallis surrendered in October 1781. The victory at Yorktown did not instantly end the war, but it was the decisive blow that shattered Britain's willingness to continue. Negotiations in Europe soon began, leading to the 1783 Treaty of Paris, recognising American independence. Washington's role in the final phase showcased two defining traits of his leadership: adaptability and a knack for collaboration. He was not a tactical genius in the mould of Napoleon, but he excelled in forging unity among diverse groups with clashing egos and conflicting interests. He also grasped the psychological dimension of war. Victory could be achieved as much through morale and diplomatic pressure as through battlefield conquests. Under his guidance, the Continental Army endured for 8 grueling years, culminating in a capitulation that many had deemed impossible. When peace was finally secured, Washington stunned the world by resigning his commission and returning to private life rather than seizing power. In a time when victorious generals in Europe often leveraged military success to become dictators or monarchs, his gesture was nearly unprecedented. He sent a farewell address to the army, bidding an emotional goodbye to the officers who had become like family through shared hardships. Then he returned to Mount Vernon, longing for quiet days overseeing his estate. In the public imagination, he became the embodiment of Roman republican virtue, akin to Cincinnatus leaving his plough to defend the nation and then returning to his farm. Yet the young republic soon discovered that independence would not solve every problem. War debts, disputes among the states, and a weak central government under the Articles of Confederation threatened the stability of the new nation. Calls for a stronger national framework grew louder, and once again, the gaze of the fledgling country turned to Washington. Would he remain a private citizen, or would he use his stature to help shape the governance of the country he had been so instrumental in forging? The next chapter of his life, and indeed of the nation's, would hinge on how he answered that question. After returning to Mount Vernon in 1783, Washington tried to refocus on his plantations, hoping for a respite from public affairs. Yet the fragile state of the post-war Union soon pulled him back into the spotlight. Under the Articles of Confederation, the federal government lacked authority to tax, regulate commerce effectively, or settle disputes among states. Economic turmoil loomed large. Debts from the war weighed on every state, and the absence of a cohesive national policy bred friction. Insurrections such as Shays' Rebellion in Massachusetts highlighted how easily unrest might spiral if the central government could not act decisively. Leaders across the states recognized the dire need for reforms, and Washington was a natural figure to help spearhead them. Though initially hesitant, he feared public service would once again swallow his private life. He came around to the idea that a stronger government framework was essential to preserve the Union. In 1787, he agreed to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. This gathering, intended first to revise the Articles, soon morphed into a wholesale creation of a new constitution. Washington did not speak often during the debates, but his mere presence lent gravity to the proceedings. Delegates disagreed vigorously over representation, slavery, and executive power. Yet most recognized that Washington's approval would be critical for winning public acceptance of any proposed constitution. His role was largely that of mediator and symbol of unity. He allowed men like James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and Benjamin Franklin to articulate competing ideas. But whenever debate grew contentious, the image of Washington, seated at the front, reminded them that the Revolution's integrity and the future of Republican governance were at stake. By September 1787, the delegates crafted a new constitution that incorporated a more robust federal government, tempered by a system of checks and balances. Although not perfect, it was a revolutionary experiment in structured liberty. Washington's endorsement carried enormous weight during the ratification process, especially in Virginia. Reluctant anti-federalists found it difficult to argue that the Constitution masked tyranny when Washington vouched for it. Once the Constitution became law, calls for Washington to serve as the first president were unanimous in their intensity. He was the linchpin who could lend immediate legitimacy to the new system. Despite personal reservations, he was aging, and the toll of public life was no small burden. He reluctantly accepted the role. The Electoral College elected him unanimously in 1789. In April of that year, he journeyed to New York City, the temporary capital, to take the oath of office. His inauguration was a subdued ceremony, reflecting a new nation's blend of optimism and anxiety. He stood on a balcony overlooking throngs of cheering citizens, placing in his hand on a Bible and swearing to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. In shaping the executive branch, Washington faced a blank slate. There was no blueprint for how a president should behave. He believed in setting careful precedents that would guide successors, and this cautious approach coloured his every decision. He formed a cabinet of advisers, including Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State and Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. The ideological clashes between Jefferson, who championed agrarian democracy, and Hamilton, who pushed for a robust federal government and industrial growth, forced Washington to navigate a delicate balance. Balancing these factions, he aimed to prevent the country from splitting into partisan camps. Still, the seeds of political rivalry were planted, eventually sprouting into the Federalist and Democratic Republican parties. Washington's presidency also navigated foreign policy dilemmas. The young United States was militarily weak, financially indebted, and overshadowed by European powers. When the French Revolution erupted, many Americans felt they owed France a debt of gratitude for its wartime support. Yet Washington believed neutrality was crucial. Entangling the fragile republic in Europe's wars could spell disaster. His proclamation of neutrality in 1793 drew ire from those who wanted to aid France, but it shielded the new nation from a catastrophic conflict it was ill-prepared to handle. Domestic issues also tested the new administration. Hamilton's financial plan, which included federal assumption of state debts and the creation of a national bank, sparked fierce debates. Washington backed Hamilton, believing that fiscal stability was essential for national respectability. But Jefferson's faction decried these measures as threats to states' rights. Then, in 1794, the Whiskey Rebellion flared in western Pennsylvania, where farmers violently opposed a federal tax on distilled spirits. Washington, alarmed by the prospect of an armed insurrection, personally led troops to quell the rebellion, an act that showcased federal authority but also raised fears about militarized responses to dissent. Throughout these trials, Washington laboured to maintain a posture above partisan squabbles, though that position grew increasingly difficult. Newspapers, reflecting the rise of party-driven journalism, attacked or praised him depending on editorial leanings. Criticism stung the once revered hero, but he remained steadfast, convinced that the survival of constitutional governance required robust debate, even if it sometimes descended into vitriol. By the end of his second term, he yearned for retirement more earnestly than ever. The question was whether the country could sustain itself without him, or if his moral authority and balanced leadership remained indispensable. By 1796, Washington had served 2 terms as president and felt strongly that rotating leadership was essential to the Republic's health. Unanimously re-elected in 1792, he could likely have secured a 3rd term, but he declined. In doing so, he established a precedent of voluntary executive turnover, later codified by the 22nd Amendment, that would profoundly influence American political culture. Recognizing the young nation's precariousness, he offered parting guidance in his farewell address. Published rather than delivered orally, it warned against the dangers of permanent foreign alliances and excessive partisanship. He urged Americans to cherish unity, keep religion and morality as public pillars, and remain wary of ideological factions that could fracture national cohesion. After leaving office in March 1797, Washington returned to Mount Vernon. A sense of relief washed over him, tempered by ongoing concerns about the fledgling nation's trajectory. He oversaw expansions at his estate, experimented with different crop rotations, and dabbled in various manufacturing ventures on site, such as a grist mill and a distillery. However, retirement did not provide an escape from moral dilemmas. Washington's wealth and plantation lifestyle had always hinged on enslaved labour. While he had privately expressed ambivalence about slavery, calling it repugnant in certain correspondences, he never publicly championed abolition. Only in his will did he arrange for the emancipation of his enslaved people after Martha's death, a move that became one of the most significant private emancipations of that era. But the structural system of slavery continued unabated across the South, highlighting the contradictions embedded in the new republic. Increasingly, foreign tensions threatened to pull Washington back into public life. Relations with revolutionary France deteriorated under John Adams's presidency, culminating in the Quasi-War at Sea. In 1798, Adams asked Washington to serve as commander of a provisional army should full-scale war break out. Washington agreed, though he delegated most duties to Hamilton. He remained on standby, hoping conflict could be averted. By 1799, the immediate threat passed, and Washington settled again into the routines at Mount Vernon. That same year, on December the 12th, Washington braved a cold, wet ride around his estate, checking fence lines and farmland. Later that evening, he developed a sore throat. Within days, his condition worsened into what many now believe was acute epiglottitis. Medical treatments of the time, bleeding, blistering, and gargling, only weakened him further. On the night of December 14th, 1799, George Washington passed away, surrounded by close friends and family. The news sent shockwaves throughout the country. Bells tolled in distant cities. Eulogies poured in from across political divides, reflecting the universal respect Americans felt for his leadership. Even in Europe, figures like Napoleon ordered tributes. Washington's death brought a collective reckoning. The man who had guided the nation through revolution, constitutional formation, and early governance was gone. But his legacy was already enshrined. Over subsequent decades and centuries, Americans would build monuments, mint coins, and compose hagiographic stories that sometimes obscured the complexity of his life. Myths multiplied. The cherry tree legend by Parson Weems became a fixture in school primers, overshadowing the more instructive lessons of Washington's real struggles and ethical dilemmas. The wooden teeth trope overshadowed the details of his expensive, painful dental apparatus made from various materials, including human or animal teeth and metal. Yet behind the shining marble statues stands a more nuanced figure. Washington was a man of his times, shaped by its limitations, particularly regarding slavery and class structures, but also capable of transcending narrow self-interest. He recognised the fragility of the American experiment and acted repeatedly to keep it intact, resigning his military commission in 1783, presiding over the Constitution's drafting in 1787, and stepping down as president after 2 terms. Each decision sent an unmistakable message that the Republic's longevity depended on checks against personal ambition. Washington's example stood out for a nation still refining its democratic values. He was neither a flamboyant speaker or a philosophical theorist, but he possessed a calm gravitas that could unify quarrelsome states. He understood how to maintain moral legitimacy in the eyes of both elites and ordinary citizens. And though he was not without flaws, the ownership of enslaved individuals being chief among them, he helped lay the groundwork for a political system capable of evolving beyond its founders' limitations. Today, more than 2 centuries after his passing, George Washington remains an essential symbol for an America that struggles with its historical contradictions. If we look beyond the simplified schoolbook portrayals, we find a person who navigated immense pressures with perseverance and humility, whose quiet strength and deliberate choice to relinquish power set a tone for Republican governance. The complexity of his legacy invites us to reflect on both the grand achievements and the unresolved tensions that were woven into the nation's birth. A poignant reminder that even foundational heroes stand on shifting terrain, forging a path for future generations to walk upon. Imagine standing at the edge of the world as most ancient peoples understood it. Not the dramatic cliffs where ocean meets sky, but something subtler and more profound. A place where the familiar rules of day and night begin to falter. This is Sahmi, the homeland of the Sahmi people, stretching across what modern maps call northern Norway, Sweden, Finland and the Kola Peninsula of Russia. But maps are recent inventions, and borders are even more recent than that. Long before anyone drew lines across this landscape, before kingdoms claimed territories and nations divided sovereignty, this land simply was, and the people who lived here understood it not as separate countries but as one continuous world, shaped by relationships between mountains, rivers, winds, and the creatures who moved across it. The first thing you'd notice if you found yourself transported to ancient Sahmi would be the light, or rather, how light behaves differently here than anywhere else you've known. During winter months, the sun barely rises above the horizon before sliding back down, creating a perpetual twilight that painters have tried and failed to capture for centuries. The world becomes blue and silver, with snow reflecting whatever weak light manages to reach it, creating an atmosphere that feels suspended between sleep and waking. Then summer arrives, and the sun simply refuses to leave. It circles the sky like a persistent moth, never quite setting, casting long shadows that rotate slowly around the landscape. This is the midnight sun, and if you've only experienced normal days and nights, your entire sense of time begins to feel unreliable. Your body doesn't quite know what to do with 24 hours of daylight, and you start to understand why the people who evolved here developed such different relationships with time and seasons than those who lived further south. The landscape itself resists easy description. It's not the dramatic scenery of postcards and tourism brochures, though it has its moments of stark beauty. Instead, Sahmi is characterized by a kind of vast openness that makes you feel simultaneously insignificant and deeply present. Rolling tundra stretches to horizons so distant they seem like abstractions. Mountains rise not as jagged peaks, but as worn, ancient forms that have been shaped by ice and time into something almost gentle. Forests here grow slowly, their trees spaced apart as if respecting each other's need for resources in this harsh environment. Between the trees you find moss that grows in cushions so thick you could sleep on them, and people have for thousands of years. Lichens create patterns on rocks like natural art installations, and they're not just decorative but crucial food sources for the reindeer, who are as essential to this story as the people themselves. Water is everywhere in summer. Lakes, rivers, streams and marshes that make travel complicated, but create habitats for fish, birds and insects that form the foundation of the ecosystem. In winter, that same water freezes solid enough to walk on, transforming the landscape into something that looks simple, but requires deep knowledge to navigate safely. What appears as flat white emptiness to outsiders contains a wealth of information to those who know how to read it. The cold here isn't like winter in temperate climates. It's a presence, almost a personality, that demands respect and preparation. Temperatures can drop to levels that feel almost theoretical if you've never experienced them. The kind of cold where your breath freezes instantly, where exposed skin can be damaged in minutes, and where metal becomes dangerous to touch. Yet people have not just survived here but thrived, developing sophisticated technologies and cultural practices that turn this challenging environment into home. This is the world that shaped the Sahmi people, and they in turn shaped it, creating a relationship with the landscape that went far beyond simple survival. They developed knowledge systems so complex that modern scientists are still discovering how much they understood about ecology, weather patterns, animal behaviour, and sustainable resource management. They created art, music, and spiritual practices that reflected the unique qualities of their homeland. As you settle deeper into your blanket tonight, try to imagine what it would be like to measure your year, not by months on a calendar, but by the movements of reindeer herds, the arrival of migrating birds, and the patterns of ice formation on lakes. The Sahmi people developed an entirely different way of being human, one adapted to conditions that would seem impossible to most of us. And remarkably, their way of life persisted for thousands of years, which says something profound about both human adaptability and the deep wisdom that comes from truly knowing a place. To understand the Sahmi people, you need to travel back to a time when most of northern Europe was not a home for humans, but a massive sheet of ice, sometimes 2 miles thick, that had been slowly grinding across the landscape for tens of thousands of years. This was the last ice age, and if you could see it from space, Europe would have looked like a very different planet, with glaciers covering everything from Scandinavia down to where London now sits. But ice ages don't last forever, though they certainly take their time leaving. Around 11,700 years ago, something shifted in Earth's climate. Maybe it was changes in the planet's orbit, maybe it was variations in solar radiation, or maybe it was a combination of factors scientists are still debating. Whatever the cause, the ice began its slow retreat northward, revealing land that hadn't seen sunlight in millennia. Now here's where the story gets interesting in ways that might help you appreciate just how remarkable the Sahmi people are. As the ice retreated, it didn't reveal a lush, welcoming landscape ready for human habitation. Instead, it exposed bare rock, gravel, and soil so disrupted by glacial movement that it was essentially sterile. The land was like a blank slate, except without any of the romantic connotations that phrase usually carries. More like a construction site after heavy machinery has torn everything up, yet life is extraordinarily persistent. Within a relatively short time, and by geological standards, a few thousand years is a blink, plants began colonizing this new land. First came the lichens and mosses, those same species you can still find in sap today, growing directly on rock and somehow extracting enough nutrients to survive. Then came dwarf birches and willows, tough little shrubs that could handle the cold and the poor soil. Eventually actual forests began to establish themselves, though they remained sparse and stunted compared to forests further south. Animals followed the plants. Reindeer, which had evolved to thrive in cold climates, found this new landscape perfect for their needs. The lichens that grew everywhere were exactly what their digestive systems were designed to process. Arctic foxes, wolves, wolverines, and various bird species also moved in, creating functioning ecosystems in places that had been frozen wastelands just centuries before. And then came humans. The question of when exactly people first arrived in Sahmi is one of those historical puzzles that keeps archaeologists awake at night, though probably not in the soothing way this bedtime story should keep you awake. The earliest solid evidence of human presence dates back about 10,000 to 11,000 years, placing the first arrivals almost immediately after the ice retreated enough to make the land accessible. Think about what this means. These weren't people wandering into a landscape that previous generations had taught them how to navigate. They were pioneers moving into territory that no human had ever inhabited, learning through trial and error, and likely some tragic failures, how to survive in one of Earth's most challenging environments. They had to figure out which plants were edible, which animals could be hunted efficiently, how to stay warm when temperatures dropped to deadly levels, and how to navigate in conditions where darkness lasted for months. The archaeological evidence from these early periods is sparse, partly because organic materials don't preserve well even in cold climates, and partly because these people moved frequently, leaving behind minimal traces. What we do find are stone tools, the remains of temporary shelters, and occasionally the bones of animals they hunted and consumed. These fragments tell a story of people who were highly mobile, following resources seasonally, and gradually developing specialised knowledge about their environment. There's something almost meditative about imagining these early inhabitants of Sahmi learning to read a landscape that offered few obvious clues to outsiders. They would have discovered which direction reindeer herds moved with the seasons, which rivers had the best fishing, and which valleys offered shelter from the worst storms. Each generation added to this accumulated knowledge, creating what we might call a database of survival information, except it was stored entirely in human memory and passed down through observation and instruction. By around 8,000 years ago, the people living in Sahmi had developed distinctive cultural practices that mark them as the ancestors of the modern Sahmi. They created a particular style of stone tools and weapons. They established patterns of seasonal movement that would continue for millennia, and they began developing the spiritual and cultural practices that would define Sahmi identity. One fascinating aspect of this early period is that these people were not isolated from other human groups. Archaeological evidence shows connections and trade relationships with peoples living further south and east. They were exchanging goods, ideas, and probably intermarrying with neighbouring groups, yet they maintained distinct cultural practices shaped by their unique environment. The climate during these millennia wasn't stable. It fluctuated, sometimes warming enough that forests expanded significantly northward, sometimes cooling and forcing those forests back south. The people of Sahmi adapted to these changes, adjusting their subsistence strategies and movement patterns as needed. This flexibility, this ability to respond to changing conditions while maintaining cultural continuity, would become one of the defining characteristics of Sahmi culture. As you doze off tonight, imagine what it would have taken to be among those first humans pushing north into lands still emerging from ice. The courage required, yes, but also the curiosity, the willingness to learn, and the capacity to observe carefully and remember precisely. These weren't reckless adventurers, but careful students of their environment, and their success laid the foundation for a culture that would persist, longer than most civilizations we consider ancient. Now we come to one of those historical mysteries that's as much about what people wanted to believe as what actually happened. For a long time, and by long time we mean well into the 20th century, European scholars looked at the Sahmi people and decided they must have come from somewhere else. Specifically, many claim they came from Asia, perhaps from Mongolia, migrating westward and northward until they reached Europe's Arctic regions. This theory became surprisingly popular despite having almost no evidence supporting it. You might wonder why educated people would cling to such an idea, and the answer tells us more about European attitudes than about Sahmi history. Essentially, many Europeans in the 18th and 19th centuries had a hard time accepting that these northern people had been in Europe just as long as anyone else. The Sahmi looked different enough from southern Europeans, had different cultural practices, and spoke languages that didn't sound like familiar European tongues, so surely they must be foreign arrivals. The Mongolian origin theory was based largely on superficial observations. Some scholars thought certain Sahmi physical features resembled Asian populations. Others noted that Sami languages belonged to the Uralic language family, which seemed exotic and Eastern to people whose linguistic knowledge didn't extend much beyond Indo-European languages. A few even pointed to reindeer herding as evidence of Asian origin, since reindeer are also found in Siberia. Here's the thing though, and this is where you should take a moment to appreciate how science gradually corrects misunderstandings. All of this was essentially wrong. Modern genetic studies, improved archaeological techniques, and better linguistic analysis have thoroughly demolished the migration from Mongolia theory. The actual story is both more complicated and more interesting. Genetic research shows that the Sahmi people have been in northern Europe for thousands of years and are closely related to other European populations, though with some unique genetic markers that reflect their long adaptation to Arctic conditions. They didn't arrive from Mongolia any more than Norwegians arrived from China. They're as genuinely European as anyone else on the continent, just adapted to a different environment within Europe. But here's where things get genuinely fascinating in ways that might keep you pleasantly pondering as you drift towards sleep. While the Sahmi aren't from Mongolia, their deep ancestry does show connections to populations that spread across northern Eurasia during the end of the Ice Age. Think of it like this. When the glaciers retreated, people didn't just move north from southern Europe. They also moved from various directions, including from eastern areas, gradually spreading across the newly accessible northern lands. So the Sami people, like most populations, have a complex ancestry that includes contributions from multiple groups that mixed and merged over thousands of years. Some of their ancestors probably did come from eastern regions, but this happened so long ago, we're talking about the period right after the Ice Age, that it's meaningless to call them Asian in any modern sense. By the time anything resembling modern ethnic identities existed, the Sami had been in Sapmi for millennia, developing their distinctive culture in response to their specific environment. The Uralic language family that includes Sami languages is indeed also spoken by groups in Russia, and even as far as Hungary, which has led to speculation about ancient migrations. But languages can spread through cultural contact, trade, and intermarriage without requiring massive population movements. The linguistic connections between Finnish, Sami, Hungarian, and various Siberian languages reflect ancient relationships between peoples across a vast northern zone, but they don't mean these groups are all recent migrants from some single homeland. What likely happened, and this is where modern scholarship has reached a rough consensus, is that after the Ice Age, people spread across northern Europe from multiple directions, mixing and developing distinct regional cultures. The groups that ended up in Sapmi adapted to Arctic conditions, developing reindeer herding, specialised hunting techniques, and all the other practices we associate with Sami culture. Their languages evolved within the Uralic family but developed unique features. Their genetic makeup reflects this complex history of mixing and adaptation. The persistence of the Mongolian myth tells us something important about how historical narratives work. Once an idea becomes established, even a wrong idea, it takes considerable effort to dislodge it. People wrote textbooks, created museum exhibits, and taught generations of students about Sami origins in ways that reflected European biases rather than evidence. It wasn't until genetic science became sophisticated enough to trace actual ancestry that these myths could be definitively challenged. There's a lesson here about being skeptical of tidy origin stories. Real history is messy, complicated, and full of mixing and blending that resists simple narratives about distinct peoples with pure origins. The Sami aren't pure descendants of anyone. They're the result of thousands of years of human adaptation to a specific environment, during which various groups contributed to their genetic and cultural heritage. Modern Sami people have had to deal with the legacy of these false theories, which were often used to justify treating them as somehow foreign to Europe, despite their presence in Sapmi for thousands of years. Reclaiming their actual history has been an important part of asserting their rights and identity in contemporary Nordic countries. As you settle deeper into your pillow, consider how long humans have been telling stories about where they came from, and how those stories often reveal more about present concerns than past realities. The Sami people's true origins are less dramatic than migration myths, but more impressive. They're simply people who learned to thrive in one of the Earth's most challenging environments and maintained their distinct culture through millennia of change. Languages are like rivers. They flow, branch, merge, and carry sediment from everything they touch along their journey. The Sahmi languages, and yes, that's plural, because there are actually several related languages rather than a single Sahmi tongue, offer a perfect example of how humans create intricate systems of meaning that reflect both their environment and their history. First, let's clear up that Uralic language family business, since we mentioned it earlier, and it probably sounds exotic and mysterious if you're not familiar with linguistic classifications. The Uralic languages include Finnish, Estonian, Hungarian, and several languages spoken by smaller groups across northern Russia, along with the Sami languages. If you speak English, French, Spanish, or most other European languages, these will sound completely foreign to you because they're not part of the Indo-European family that dominates most of Europe. Uralic languages work differently in ways that might hurt your brain if you think about them too hard before sleep, so we'll keep this gentle. They use extensive case systems, meaning they change word endings to show grammatical relationships, rather than relying on word order like English does. They create compound words in ways that seem almost architectural, building complex concepts by stacking smaller pieces together. They have features that linguists find fascinating, but that don't really have equivalents in more familiar languages. These Sami languages specifically are divided into several distinct forms. Northern Sami is the largest, spoken by probably around 20,000 people across Norway, Sweden and Finland. Then you have Southern Sami, Lula Sami, Inari Sami, Skolt Sami, and several others that are much smaller, with some having only a few hundred speakers remaining. These aren't just dialects, they're distinct enough that speakers of one Saoing language can't necessarily understand speakers of another, like Spanish and Italian being related but not mutually intelligible. What makes Sami languages particularly interesting is how precisely they've evolved to describe their environment. You know how English speakers like to claim that Inuit languages have dozens of words for snow? That claim is exaggerated and based on linguistic misunderstandings. But the underlying intuition isn't wrong. Languages do develop rich vocabularies for things that matter to their speakers. Sami languages genuinely do have remarkably detailed terminology for natural phenomena that speakers need to distinguish. For instance, there are specific words for different types of snow based on how it falls, how old it is, what's underneath it, and how it affects travel. There are words for different stages of ice formation on lakes and rivers, crucial knowledge when your survival might depend on accurately judging whether ice is safe to cross. There are terms for describing landscape features in ways that combine geography, weather patterns, and seasonal changes into single concepts. Reindeer terminology is particularly elaborate. There are words for reindeer of different ages, different sexes, different coat colours and patterns, different behavioural characteristics, and different roles within the herd. A language where a single word can communicate. A 3-year-old female reindeer with a particular pattern of white markings who leads the herd during autumn migration might seem impossibly specific to outsiders, but it represents exactly the kind of precision you need when your entire livelihood depends on understanding individual animals within herds of hundreds or thousands. The verb systems in Sahmi languages also reflect this environmental specificity. There are different verbs for types of movement across different terrains and conditions, travelling across fresh snow versus hard-packed snow, moving through forest versus across open tundra, and journeying in different seasons. This isn't just vocabulary richness, it's an entire way of thinking about and categorising experience that's fundamentally shaped by Arctic life. Sami languages have traditionally been oral rather than written, which influenced how they work. Without written records, languages tend to develop features that make them easier to remember and transmit accurately. This often means more regular patterns, more systematic ways of forming new words, and more internal structure that helps speakers keep track of complex information without external aids. The introduction of written forms for Sahmi languages is relatively recent, and has been complicated by the fact that multiple Sami languages exist across 4 different countries, each with its own national language and writing system. Standardizing spelling and grammar for languages that previously existed only in spoken form is a delicate process that involves many linguistic and political decisions about whose dialect becomes the standard, which sounds get represented by which letters, and how to handle variations between regions. One fascinating aspect of Sahmi linguistic culture is the joik. We'll come back to this later because it deserves its own attention. But it's worth noting here that Sahmi languages have specialised vocabulary and grammatical structures specifically for this unique form of musical expression. The way you describe and discuss jokes in Sahmi is itself a specialised linguistic domain, showing how language and culture are inseparable. Modern Sahmi languages face challenges that many minority languages deal with. Most Sahmi people today also speak the national language of their country, Norwegian, Swedish, Finnish, or Russian. And many young people grow up speaking those majority languages more fluently than a Sahmi. Education systems, mass media, and economic pressures all push toward dominant languages, making it increasingly difficult to maintain active use of Sahmi languages. However, there's been a remarkable revitalisation effort over the past few decades. Sahmi language schools, media programming, literature, and even apps and digital resources have been developed to help preserve and promote these languages. Some children who didn't learn Sahmi from their parents are now learning it in school, and there's growing recognition in Nordic countries that Sahmi languages are valuable cultural treasures worth protecting. As you begin to drowse, imagine what it would be like to think in a language so precisely adapted to a specific landscape that the language itself embodies thousands of years of accumulated environmental knowledge. Every language shapes how its speakers perceive and categorize reality, but Sahmi languages do this in ways that are particularly visible because their vocabularies and structures so clearly reflect their origins in Arctic survival and reindeer herding culture. If you really want to understand Sami culture, you need to understand reindeer, and not in the vague, romantic way that holiday decorations present them, but as real animals with specific behaviours, needs, and relationships to the landscape they inhabit. Reindeer, or caribou as they're called in North America, are the only deer species where both males and females grow antlers, which should immediately tell you these aren't just decorative elements of the northern landscape, but animals that have evolved elaborate social structures. Reindeer herding isn't farming in any sense that agricultural people would recognise. You're not confining animals to pastures, feeding them crops, or breeding them for specific traits. Instead, traditional Sahmi reindeer herding involved following semi-wild herds as they moved across the landscape in seasonal patterns, protecting them from predators, occasionally hunting individuals for food and materials, and gradually developing a relationship with the animals that was somewhere between wildlife management and animal husbandry. Imagine spending your entire life moving with the rhythms of these herds. In winter, reindeer dig through snow to reach the lichens they eat, preferring different types of terrain depending on snow depth and lichen abundance. As spring approaches, they begin migrating toward traditional calving grounds, usually in areas that offer both grazing and protection from predators. Summer sees them move into higher elevations or more northern latitudes to escape insects. Mosquitoes and warbleflies that torment reindeer can drive entire herds into frenzied attempts to find relief. Autumn brings mating season, when males compete dramatically for females, clashing their elaborate antlers in contests that look choreographed but are deadly serious to the participants. Then, as temperatures drop and snow begins accumulating, the cycle continues with migration back to winter pastures. The entire year is structured around these movements, and for thousands of years the Sahmi people structured their lives around the same patterns. This isn't passive following of animals. Traditional Sahmi herders developed sophisticated knowledge systems about predicting herd movements, understanding reindeer behaviour, and managing their relationship with the animals. They knew which individuals in a herd were leaders that others would follow, how to separate out animals for various purposes without causing panic, and how to guide herds toward better grazing while making it seem like the reindeer's own idea. The materials provided by reindeer made this lifestyle possible. Reindeer meat is lean and nutritious, well adapted to cold climates. The hides, when properly prepared, create clothing and shelter materials that provide insulation superior to almost anything else available in Arctic environments. Sinews become thread for sewing, bones and antlers become tools, needles, and eventually decorative items. Even the milk, though reindeer are difficult to milk, is rich and nutritious. Sahmi people developed clothing technologies that seem almost impossibly well adapted to their environment. The traditional gakti, a tunic-like garment with specific designs indicating the wearer's region and family, when made from reindeer hide and worn with other hide garments, provides protection from cold that synthetic materials still struggle to match. The secret is partly the material itself. Reindeer hair is hollow, providing exceptional insulation, and partly the knowledge of how to work it correctly. Living with reindeer herds meant living in temporary structures that could be moved as needed. The traditional lavu, somewhat similar to a teepee, could be erected quickly and provided surprisingly effective shelter given its simple design. Later, Sahmi people adopted other portable dwelling types, but the principle remained the same. Your home needed to be mobile because you were always following the herds. Not all Sahmi people were reindeer herders, though this is often how they're portrayed. Coastal Sahmi groups relied heavily on fishing and seal hunting, developing entirely different skill sets and cultural practices adapted to maritime environments. Forest Sahmi hunted wild reindeer and other game, trapped fur-bearing animals, and gathered resources from the boreal forests. These different lifestyles shared certain cultural elements, but were distinct enough that speaking of the Sahmi way of life as a single thing is misleading. However, reindeer herding became culturally significant beyond the communities that actually practiced it, partly because it was so visually distinctive, and partly because it represented a form of livelihood that required specific territorial knowledge and rights. As Nordic states expanded northward and began imposing their authority on Sapmi, reindeer herding became entangled with questions of land use, indigenous rights, and cultural identity in ways that continue to this day. Traditional herding required intimate knowledge of vast territories. Herders needed to know not just where reindeer would be at different times, but also where predators hunted, where weather patterns created dangerous conditions, where mushrooms and berries grew for human foraging, and how all these factors varied from year to year. This knowledge couldn't be gained from books or maps. It required years of direct experience and accumulated wisdom passed down through generations. The social organisation around herding was complex. Families and larger kin groups collaborated in managing herds, with intricate systems for determining ownership of individual animals within collectively managed herds. Reindeer earmarks, specific patterns of cuts and notches, functioned like brands or tags, allowing herders to identify which animals belonged to which families even within mixed herds of thousands. Decision-making about when to move, where to graze, and how to manage herds involved consultation and collective agreement. This wasn't a hierarchical system with single leaders issuing commands, but rather a consensus-based approach, where experienced herders would share observations and discuss options until general agreement emerged. It was a form of governance well adapted to mobile communities where cooperation was essential for survival. As sleep creeps closer, picture yourself moving across endless tundra in summer, following a herd of reindeer whose ancestors have made this same journey for thousands of years. You recognise individual animals by their markings and personalities. You know which valleys will have the best grazing, which streams are easiest to cross, and where to find shelter if storms develop. Your entire existence is synchronised with the natural world in ways that modern life has made almost unimaginable for most of us. Sahmi spiritual traditions developed in a world where the boundaries between human and non-human, between physical and spiritual, were much more permeable than most modern people experience. This wasn't primitive superstition, as earlier European observers often characterised it, but rather a sophisticated system for understanding and relating to a complex environment that demanded constant attention and respect. At the centre of traditional Sahmi spirituality was the Noidi, often translated as shaman, though that term comes from Siberian cultures and doesn't perfectly capture the Sahmi concept. The Noidi served as intermediary between human communities and the various spirits that inhabited the landscape. animals, weather, and other natural phenomena. This role combined elements of what we might separately think of as priest, doctor, counsellor, and weather forecaster. The Noaid's primary tool was a special drum, elaborately decorated with symbols representing various spirits, animals, landmarks, and concepts. These drums weren't just musical instruments, but maps of spiritual geography, mnemonic devices encoding vast amounts of cultural and practical knowledge. When a Noaidi performed ceremonies, they would beat the drum in specific rhythms while a small brass indicator moved across its surface, supposedly guided by spiritual forces to provide answers or guidance. Now, before you write this off as simple fortune-telling, consider what was actually happening. The Noaidi was someone who had spent years learning about weather patterns, animal behaviour, seasonal changes and human psychology. The drum ceremony provided a framework for accessing this knowledge in ways that felt spiritually meaningful to the community. Whether you believe in literal spirits, or see this as an elaborate system for organising and accessing practical knowledge, it clearly worked as a decision-making tool for people facing real challenges. Semi-spiritual traditions recognise numerous categories of spirits and sacred beings. Natural features, particular mountains, lakes, rock formations or trees, were understood to have spiritual significance and required respectful treatment. Animals, especially bears and reindeer, were believed to have their own spiritual dimensions that humans needed to acknowledge. Even the northern lights, those spectacular displays that paint Arctic skies, were understood to have spiritual significance, though interpretations varied between regions. The relationship with these spiritual entities wasn't about worship in the way many organised religions understand it. Instead, it was more about maintaining proper relationships, offering respect, following certain protocols, and avoiding offence. If you needed to hunt in a particular area, you might leave an offering or perform a small ceremony, acknowledging the spirits of that place. If you had a successful hunt, you might perform rituals showing respect for the animals you'd killed and appreciation for their sacrifice. Bear ceremonies were particularly elaborate. Bears were seen as especially powerful and sacred beings, and killing one required extensive rituals before, during and after the hunt. The bear's spirit needed to be honoured and appeased so it wouldn't take offence and cause problems for the hunters. These ceremonies involved specific songs, offerings, and ways of handling the bear's remains. To outsiders this might seem superstitious, but it functioned as a conservation ethic, ensuring bears weren't killed casually, and that hunting them remained special and relatively rare. This brings us to joik, one of the most distinctive and beautiful aspects of Sahmi culture. Joik isn't exactly singing in the way most Western music uses that term. It's more like a vocalised essence of a person, place, or thing, a musical encapsulation of its spiritual and emotional qualities. You don't joke about something, you joke about the thing itself. A joik of a particular mountain doesn't describe the mountain, but attempts to capture its essential nature and sound. Traditional jokes often use sounds that don't form words or mix vocables with occasional words in ways that prioritise sound and feeling over literal meaning. The melodic patterns can seem strange to ears accustomed to Western musical structures. They don't follow familiar chord progressions or rhythmic patterns, but instead create their own logic based on emotional and spiritual expression. Each person might have their own joke, created by someone who knows them well and attempts to capture their essence. These personal jokes weren't composed in the usual sense, but discovered. The joker would spend time with the person, observing and sensing their nature, until the appropriate joke emerged. You might also have joiks for particular reindeer, for significant places, for important events, or for abstract concepts like loneliness or joy. Joking was integral to spiritual practices, to storytelling, to personal expression, and to maintaining cultural memory. Certain jokes might be hundreds of years old, passed down through generations, carrying with them accumulated associations and meanings. Others might be created spontaneously in moments of strong emotion or spiritual experience. When Christian missionaries arrived in Sahmi, and we'll come to that difficult history, They specifically targeted drums and joiking as pagan practices that needed to be eliminated. Drums were confiscated and burned, Noedes were persecuted, and joiking was forbidden. This wasn't just religious conversion but cultural suppression, an attempt to eliminate spiritual practices that were inseparable from Sahmi identity and knowledge systems. Many drums were destroyed, though a few survive in museums today, mostly in Copenhagen and Stockholm, where they were taken as curiosities by collectors. These surviving drums are sacred objects to the Sahmi people, and there have been ongoing efforts to have them returned to Sapmi. Looking at their intricate designs, you see encoded knowledge about cosmology, geography, seasons, and spiritual concepts. Entire libraries of information compressed into decorated reindeer hide. Traditional Sahmi spirituality also involves sacred sites, particular mountains, caves, springs, or stones, where ceremonies were performed and offerings left. These sites often had natural features that made them feel numinous, unusual rock formations, echoes that seemed like voices, and springs with peculiar colours or temperatures. Archaeological excavations at these sites reveal layers of offerings spanning centuries, carefully arranged antlers, small figurines carved from wood or bone, and other items left by people seeking spiritual connection. As you drift towards sleep, imagine standing beneath the northern lights, those ethereal curtains of green and sometimes red or purple light that ripple across the Arctic sky. To Sahmi people, these weren't just atmospheric phenomena, but potentially dangerous spirits or energies that required respect. Children were warned not to wave, whistle, or make noise when the lights appeared, lest they attract unwanted attention. This caution wasn't irrational fear, but recognition that the world contains forces beyond human control, a wisdom that modern society sometimes forgets. For thousands of years, Sahmi people lived in Sapmi without much interference from the kingdoms and nations that were forming further south. The northern territories were simply too remote, too harsh, and too difficult to control for southern rulers to bother with. But this isolation couldn't last forever, and when it ended, the consequences would reshape Sahmi life in fundamental ways. The expansion of Scandinavian kingdoms northward was gradual, starting around the medieval period and accelerating over subsequent centuries. Initially, this expansion was more about extracting resources, furs, fish, and eventually minerals, than about direct governance. Southern traders would travel north, exchange goods with Sahmi communities, and return with valuable products for European markets. These early contacts weren't necessarily hostile. Trade could be mutually beneficial, with Sahmi people gaining access to metal tools, grain and other goods not readily available in Arctic regions, while southern traders acquired furs and other northern products commanding high prices elsewhere. Some Sahmi individuals became wealthy through participation in these trading networks, and certain families established positions as intermediaries between their communities and southern traders. However, as Scandinavian kingdoms grew more organised and powerful, they began asserting sovereignty over territories they had previously only visited for trade. This assertion of control created immediate problems because it conflicted with Sahmiya concepts of land use and territoriality. Sahmi people didn't own land in the way European legal systems understood ownership. Instead, they had traditional use rights to specific territories based on generations of custom, family relationships, and mutual agreements between communities. When Swedish, Norwegian, Danish, and eventually Russian authorities began claiming these territories and drawing borders, they were imposing alien concepts onto a landscape that had been organised completely differently. Reindeer migration routes suddenly crossed national boundaries that meant nothing to the reindeer, but everything to authorities collecting taxes and enforcing regulations. Traditional fishing and hunting territories were declared crown lands, requiring permissions and fees that Sahmi people had never previously needed. Taxation was particularly problematic. Sahmi people found themselves paying taxes to multiple kingdoms simultaneously. Swedish, Norwegian, and Danish-Norwegian authorities each claimed jurisdiction over parts of Sapmi, and Sahmi people following reindeer herds might cross these borders multiple times in a year. The kingdoms generally tolerated this because Sahmi taxes provided revenue, without requiring much administrative infrastructure, but it created hardships for people who suddenly owed obligations to multiple foreign powers. Christian missionaries arrived alongside, or sometimes ahead of, political expansion. The spread of Christianity into sage pharaohs was a complex process that varied by region and period, but it universally involved pressure to abandon traditional spiritual practices. The persecution of Noaidis, the destruction of drums, and the prohibition of joiking were all part of efforts to replace Sahmi spirituality with Christianity. Some Sahmi people converted readily, perhaps recognizing political advantages or finding elements of Christianity appealing. Others maintained traditional practices in secret, or created syncretic beliefs that blended Christian and traditional elements. Many communities probably did both, outwardly conforming to Christian expectations while maintaining traditional practices privately. This created a divided spiritual landscape that still affects Sahmi communities today. The establishment of churches in Sahmi brought other changes. Sahmi people were required to attend services, which meant building permanent church towns where previously mobile populations would gather at certain times. These church towns became hubs for administration, trade, and social interaction, gradually creating more settled patterns of life that conflicted with traditional mobility. Schools followed churches, and while education could provide benefits, Sahmi children often found themselves in institutions designed to eliminate their language and culture. Children were forbidden to speak Sahmi languages, punished for maintaining traditional practices, and taught that their heritage was inferior to dominant Norwegian, Swedish, Finnish, or Russian culture. This pattern of forced assimilation through education continued well into the 20th century in all 4 countries. The discovery of valuable resources in Sahmi intensified outside interest and interference. Mining operations in northern Sweden and Norway, timber harvesting in Finland, and various resource extraction projects all encroached on traditional Sahmi territories. These operations brought non-Sahmi workers, created permanent settlements, and disrupted ecosystems that Sahmi livelihoods depended on. Reindeer herding faced particular challenges from resource extraction and land use changes. Mining operations, dams for hydroelectric power, roads, and eventual tourist developments all fragmented traditional migration routes and grazing lands. Reindeer herders found themselves in increasing conflict with landowners, governments, and corporations who had different ideas about appropriate land use. Legal frameworks gradually emerged to regulate Sahmi rights, but these frameworks typically reflected southern assumptions about property, economy, and governance rather than traditional Sahmi concepts. In some regions, rights to herd reindeer became contingent on proving historical family connections to herding, which created hierarchies within Sahmi communities and excluded some people from traditional livelihoods. The expansion of nation-states also meant that Sahmi people were increasingly identified by national citizenship. Norwegian Sahmi, Swedish Sahmi, Finnish Sahmi, Russian Sahmi, rather than as a unified people. These national identities affected language use, legal rights, and cultural practices, creating divisions within what had previously been a more culturally unified region. Despite these pressures, Sahmi communities demonstrated remarkable resilience. They adapted to new economic realities while maintaining core cultural practices, developed new strategies for preserving language and traditions, and eventually began organising politically to assert their rights and interests. This resistance wasn't always loud or dramatic. More often it involved the quiet persistence of speaking Sahmi languages at home, teaching children traditional skills, and maintaining spiritual practices despite external pressure. As you grow drowsy, imagine what it must have been like to watch your way of life gradually hemmed in by borders, regulations, and demands from distant capitals. To have strangers arrive and declare they now owned the land your family had used for generations, to see your spiritual practices condemned as devil worship, to watch your children return from school unable or unwilling to speak the language you raised them with. The survival of Sahmi culture through this period represents extraordinary determination and adaptability. The 20th century brought both the greatest threats to Sahmi culture and the beginning of organised efforts to preserve and revitalise it. This paradox, that the period of most intense pressure toward assimilation also saw the birth of modern Sahmi political and cultural movements, tells us something important about how cultures respond to existential challenges. In the early decades of the 1900s, assimilation policies intensified across all 4 countries containing Sahmi. The logic, if it can be called that, was that indigenous populations would be better off abandoning their traditional cultures and fully integrating into dominant societies. This wasn't presented as cultural destruction, but as modernisation and improvement, making it particularly insidious because it came wrapped in the language of progress and benevolence. Norwegian authorities were particularly aggressive in their assimilation efforts. Sahmi children were sent to boarding schools designed explicitly to eliminate their language and culture. Teachers punished students for speaking Sahmi, and curricula presented Norwegian culture as superior and Sahmi traditions as backwards. Similar policies operated in Sweden, Finland and Soviet Russia, each with their own variations but sharing the fundamental goal of cultural elimination. Land rights conflicts escalated as Nordic countries developed their northern territories. The Alta Dam controversy in Norway, beginning in the 1970s and continuing into the 1980s, became a watershed moment for Sahmi political activism. The Norwegian government planned to dam the Alta River for hydroelectric power, which would flood traditional Sahmi territories and disrupt reindeer herding. Sahmi activists and their allies staged dramatic protests, including hunger strikes and civil disobedience, bringing international attention to Sahmi issues. Though the dam was ultimately built, the controversy galvanised Sahmi political consciousness and demonstrated that governments could no longer make decisions about Sahmi without facing organised Sahmi resistance. It also led to institutional changes, including the establishment of the Sahmi Parliament in Norway in 1989, followed by similar institutions in Sweden and Finland. These Sahmi parliaments aren't sovereign governing bodies, but rather consultative assemblies with limited authority over certain cultural and language matters. They represent a compromise between Sahmi demands for self-determination and Nordic states' unwillingness to cede substantial sovereignty. Their effectiveness is debated within Sahmi communities. Some see them as important steps towards self-governance, others as inadequate tokens that provide the appearance of indigenous rights without real power. The late 20th century saw remarkable efforts to revitalise Sahmi languages, particularly among younger generations. Sahmi language schools, media programmes, books, and eventually digital resources were created. Young people who had grown up speaking only Norwegian, Swedish, or Finnish began learning their ancestral languages, sometimes becoming fluent enough to raise their own children as Sahmi speakers. This language revitalisation wasn't just about preservation, but about reclaiming identity. Language carries culture in ways that translations can never fully capture. When people learn Sahmi languages, they access ways of thinking about landscape, animals, seasons, and relationships that are encoded in the language's structure and vocabulary. Revitalising language means revitalising worldviews. Jokin experienced a cultural renaissance after centuries of suppression. Musicians like Mary Boyne and Nilsaslak Valkeapää began incorporating traditional joik elements into contemporary music, creating fusion styles that honoured tradition while exploring new possibilities. This brought joiking to international audiences and demonstrated its artistic vitality beyond its traditional contexts. Modern Sahmi artists, writers, filmmakers and musicians have created a vibrant contemporary culture that maintains connections to traditional practices while engaging with global artistic movements. Sahmi literature in multiple languages has developed into a sophisticated body of work addressing everything from historical trauma to contemporary identity to science fiction. Sahmi visual artists have gained international recognition while maintaining distinctively Sahmi aesthetic sensibilities. The rise of digital technology and social media has created new opportunities for Sahmi cultural expression and political organising. Sami people across national borders can now connect, share resources, and coordinate advocacy in ways that would have been impossible in earlier eras. Young people can access their Sahmi language content online, participate in virtual communities, and encounter positive representations of Sahmi identity that counteract negative stereotypes. However, significant challenges remain. Sami languages are still endangered, with some varieties having very few fluent speakers left. Traditional livelihoods like reindeer herding face ongoing pressures from climate change, land use conflicts, and economic changes. Racism and discrimination continue, though they're now more subtle than in earlier periods. Many Sahmi people, particularly those living in urban areas or with mixed heritage, struggle with questions of identity and belonging. Climate change poses particularly serious threats to traditional Sahmi livelihoods and culture. Warming temperatures are altering snow patterns, ice formation, and vegetation in ways that affect reindeer herding. Traditional ecological knowledge developed over thousands of years may become less reliable as the climate system shifts into new states. This isn't just an economic problem, but a cultural crisis, as traditional practices become harder to maintain. As sleep approaches, consider the resilience required to maintain cultural identity through a century of intense pressure toward assimilation. Sahmi people didn't just passively receive whatever policies governments imposed. They resisted, adapted, and eventually organised effective political movements demanding recognition and rights. The survival of Sahmi culture represents countless individual and collective decisions to maintain traditions, speak languages, teach children, and refuse to disappear. Today, somewhere between 80,000 and 100,000 people identify as Sahmi, though exact numbers are difficult to determine because some countries don't officially track indigenous identity, and because definitions of Sahmi identity vary. This population is distributed across Norway, probably 40,000, 60,000, Sweden 15,000, 20,000, Finland 8,000, 10,000, and Russia 2,000, with these numbers representing rough estimates rather than precise counts. Modern Sahmi people live in cities and rural areas, work in every imaginable profession, and participate fully in contemporary Nordic societies, while maintaining distinct cultural identities. The stereotypical image of Sahmi people as reindeer herders in traditional dress is as misleading today as it would be to imagine all Irish people as rural farmers. Sahmi doctors, teachers, artists, politicians, engineers, and professionals of every kind navigate between traditional culture and modern life in ways that are complex and individual. Only a minority of Sahmi people, perhaps 10%, are actually involved in reindeer herding today, though this practice retains enormous cultural significance beyond its economic importance. Reindeer herding has become not just a livelihood, but a statement of cultural continuity, a living connection to traditions stretching back thousands of years. Even Sahmi people who don't herd reindeer often maintain emotional and cultural connections to the practice. The gakti, traditional Sahmi clothing, has become an important symbol of cultural identity and pride. While most Sahmi people wear ordinary contemporary clothing in daily life, many own gakti for special occasions, weddings, confirmations, Sahmi National Day celebrations, and cultural events. The specific design of someone's gakti indicates their family and regional origins, making these garments both beautiful and informative. Creating a gakti is a significant cultural practice involving specialised knowledge about traditional designs, construction techniques, and appropriate materials. Experience makers are respected culture bearers who teach younger generations not just sewing skills but entire complexes of cultural knowledge. When you see someone wearing a gakti, you're seeing the result of hundreds of hours of skilled work and the continuation of aesthetic traditions developed over centuries. Sahmi National Day, celebrated on February 6th, commemorates the first Sahmi Congress in 1917 and has become an important occasion for cultural celebration and political statement. On this day, Sahmi people across Sahmi gather for ceremonies, performances, political speeches, and community events. Schools in Sami areas teach about Sami history and culture, and the Sami flag, with its distinctive circle representing the sun and moon against red, blue, green and yellow, flies prominently. Education about Sami history and culture has improved significantly in recent decades, though gaps remain. Nordic countries have begun acknowledging historical injustices, including forced assimilation policies and cultural suppression. Some schools now teach Sami languages and history as part of regular curricula, and university programs in Sami studies have been established. However, many challenges persist. The right to learn Sami languages in school is often more theoretical than practical. In many areas, there aren't enough teachers or resources to provide adequate Sami language education. Schools outside Sahmi often teach minimal or inaccurate information about Sami people, perpetuating stereotypes and ignorance. Many non-Sami citizens of Nordic countries remain largely unaware of Sami culture and history despite sharing territory. Land rights continue to be contentious issues. In Norway, a landmark 2005 court decision, the Svartskogen case, affirmed that Sami communities could have property rights based on traditional use even without formal title, representing an important legal recognition of indigenous rights. However, disputes continue over mining, wind farms, and other development projects that affect traditional territories. The extractive industries that have long been sources of conflict are now joined by seemingly progressive environmental initiatives. Wind farms intended to reduce carbon emissions are being built on traditional reindeer grazing lands, creating new conflicts between climate action and indigenous rights. Solar panels and other renewable energy infrastructure also create environmental impacts that affect Sahmi livelihoods. These conflicts illustrate how even well-intentioned environmental policies can harm indigenous peoples when implemented without adequate consultation. Climate change affects SAHP in ways that combine local impacts with global implications. Warming temperatures are altering ecosystems, making traditional ecological knowledge less reliable. Snow patterns are changing, affecting reindeer grazing and traditional winter travel. Thawing permafrost is destabilizing landscapes and releasing greenhouse gases that accelerate warming. These changes threaten not just Sahmi livelihoods, but entire ways of relating to and understanding the environment. Yet Sami communities are contributing to climate science and environmental management through their traditional ecological knowledge. Scientists are increasingly recognizing that indigenous knowledge systems contain valuable information about long-term environmental patterns, species behavior, and ecosystem dynamics. Collaboration between scientific and traditional knowledge is producing insights neither could generate alone. Sami cultural production continues to evolve. Contemporary Sami music ranges from traditional joiking to electronic music to heavy metal, all sometimes incorporating Sami language and themes. Films like The Pathfinder and Sami Blood have brought Sami stories to international audiences while reflecting Sami perspectives on history and identity. Visual artists are creating work that engages with traditional aesthetics while exploring contemporary issues. The internet has enabled new forms of cultural expression and community building. Social media platforms host active Sahmi language communities where people practice language skills, share cultural content, and discuss contemporary issues. YouTube hosts joik performances, language lessons, and cultural education. Apps teach Sahmi languages to new generations. Digital technology, often seen as threatening to traditional cultures, has become a tool for cultural preservation and innovation. As you sink deeper into your pillow, imagine what it means to navigate between traditional and modern, between indigenous identity and national citizenship, and between ancestral lands and contemporary realities. Modern Sahmi people live in this space of negotiation, maintaining connections to traditions while fully participating in 21st century life, creating something that is neither purely traditional nor simply modern, but uniquely their own. As our journey through Sahmi history draws to a close, it's worth reflecting on what this story offers to those of us outside Sahmi. The Sahmi people's experience contains lessons about resilience, adaptation, cultural survival, and the complex relationships between humans and environments. The most fundamental lesson might be about time, specifically about taking the long view. Sahmi culture has persisted for thousands of years not through rigid adherence to unchanging traditions, but through flexible adaptation while maintaining core values and practices. This combination of continuity and change offers a model for cultural survival that other indigenous peoples and minority cultures can learn from. Sahmi traditional ecological knowledge represents accumulated wisdom from thousands of years of careful observation and experimentation. This isn't romantic or mystical, it's empirical knowledge gained through generations of people whose survival depended on accurately understanding their environment. Modern environmental science is rediscovering what indigenous peoples have long known, that sustainable relationships with landscapes require deep, long-term knowledge that cannot be replaced by short-term technical assessments. The Sahmi experience also illustrates how cultural destruction often comes wrapped in the language of improvement and progress. Assimilation policies were justified as helping Sahmi people by integrating them into modern societies, eliminating backward practices, and providing opportunities for advancement. This rhetoric of benevolent modernization has accompanied cultural destruction worldwide, making it particularly insidious because perpetrators can convince themselves they're helping. Recognizing this pattern helps us identify similar dynamics in contemporary contexts. When development projects promise to improve indigenous people's lives while requiring them to abandon traditional practices, when education systems present dominant cultures as inherently superior, when economic systems make traditional livelihoods increasingly difficult, these are continuations of patterns that nearly destroyed Sahmi culture. The revitalization of Sahmi languages and cultural practices demonstrates that cultural loss isn't always permanent. Even after generations of suppression, when languages seem nearly extinct and traditional practices have been largely abandoned, recovery is possible if communities commit resources and effort to revitalization. This offers hope for other endangered cultures, while also highlighting how much work such recovery requires. Sahmi's political organising shows the importance of indigenous peoples having platforms to assert their own interests, rather than depending on majority populations' goodwill. The establishment of Sahmi parliaments, while imperfect, created institutional recognition of Sahmi people as distinct political entities with rights to consultation about matters affecting them. This represents progress from earlier eras, when governments simply imposed decisions without indigenous input. However, the limitations of these institutions also illustrate ongoing challenges. Consultative bodies without real power can become tokens that give the appearance of indigenous rights, without substantive self-determination. True decolonisation requires not just acknowledgement, but meaningful transfer of decision-making authority over territories, resources, and cultural matters. The Sahmi story reminds us that maps with clean borders represent political aspirations more than cultural realities. SHP doesn't respect national boundaries because it predates them by thousands of years. The idea that this landscape should be divided into Norwegian, Swedish, Finnish, and Russian territories makes sense only from state-centred perspectives that ignore deeper cultural and ecological relationships with land. This has implications beyond Sápmi. Indigenous territories worldwide are divided by colonial borders that ignore traditional use patterns and cultural relationships. Addressing indigenous rights requires rethinking sovereignty and territorial control in ways that acknowledge multiple overlapping relationships with land rather than exclusive state ownership. Climate change gives these issues new urgency. Indigenous peoples worldwide are often most immediately affected by environmental changes because their livelihoods remain closely connected to land and ecosystems. Yet they're also least responsible for causing climate change and typically have the least influence over policies addressing it. Climate justice requires centering indigenous voices and respecting indigenous rights as essential components of environmental responses. The Sahmi experience also offers perspective on identity in the modern world. Many people today navigate multiple cultural identities, feel torn between traditional and modern, and struggle with questions of belonging and authenticity. Sahmi people have been negotiating these tensions for generations, developing sophisticated approaches to maintaining cultural identity while fully participating in contemporary societies. There's no single answer to how this negotiation works. Some Sahmi people maintain strong connections to traditional practices. Others engage primarily with cultural identity through language, art, or political activism. Still others feel Sahmi identity more as heritage than active practice. All of these approaches are valid ways of being Sahmi in the contemporary world, and the diversity of Sahmi experiences mirrors the diversity found in all cultural groups. Perhaps most importantly, the Sahmi story reminds us that indigenous peoples are not historical artifacts or romantic remnants of the past, but contemporary people dealing with current challenges while maintaining connections to deep histories. The tendency to view indigenous cultures as belonging to the past, interesting for what they can tell us about human history, but not really part of the modern world, is both inaccurate and harmful. Sahmi people are active participants in contemporary Nordic societies, contributing to science, arts, politics, and every other field while maintaining distinct cultural identities. They're not asking for permission to continue existing, but asserting their rights to maintain their cultures, languages, and livelihoods on their own terms. This distinction matters. It's the difference between treating indigenous peoples as subjects of policy and recognising them as peoples with inherent rights to self-determination. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the northern lights painting the sky above the Arctic tundra, the same lights that the Sahmi people have watched for thousands of years. Imagine reindeer moving across landscapes in patterns older than recorded history, guided by instincts and traditions that have sustained both animals and people through climatic shifts and human upheaval. Imagine languages that carry within them entire ways of knowing the world, passed from grandparents to grandchildren despite everything that tried to break that chain of transmission. The story of the Sahmi people is ultimately a story about persistence. Not passive endurance, but active, creative survival that adapts to changing circumstances while maintaining core identity. It's a story about the human capacity to create meaning, community, and culture even in challenging environments. It's a story about relationships between people and places that develop over thousands of years and create bonds that political boundaries cannot erase. And it's a story that continues. Tomorrow, Sahmi children will wake up in Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia. Some will speak Sahmi languages, and some won't. Some will participate in reindeer herding, most won't. Some will wear gakti, and some will wear ordinary clothes. But all will be part of a cultural continuity that stretches back to the end of the Ice Age, and all will contribute to shaping what Sahmi culture becomes in the future. That future is being written now in decisions about land use and climate policy, in schools teaching Sahmi languages, in families passing down traditional knowledge, in artists creating new expressions of cultural identity, and in political activists demanding rights and recognition. The story we've traced tonight isn't finished. It's just the portion we can see from our present moment. Sleep well, knowing that human cultures are more resilient than we sometimes imagine, that connection to place and tradition can survive attempts at destruction, and that every culture's story contributes to the broader human narrative of adaptation, creativity, and survival. The Sahmi people's journey from the end of the Ice Age to the present day is remarkable, not because they're exotic or different, but because they demonstrate human capacities we all share. To observe carefully, adapt creatively, remember deeply, and persist stubbornly in the face of whatever challenges arise. Welcome, my potatoes, to the Eastern Mediterranean during the Late Bronze Age, more than 3,000 years ago. Before stories became legends and legends became myths, this region thrived with interconnected cities, regular trade, and relationships built over generations. Tonight, you'll rest beside the slow accumulation of decisions, obligations, and ordinary pressures that shaped one of history's most enduring stories. You wake in a coastal city where morning routines have repeated for generations. The room around you still holds the coolness of night, though the first hint of warmth touches the eastern wall, where sunlight will soon reach. Your sleeping mat rests on a wooden platform raised slightly off the stone floor, enough to keep dampness away, but not so high that getting up requires effort. The woven blanket you push aside was made by your grandmother's hands, its pattern of interlocking diamonds now softened by years of use and washing. The household stirs around you in predictable sequence. You hear your uncle already moving in the courtyard, his sandals making their familiar scuffing sound against the paving stones as he checks the water jars. The morning birds have been calling for some time now, their songs marking the transition from dark to light, with more reliability than any human timekeeping device. Somewhere in the next room, your youngest cousin coughs twice, then settles back into sleep for another brief while. You rise and wrap a light tunic around yourself, feeling the linen settle against your skin. The cloth was woven last winter during the long evenings when outdoor work became impossible. You can still identify the section where your sister was learning the loom, her tension slightly uneven compared to your mother's practiced steadiness. These small irregularities make the garment yours in a way that perfect uniformity never could. The courtyard receives you with its morning stillness. Dew has settled on the stone rim of the central well, and you wipe it away with your palm before drawing water. The rope feels rough against your hands, its fibres stiff from repeated soaking and drying. You've pulled this same rope hundreds of times, and your hands know exactly where the worn spots sit, where you need to grip more carefully to avoid splinters. The water comes up cold and clear. You pour some into a wide clay bowl, watching how it catches the growing light. This bowl was made by the same potter who supplies half the neighbourhood, and you can identify his work by the particular shade of clay he prefers, and the way he shapes the rim with his thumb, leaving a slight wave pattern all around the edge. When you wash your face, the cold water shocks you fully awake, and you feel the last fog of sleep wash away with the droplets running down your neck. Your mother emerges from the storage room carrying the grain for morning bread. The amphora she holds is one of several standing against the far wall, each containing different grades of grain depending on when it was harvested and from which field. She tips it carefully, letting the grain pour into her grinding bowl in a steady stream that makes a sound like gentle rain. You've heard this sound every morning of your life, and it signals the day's true beginning more clearly than the sunrise itself. She settles onto her low stool by the grinding stone, and you watch her begin the work. Her hands move with absolute confidence, pushing the upper stone forward and pulling it back, forward and back, in a rhythm she could probably maintain while sleeping. The grain cracks and powders beneath the stone's weight, gradually transforming from hard kernels into flour fine enough for bread. This task takes time, and she'll continue it while you and others move through the morning's other necessities. You take a smaller jar and head toward the storage area where oil and dried fish are kept. The room smells of salt and preserved food, a scent so familiar you barely notice it except when you've been away for a few days and return to find it fresh again. The fish hang from wooden pegs driven into the wall, their scales catching whatever light filters through the small window. You select 3 medium-sized fish, feeling their stiffness, testing their cure by the way they resist your touch. Outside, the neighbourhood wakes in stages. You hear Theano next door scolding her son for leaving the goat pen unlatched during the night, though no harm seems to have come from it. Her voice carries the particular tone of someone going through familiar motions, annoyed but not angry, knowing this same conversation will likely repeat tomorrow and the day after. The boy mumbles something you can't quite hear, probably the same excuse he offered last time. The street begins to receive its morning traffic. You recognise Calcius, the metalworker, by his tread, heavier on the left foot where he injured it years ago, and it never quite healed straight. He's heading toward his workshop, probably to start the fire that needs to reach proper heat before he can begin actual work. The fire starting alone will take him until the sun clears the eastern rooftops, and by then his apprentice should arrive to help with the bellows. Walking toward the market district, you pass houses you could navigate blindfolded. Here is the door with a crack running diagonally across its upper plank, the result of a harsh winter 5 years back when the wood contracted too quickly. There is the courtyard where the fig tree grows at an angle, leaning toward the south to catch maximum sun, its roots having long ago shifted the paving stones into a gentle wave pattern that makes a distinctive sound when cartwheels pass over. The baker's oven already breathes heat into the morning air. You can feel it from 3 doors away, a warmth that reaches out like an invitation. The baker himself, old Medon, sits on his stool just inside the doorway, watching the street while his ovens do their work. He nods as you pass, a minimal greeting that acknowledges your presence without requiring conversation. You've known him your entire life, and he's never been one for morning words. His bread speaks for him, and everyone in this district buys from him because his hands know exactly how long to knead and when to add water, and which wood burns at the temperature that produces the perfect crust. The main market square opens before you as you round the last corner. This space fills gradually at this hour, with the earliest merchants already arranging their goods while others are still making their way from home or from the docks where ships arrive during the night. The square itself is paved with flat stones that have been worn smooth by generations of feet, though you can still see chisel marks on some of the older ones where workers shaped them to fit together decades before you were born. You notice Philo, the pottery merchant, unrolling her woven mat in her customary spot near the fountain. She's been claiming this location for longer than you've been alive, and everyone respects her right to it. Her wares sit in woven baskets, each piece wrapped in scraps of old cloth to prevent chipping during transport. She unwraps them one at a time, checking each vessel with her fingertips, running them around rims and along handles, testing for any damage that might have occurred despite her careful packing. The pottery she offers comes from several different workshops, and you've learned over time to identify which piece came from where. The reddish clay with black geometric patterns comes from a workshop 2 valleys inland, where they've perfected that particular firing technique. The simpler vessels with the warm brown glaze are local, made by the same potter who created your washing bowl. The truly fine pieces, decorated with scenes of ships and sea creatures, travel from across the water, arriving on the same merchant vessels that bring copper and tin. A fishing boat has clearly arrived recently because Cleon already has fresh catch laid out on his wide wooden board. The fish glisten in the strengthening light, their scales showing that rainbow shimmer that only the very freshest fish display. Cleon stands behind his display, arms crossed, watching people examine his goods without offering any sales encouragement. His fish sell themselves through their quality, and he knows it. His younger brother sits nearby, mending a net with steady fingers, pulling the cord through and knotting it with movements so practiced they seem almost mechanical. The grain cellar is set up near the western edge of the square, where his cart can rest in shade for most of the morning. He's already measured out several piles, each representing a different grade and price. People approach, pinch samples between their fingers, and sometimes lift a few kernels to their mouths to test for moisture content and taste. He answers questions about which fields produced which grain, which harvest was this pile versus that one, and whether he expects prices to shift in coming weeks, based on what he's hearing from inland farmers. You watch a woman you don't recognise examining the grain seller's mid-grade offering. She's clearly from out of town, probably from one of the smaller settlements inland. Based on the style of her shawl and the particular way she's tied her hair, she asks careful questions about storage, about whether this grain will keep through winter if she's buying for several months ahead. The seller answers honestly, explaining that this particular batch came from the early harvest and has already been stored for 2 months without problems, suggesting it will hold well if kept dry. 2 merchants stand near the fountain, engaged in conversation about shipping routes. You overhear fragments as you pass, concerns about winds this season, discussion of which islands are currently offering the best prices for oil, speculation about whether the large merchant from the northern islands will make his usual autumn appearance. Neither man seems particularly worried, just engaged in the ongoing information exchange that allows merchants to make informed decisions about where to send their goods and what to acquire for resale. A woman sells honey from clay jars sealed with wax. The honey itself comes from hives kept in the hills above the city, where wild thyme grows among the rocks and gives the honey its particular flavour. She offers tiny tastes on the tip of a wooden stick, letting potential buyers sample before committing to purchase. The honey has that golden thickness that indicates good weather during the collection season, and you watch it drip slowly from the stick when she demonstrates its quality to an interested customer. The metalworker's wife has brought her husband's recent production to sell. Bronze pins for clothing, simple rings, and a few small tools. Each piece rests on a square of leather, arranged by size and type. The bronze shows the characteristic greenish tint where it's starting to develop patina, though the working edges remain bright from her recent polishing. She handles each piece confidently, knowing exactly which tool serves which purpose and which customer might need what she's offering. Baskets of varying sizes and purposes hang from a framework of poles near the corner. The basket weaver himself sits beside his display, working on a new piece even as he minds his shop. His fingers move continuously, selecting reeds from a pile beside him, working them into the growing pattern with movements too fast for your eye to follow clearly. The rhythm of his work creates a soft clicking sound, as reeds slide past each other and lock into position. A trader from across the water has spread a cloth displaying items you don't see every day. Obsidian blades sharper than any bronze, amber beads from far northern sources, and small copper ingots stamped with marks you don't recognise. He watches people's faces as they examine his goods, gauging interest, occasionally offering information about an item's origin or particular qualities. His accent marks him as foreign, though his Greek is perfectly functional, and he's clearly been trading in this region long enough to know local customs and expectations. The cloth merchant operates from a more permanent structure, a small building that opens onto the square through a wide doorway. Bolts of fabric rest on shelves inside, arranged by weight and fibre type. Linen occupies the higher shelves, being most valuable. Wool sits at arm level, where it's most accessible for everyday purchases. Hemp and other rougher materials rest lower, suitable for working garments and utility purposes. The merchant's daughter stands in the doorway, ready to pull down any bolt a customer wishes to examine more closely. You notice how people move through the market with varying levels of purpose. Some arrive with specific needs, moving directly to the relevant merchant, conducting their business and departing. Others drift more slowly, checking multiple options, comparing offerings, and engaging in the extended conversations that might or might not lead to purchases. A few seem to be here more for social contact than commerce, stopping to greet friends and acquaintances, sharing news and gossip while maintaining the pretense of shopping. An old man sits at the edge of the square, working leather with patient hands. He's making sandals, cutting the sole pieces from a larger hide spread across his lap. His knife moves with absolute precision, following patterns he's internalized across decades of work. Beside him rest several completed pairs waiting for customers, each one slightly different based on foot measurements he took earlier. He glances up occasionally to watch the market's activity, but his hands never stop their steady work. The tool seller has arrived with his cart, though he's still arranging his display. Wooden handles for various implements occupy one section. Bronze axe heads and knife blades fill another. Agricultural tools, sickles, hoes, and smaller digging implements rest along the cart's edge. He's clearly just come from inland, because dust still coats his cartwheels, and his sandals show the pale dirt characteristic of the valley road rather than the darker soil around the city. Two women negotiate over a length of red-dyed wool, their conversation following the established patterns of market bargaining. The seller names her price. The buyer counters with a lower offer. Neither woman shows offence at the other's position. This is simply how transactions proceed. They'll meet somewhere in the middle, both walking away satisfied that they've conducted business fairly. The ritual of negotiation matters almost as much as the final price. affirming mutual respect and social relationship alongside the commercial exchange. You watch a mother teaching her daughter the art of market shopping. The girl must be around 10 years old enough to learn, but still young enough that mistakes carry no serious consequences. Her mother sends her to negotiate for apples while remaining nearby to observe. The girl approaches the fruit seller with visible nervousness, trying to remember the phrases her mother surely taught her. The seller, recognizing the situation, treats her with patient seriousness, quoting a fair price without taking advantage of her inexperience. The girl successfully completes her purchase and returns to her mother with obvious pride in her accomplishment. Near the fountain, people gather for water and conversation. The fountain itself flows from a carved lion's head, water pouring steadily into a stone basin below. Women fill their jars while discussing household matters, whose daughter is approaching marriage age, which family is expecting a child, and where the best wool appeared at market this week. Their conversations weave together the practical and the personal, creating the social fabric that binds the community together as surely as any political structure. The sun has climbed higher now, and the market reaches its peak activity. The noise level rises as more people arrive and more transactions take place simultaneously. You hear the distinctive sounds of commerce, the clink of metal weights on scales, the rustle of grain pouring into containers, the soft thud of cloth bolts being laid out for examination, and the splash of water as someone accidentally tips a jar too quickly at the fountain. You complete your own errands, selecting the items your household needs. The fish merchant wraps your purchase in large leaves to keep it fresh during your walk home. The grain seller measures your purchase carefully, using a bronze cup that holds exactly the amount you've paid for, levelling it with a wooden scraper to ensure accuracy. These small acts of commercial honesty maintain trust across thousands of transactions, allowing the market system to function smoothly without requiring constant oversight or dispute resolution. The palace sits on raised ground at the city's eastern edge, its stone walls catching the morning sun before it reaches the lower streets where you live. You've never been inside those walls, but you understand how they represent accumulated authority built up over many generations. The current king's grandfather's grandfather built the oldest sections, and each ruler since has added to the structure, expanding it slowly according to available resources and current needs. The king himself appears occasionally in public contexts, during major religious festivals or when receiving important foreign visitors. You saw him 3 months ago during the spring planting festival, standing on the raised platform while priests performed the traditional offerings. He looked older than you expected, his beard showing more grey than the stories about him suggested. He wore a purple-bordered robe that must have cost more than your household earns in several years, the dye alone representing tremendous expense given how many sea snails must be processed to produce even a small amount of that particular shade. You know his name, of course. Everyone knows the name of the king who rules their city. But you also know the names of the families who support his rule, the network of relationships that allows a single man to claim authority over thousands. The old families, the ones who can trace their lineage back through many generations in this place, provide the foundation for royal power. They control the best agricultural land, the most productive olive groves, and the most reliable sources of water. Their support makes kingship possible, and their potential opposition makes kings cautious. Power here doesn't flow from a single source, but rather emerges from the intersection of multiple relationships. The king maintains his position partly through military capability. He commands loyalty from men who carry weapons and know how to use them. But he also maintains power through more subtle means, through marriages arranged between his family and other prominent households, through gift-giving that creates ongoing obligations, through religious roles that connect royal authority to divine favour, and through the management of trade relationships that keep goods flowing into the city and wealth accumulating in ways that benefit his supporters. You understand this because you hear the palace discussed frequently. Your uncle once worked on a building project there, reinforcing a section of wall that had begun to crack. He came home each evening with observations about how the household functioned, what he'd overheard, and who seemed to hold actual influence versus who merely held impressive titles. According to him, the king's cousin actually manages most daily decisions, while the king himself focuses on diplomatic relationships and religious obligations. The cousin has a reputation for efficiency and ruthlessness in equal measure, qualities that make him effective but not particularly loved. The system of marriage alliances that connects ruling families across the region represents a form of diplomacy so fundamental that people rarely think about it explicitly. When a king's daughter marries a prince from another city, she carries with her not just personal identity but a whole set of obligations and expectations. Her children will have blood ties to both cities, creating family relationships that make certain types of conflict more complicated and other types of cooperation more natural. You know about this because your neighbour's cousin serves in the household of a foreign princess who married into your city's royal family 15 years ago. The princess brought with her a small staff of people from her homeland, and these individuals maintain connections back to their city of origin while slowly integrating into their new home. They represent informal communication channels between the two cities, carrying news and messages that supplement more official diplomatic contacts. Treaties between cities get formalised in documents that scribes maintain in palace archives, but you've never seen these documents and probably never will. What you know about treaties comes from their practical effects. Certain goods flow more freely when trade agreements are active. Certain merchants receive preferential treatment based on treaty terms, and certain cities remain at peace year after year because treaty obligations make conflict too costly to contemplate. You heard about one treaty renewal that occurred when you were younger. Representatives from another coastal city arrived with considerable ceremony, their ships specially decorated for the occasion. They brought gifts for your city's king, bronze work, decorated pottery, slaves, and a particularly fine horse that people talked about for months afterward. Your king responded with gifts of equal value, crafted gold jewellery, high-quality weapons, painted vessels, and several young women from noble families who would serve in the foreign king's household and possibly become minor wives or concubines. The exchange of gifts satisfied treaty requirements, but it also accomplished something more subtle. Each side demonstrated their wealth and capability, sending messages about their status and strength. The specific items chosen communicated information beyond their material value. Fine weapons suggested military capacity. Skilled craftwork indicated economic sophistication. Beautiful slaves or servants implied deep enough resources to give away valuable people. Reading these gift exchanges required cultural knowledge that everyone in your society learned gradually through observation and participation. Tribute relationships add another layer to the region's political structure. Several smaller settlements in the hills above your city send regular tribute, usually agricultural products, sometimes labour for specific projects. This tribute acknowledges their subordinate status and your city's protective role. In return, your city refrains from raiding their territory and provides assistance if they face external threats. The tribute arrives on a predictable schedule, transported by representatives who stay just long enough to deliver their goods and receive acknowledgement before returning home. You've seen these delegations arrive in the lower market square, their carts loaded with sealed containers of olive oil, sacks of grain, or bundles of wool. They seem neither resentful nor particularly enthusiastic about the arrangement. It's simply how their relationship with your city functions, a pattern established so long ago that no one questions it anymore. Sometimes you wonder whether tribute represents oppression or mutual benefit. The hill settlements certainly lose some of their production to your city, but they also gain protection from pirates and raiders who might otherwise find them easy targets. They receive access to your city's markets and the specialised goods that flow through it. Their sons sometimes find opportunities in your city that wouldn't exist in their smaller communities. The relationship contains elements of both exploitation and genuine mutual advantage, and which aspect dominates probably depends on who you ask, and under what circumstances. The King's Council meets regularly to make decisions about matters too significant for any individual to handle alone. You don't know exactly who sits on this council, but you can guess based on who appears publicly alongside the king during important events. The heads of the oldest families certainly participate. The commander of the city's military forces probably attends. Senior priests might have seats, given the connection between religious authority and political legitimacy. Wealthy merchants who control significant trade relationships likely receive consultation, though whether they hold formal council positions or simply get invited for discussions about commercial matters remains unclear. Decisions that emerge from these council meetings affect daily life in ways both obvious and subtle. When new construction projects begin, they reflect council decisions about resource allocation. When certain merchants receive exclusive rights to trade specific goods, council negotiations stand behind those arrangements. When the city enters new treaty relationships or modifies existing ones, council deliberations produce those outcomes. You've learned that effective rule requires balancing competing interests skillfully. The king must keep powerful families satisfied enough that they don't unite against him, but not so powerful individually that any one family could challenge his authority. He must maintain military strength sufficient to defend the city and project power when necessary, but not so large a military establishment that it drains resources needed for economic vitality. He must honour religious traditions that legitimize his rule, while also managing practical governance that sometimes requires flexibility beyond what tradition strictly permits. This balancing act plays out through daily decisions that rarely attract public attention. When the king mediates a dispute between two prominent families, he carefully calibrates his response to maintain both his authority and his relationships with both parties. When he decides which religious festival receives the most elaborate celebration, he considers both genuine piety and the political implications of favouring one deity over another. When he chooses which merchants to grant special trading privileges, he weighs their commercial capability against their political reliability and personal loyalty. Succession represents perhaps the most delicate aspect of royal power. Your current king has several sons, and speculation about which one will eventually inherit his position runs through every level of society. The oldest son seems the obvious choice by tradition, but he's reportedly gentle and scholarly, more interested in poetry than politics. The second son commands part of the military and has a reputation for capability but also for arrogance that alienates potential supporters. The third son remains young enough that his character hasn't fully revealed itself, making him an uncertain prospect, but also potentially appealing to those who want to shape the next reign according to their own interests. You understand that this uncertainty creates opportunity for political manoeuvring among the powerful families. Each potential heir represents a different possible future, and families position themselves to benefit regardless of which son ultimately takes power. Some cultivate relationships with all three, hedging their positions. Others commit firmly to supporting one particular prince, gambling that backing a winner will bring rewards while recognising that backing a loser could prove costly. The king himself must manage this situation carefully, maintaining his own authority while the question of succession creates implicit competition beneath the surface. He can't wait too long to clarify his choice without risking instability, but he also can't decide too early without empowering his chosen heir so much that the heir becomes impatient or creates a competing centre of authority. This dilemma has faced every king, and solutions vary based on personalities, circumstances, and luck. Honour in your world functions as an invisible but powerful force, shaping decisions in ways that outsiders might find difficult to understand. You carry honour like you carry your name, as something simultaneously personal and inherited, individual and collective. What you do reflects on your family, and what your family has done across generations shapes how others view you, before you've had the opportunity to demonstrate your own character. You learned about honour gradually, through countless small moments rather than explicit instruction. When you were 7 years old, you saw your father refuse to conduct business with a merchant who had cheated your neighbour. The merchant offered favourable terms, trying to make amends, but your father declined firmly and politely. He explained to you later that evening that maintaining a reputation for honesty mattered more than any single transaction's profit. If he had accepted the merchant's offer, people would wonder whether your father could be bought, whether his principles shifted based on personal advantage. That lesson embedded itself in how you understand the world. Honour isn't about grand gestures or heroic moments, but about consistent behaviour across ordinary situations. It means keeping your word even when circumstances change, and breaking it would be convenient. It means treating others according to their status and the relationships between you, neither offering insult through insufficient respect nor claiming false equality with those who rank above you. The concept of hospitality carries particular weight in your culture. When strangers arrive at your door, custom requires that you welcome them, offer food and drink, and provide shelter if needed. You don't immediately ask their business or demand to know their names. First, you show hospitality, demonstrating both your household's abundance and your understanding of proper behaviour. Only after guests have eaten and rested does the conversation turn to who they are and what brings them to your door. This custom serves practical purposes in a world where travel requires depending on others' generosity. Anyone might someday find themselves far from home, needing assistance from strangers. The hospitality obligation ensures that such assistance will be available, but it also serves deeper social functions, creating bonds between households and demonstrating the host's status and character. A household that can afford generous hospitality proves its prosperity. A household that offers such hospitality reliably builds a reputation that extends far beyond its immediate neighbourhood. You remember when a traveller from a distant island stayed with your family for 3 days. He arrived in the evening, clearly exhausted from his journey, and your father welcomed him without hesitation. Your mother prepared the best food available, brought out bedding that normally stayed stored for special occasions, and made sure the visitor felt comfortable. The traveller shared news from his homeland, told stories that entertained the entire household, and left small gifts when he departed. Nothing valuable, but tokens that acknowledged the hospitality he'd received. Months later, when your brother needed to travel to that same distant island for trading purposes, the traveller's family welcomed him with equal generosity. They connected him with local merchants, provided introductions that would have taken weeks to establish independently, and treated him as an honoured guest rather than a foreign stranger. This reciprocity showed how hospitality creates networks of obligation and support that span the entire region. Oath-taking represents the most serious form of commitment your culture recognises. When you swear an oath, you invoke divine witnesses to your promise, accepting that breaking your word will bring not just social consequences, but potentially supernatural punishment. This belief makes oaths powerful tools for creating binding agreements, but it also means people approach oath-taking with appropriate seriousness. You've participated in oath ceremonies several times. The most memorable occurred when your family entered a business partnership with another household. Both family heads stood before the household shrine, each holding a portion of the sacrificed animal, and spoke the words that bound them to their agreement. You watched your father's face during the ceremony, seeing the gravity with which he treated the moment. The oath didn't just commit him to the partnership terms, but placed his honour, his family's reputation, and his relationship with the gods all behind that commitment. The weight of such oaths shapes behaviour in ways both obvious and subtle. When people know that breaking an oath brings severe consequences, they become very careful about what oaths they swear. They negotiate terms precisely, ensuring that what they're promising remains within their capability to deliver. They also honour their oaths, even when doing so becomes inconvenient or costly, because the alternative, becoming known as an oathbreaker, carries costs that extend far beyond any individual transaction. Insults require a response, but the required response varies enormously based on context and status. A minor slight between equals might be settled with an apology and small compensation. The same slight directed at someone of significantly higher status demands more elaborate satisfaction. And certain provocations, questioning someone's courage, impugning their family's honour, or violating hospitality, create obligations for dramatic responses that can escalate into serious conflict. You learn these distinctions through observation and occasional mistakes. Once, as a child, you spoke dismissively about a neighbour's daughter in a way that reached her family's ears. Your father made you apologise formally, bringing a gift to their household and speaking words of respect about the girl and her family. The apology ritual felt excessive for what seemed to you like a minor offence, but your father explained that allowing the insult to stand unaddressed would damage both families' reputations and create lingering resentment that could poison the neighbourhood's social atmosphere. Guest friendship represents a particularly valued relationship in your society. When two people or families establish guest friendship, they create bonds of mutual obligation that persist across generations. If your grandfather hosted someone who later became prominent in a distant city, your family can call upon that relationship even now, decades later. The original guest's descendants will honour their ancestors' debt by offering hospitality and assistance to you. These relationships create informal networks that supplement official diplomatic and trade channels. When your city's merchants travel to distant ports, they often carry tokens from families here to families there, invoking guest friendships established years or generations earlier. These connections smooth commercial relationships, provide security in potentially dangerous situations, and create trust that purely commercial relationships might lack. You understand revenge as a concept that extends beyond immediate retaliation. Revenge in your world means restoring balance after injury, ensuring that those who cause harm face consequences proportional to what they've done. This might involve demanding material compensation, pursuing social consequences through reputation damage, or seeking third-party arbitration that publicly acknowledges the wrong and requires satisfaction. The expectation of eventual consequences creates caution about initial actions. People hesitate to cheat or insult others, partly because they know that doing so creates obligations for response. Even if immediate retaliation doesn't occur, the injured party's resentment persists, potentially manifesting in unexpected ways at later times. This knowledge encourages people to maintain basically fair behaviour in their dealings, not from pure altruism, but from calculated understanding that mistreating others generates costs that eventually come due. Shame functions as a powerful social control mechanism in your community. Being identified publicly as having failed in obligation, shown cowardice, or violated custom affects your standing in ways that reduce opportunities and influence. People become reluctant to conduct business with you. Families become unwilling to arrange marriages between their children and yours. Your voice carries less weight in community discussions. These consequences arise not from formal punishment, but from collective judgment about your character and reliability. You've seen shame's effects on others. A merchant who cheated several customers eventually found himself unable to attract new business, as word spread about his dishonesty. A young man who fled during a minor conflict with raiders from the hills acquired a reputation for cowardice that haunted him for years, regardless of his later actions. An older woman who violated hospitality toward a guest ended up socially isolated, with neighbours refusing even ordinary courtesies. Glory and fame represent the positive counterpart to shame. When someone achieves something notable, exceptional bravery, remarkable skill, extraordinary generosity, that achievement becomes part of how others know them. Stories about their accomplishments circulate, shaping reputation and creating social standing that opens opportunities unavailable to those without such recognition. You've observed how glory accumulates gradually for most people. A craftsperson develops a reputation through consistent, excellent work over years. A merchant builds fame through reliable honesty and favourable terms across hundreds of transactions. A warrior gains recognition through steady competence rather than single spectacular action. These accumulated small demonstrations of virtue eventually create substantial reputations that influence how others treat you and what possibilities open before you. The role of witnesses in your culture makes public knowledge crucial. Events that occur privately remain uncertain and disputed. events that unfold before many observers become established facts that everyone must acknowledge. This emphasis on witness encourages transparency in important matters and makes secret resolution of disputes less viable than public acknowledgement and satisfaction. You remember a dispute between two farmers about boundary markers that had shifted during heavy rains. Each claimed the other had moved the markers to expand their own field. The disagreement threatened to escalate until they agreed to settle the matter before witnesses, with representatives from several respected families examining the land, considering each farmer's claims, and rendering judgment. Their public decision became accepted fact, regardless of what either farmer privately believed, because the weight of collective witness made further dispute pointless. Women's honour follows patterns parallel to, but distinct from men's honour. A woman's reputation rests partly on maintaining household integrity, managing resources skillfully, maintaining appropriate relationships, and raising children who reflect well on the family. Your mother gained respect in the neighbourhood through her skillful weaving, her generous hospitality, and her wise counsel that neighbours often sought when facing difficult decisions. Insults to women in elite families carry particular weight, because they reflect on family honour broadly. When a prominent woman faces disrespect, her male relatives must respond to demonstrate that their family cannot be insulted with impunity. This dynamic creates situations where relatively minor initial provocations generate serious conflicts, because the social logic of honour requires response. You understand that divine favour and honour connect in cultural belief. The gods are thought to support those who maintain proper behaviour, fulfil obligations, and demonstrate appropriate virtues. This connection doesn't mean divine intervention occurs constantly, but rather that maintaining honour aligns you with forces considered larger than human society. Living honourably feels like cooperation with how the world should function, while shameful behaviour risks divine disfavour alongside social consequences. Pride in lineage shapes identity and creates obligations that extend across generations. You carry not just your own reputation, but the accumulated honour or shame of your family line. This inheritance means that maintaining family standing requires upholding standards set by previous generations. It also means that your actions affect descendants not yet born, creating a long-term perspective on behaviour and choice that discourages short-term thinking focused only on immediate advantage. Evening settles over your household with the gentle weight of familiar routine. The sun has dropped below the western hills, and the sky holds that particular blue that comes just before full darkness. You've finished the day's work, and your body carries the pleasant fatigue that comes from physical labour, rather than the anxious exhaustion of worry or stress. Your mother has already lit the oil lamps, placing one in each room according to need. The lamps cast warm, slightly flickering light that makes shadows dance gently against the walls. The oil she uses comes from your own olive press, and its burning carries a faint, almost imperceptible scent that you associate with home and safety. The lamps will burn for several hours before needing attention, though someone will eventually need to add more oil or trim the wicks if they begin smoking. The evening meal brings the household together in the main room. Your family reclines on cushions arranged around the low table, and your mother brings out the food she's prepared during the late afternoon. There's bread, of course, still warm from the final baking of the day. A dish of stewed lentils flavoured with herbs from the kitchen garden sits steaming beside a plate of cheese and olives. The meal isn't elaborate, but it's sufficient and satisfying, the kind of food that nourishes without overwhelming. Conversation flows easily around the table. Your father mentions that he saw ships arriving in the harbour late this afternoon, their sails visible from the olive grove where he was working. Your brother wonders aloud whether the ships carried anything interesting, though he knows he won't learn details until tomorrow when their cargo reaches the market. Your youngest sister describes a minor drama between neighbourhood children, her story including far more detail about who said what to whom than anyone particularly needs, but telling it anyway with the enthusiasm of someone for whom these social dynamics matter enormously. You find yourself only half listening, content to let the voices wash over you without needing to contribute much. This is your family, These are your people, and simply being here among them satisfies something deep and essential. The food tastes good, the lamplight feels warm, and the conversation creates a pleasant background to your own thoughts. After the meal, your mother clears the dishes while your sister helps, though her helping consists mostly of carrying items back and forth while your mother does the actual work. Your father sits back against the wall, pulling a knife from his belt and a piece of wood from beside him. He's been working on carving a new tool handle, and he uses these evening hours to make slow progress on the project. His knife moves carefully, shaving away thin curls of wood that fall into a growing pile at his feet. You watch his hands work, noting how his fingers adjust their grip automatically, how he tests the developing shape with his thumb, and how he occasionally pauses to examine the wood from different angles before deciding where to cut next. This is skilled work, though he'd never claimed to be a fine craftsman. He simply knows wood and tools from decades of use, and that knowledge guides his hands without requiring much conscious thought. Your brother has brought out his fishing net, spreading it across the floor to check for damage. He runs his hands along its length, feeling for weak spots or broken strands that need repair. When he finds a damaged section, he fetches cord from the household supplies and begins the patient work of mending. His fingers move through the familiar motions of knotting, creating a rhythm that's almost meditative. The repetitive work suits the evening mood, occupying hands and a portion of the mind while leaving space for thought and relaxation. The household shrine sits in its usual corner, barely visible in the lamplight but present in everyone's awareness. Your mother had placed fresh herbs there earlier in the day, and their scent mingles with the oil lamp smell and the general atmosphere of occupied domestic space. No formal prayers occur this evening, but the shrine's presence reminds everyone that the household exists within larger frameworks of meaning and obligation. As full darkness settles outside, the sounds from neighbouring houses gradually quiet. You hear Theano next door calling her children inside, her voice carrying that particular tone of tired patience that mothers everywhere seem to develop. Someone several houses down is singing softly, probably to a baby or young child who's resisting sleep. A dog barks twice in the distance, then falls silent. Your sister yawns dramatically, making show of how tired she is, though you suspect she's more bored than sleepy. Still, her yawn triggers sympathetic responses from others, and you feel your own jaw stretching in response. Your mother notices and begins the process of organising the household for night, a sequence of actions she performs so regularly that they've become almost ritualistic. First, she checks that the fire in the hearth is properly banked, reducing it to coals that will keep some warmth through the night without risk of spreading. She sets aside kindling for morning, positioning it where it will stay dry and be easily accessible to whoever rises first. She ensures that water jars are filled so that morning tasks won't require an immediate trip to the well. These preparations take only minutes but make the next morning's routine smoother. Your father secures the outer door, dropping the heavy wooden bar into its brackets. The bar settles into place with a solid thunk that signals the household's separation from the outside world for the night. The door won't open again until dawn unless some emergency requires it, and that solidity provides psychological comfort regardless of whether any actual threat exists. Sleeping arrangements in your household follow long-established patterns. Your parents retire to their room, the one space that offers real privacy. Your younger sister sleeps in an alcove off the main room, her sleeping mat and blankets creating a small nest that she's arranged exactly how she prefers it. You and your brother share the room that was once filled with children, but now holds just the two of you, your mats positioned on opposite sides with space between for your possessions, and to allow movement without disturbing each other. You spread your sleeping mat in its customary spot, the section of floor you've slept on for years. The stones beneath show slight wear patterns from your weight distributed across countless nights, a permanent record of your presence that will probably outlast you. You arrange your blanket and the small cushion that serves as your pillow, creating the bed that will hold you until morning. Before lying down, you visit the small courtyard one final time, following the body's requirements before sleep. The night air feels cool against your skin after the warmth of the indoor lamps. Stars fill the sky above the courtyard, so many that they seem to crowd each other, their light steady and ancient. You recognise familiar constellations, the patterns you were taught to identify as a child. Their positions tell you roughly what hour it is, though you don't need precise timekeeping at this point. It's night, time for sleep, and that's specific enough. Returning inside, you find your brother already settled on his mat, lying on his back with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. You exchange minimal words, a brief acknowledgement that you're both present and settling for the night. No elaborate conversation needed. You've been together all day and will be together again tomorrow. You lie down on your mat, feeling your muscles begin to release the tension they've held all day. Your back settles against the relatively hard surface, and you shift slightly to find the most comfortable position. The blanket pulls up easily, its familiar weight settling over you like an old friend. The small pillow supports your head at the angle you prefer, neither too high nor too flat. The lamp in your room has already been extinguished, leaving only darkness broken by faint light filtering from the main room where your mother hasn't yet put out all the lamps. You can hear small sounds from throughout the house. Your father's distinctive cough, your sister turning over on her mat, and your mother moving quietly as she finishes her final checks before her own sleep. Your mind drifts without particular direction, touching on the day's events without dwelling on anything. You remember the market this morning, the quality of fish available, and the conversation you overheard about shipping routes. You think briefly about tomorrow's planned work, mentally reviewing what needs doing without any anxiety about it. These thoughts float past like clouds, present but not demanding. Your breathing begins to slow and deepen naturally. Your body knows this transition well, having made it thousands of times. Muscles continue to relax, starting from your feet and moving upward, each part of you finding its resting state. Your jaw loosens, your shoulders drop, your hands uncurl from whatever unconscious tension they'd held. The last lamp in the main room goes out, and complete darkness settles over the household. The darkness feels comfortable rather than threatening, a natural state that allows rest. Your eyes close, though whether they closed before the lamp went out or after, you couldn't say with certainty. Sound fades to the background, your brother's breathing already settling into the slower rhythm of sleep, distant night birds calling, and the faint creaking that every house makes as it cools, and its materials shift minutely. These sounds don't disturb you, but rather confirm that the world continues its familiar patterns. Sleep arrives not as a sudden loss of consciousness, but as a gradual transition from waking thought to the different consciousness of dreams. You're aware of the transition while it's happening, noticing how your thoughts become less linear, how impossible connections start to seem reasonable, and how the boundary between self and experience becomes permeable. Your last clear thought might be about tomorrow, or about nothing in particular, or might not be clear enough to identify as a thought at all. Then consciousness shifts fully into sleep, and the hours pass without your awareness, your body and mind taking the rest they require to meet another day. The harbour sits in a natural curve of coastline where ships can shelter from the worst weather, while remaining accessible for loading and unloading. You stand on the stone quay, watching activities that represent the foundation of your city's prosperity. The quay itself represents generations of labour, stone blocks fitted together so precisely that water barely seeps between them, creating a solid platform that extends into water deep enough for laden merchant vessels. 3 ships rest at the quay this morning, and another 2 are anchored slightly offshore waiting their turn to dock and unload. The nearest ship, a sturdy merchantman with a broad beam designed for cargo capacity rather than speed, rocks gently in the slight swell. Its mast stands bare now, the sail having been furled as soon as the ship entered the harbour. Crew members move across the deck, organising cargo for removal, their movements practised and efficient. The ship's owner stands near the gangplank, speaking with the harbour master about docking fees and cargo inspection. You can't hear their specific words from where you stand, but their body language suggests negotiation rather than dispute. The owner gestures toward his ship, perhaps explaining the nature of his cargo or arguing that certain items should be exempt from particular fees. The harbour master listens patiently, occasionally consulting the wax tablet where he records transactions and agreements. Stevedores gather near the gangplank waiting for permission to begin unloading. These men do physical labour that requires both strength and skill. Moving heavy or fragile cargo from ship to shore without damage takes experience and coordination. They work in teams, with established hierarchies determining who handles which tasks. The oldest stevedores supervise rather than lift, their expertise valued for preventing the kind of mistakes that could destroy valuable goods or injure workers. The first items off the ship are amphoras filled with wine. The stevedores work in pairs, each amphora requiring 2 men to lift and carry safely. The vessels are heavy, even empty, and filled with wine. They weigh enough that dropping one would not only waste the wine, but likely shatter the amphora and possibly injure whoever failed to maintain their grip. You watch one pair navigate the gangplank, their steps synchronized, each man aware of his partner's position and balance. The amphoras get stacked carefully in the warehouse area adjacent to the quay. A merchant's representative checks each one as it arrives, looking for the seal that confirms origin and contents. He makes marks on his own tablet, recording each amphora's arrival. Later, these records will allow accurate accounting and distribution to buyers who've contracted for portions of this shipment. Behind the wine come bundles of raw wool, compressed and wrapped in protective coverings. The wool comes from inland regions where sheep flourish in climates less suited to grain cultivation. Its quality varies based on source, with some regions producing particularly fine wool that commands premium prices. The merchant representative examines samples from several bundles, pulling out small tufts and testing them between his fingers, checking for fineness, strength, and cleanliness. You notice a woman approaching the merchant representative, clearly someone of means based on her clothing and the silver pins holding her shawl. She's accompanied by a servant carrying her purchases from earlier market activities. The woman asks about the wool quality, and the representative offers her a sample to examine personally. She tests it as he did, running it between her fingers, holding it up to the light to judge its colour and consistency. They discuss price, with the woman eventually purchasing enough wool to keep her household's weavers busy for several months. The unloading continues through the morning. Copper ingots emerge from the ship's hold, each one marked with symbols indicating its source mine. These ingots will go to metal workers who'll combine the copper with tin to create bronze, the material that dominates tool and weapon production. The copper itself travelled long distances to reach this ship, passing through multiple trading networks before ending up in this harbour. You find yourself pondering the web of relationships required to bring these goods here. Somewhere, miners extracted copper ore from the earth, processing it to produce these ingots. Merchants purchased the ingots, arranging transport to coastal ports. Ship owners contracted to carry the copper across water, accepting risk of loss in exchange for transportation fees. Local merchants here have already arranged to purchase the copper, having received word weeks ago that this shipment was coming. Each of these transactions involves trust, contracts, payment, and the coordination of timing and logistics across significant distances. The second ship at the quay carries grain from the fertile plains 2 days' sail to the south. Those plains produce a consistent surplus, more than their local population requires, making grain export profitable for their farmers and essential for cities like yours that occupy less agriculturally generous territory. The grain arrives in large sacks, each containing enough to feed a family for weeks. Stevedores stack them in a different warehouse section, separate from other goods to prevent contamination and allow easier access for the city's grain distributors. A representative from the king's household observes the grain unloading, recording quantities for tax purposes. A portion of all grain entering the city goes to the palace, supporting the royal household and the various people who serve it. The tax isn't popular exactly, but it's accepted as necessary for maintaining the administrative and military functions that the palace provides. The representative makes careful notes, and guards stand nearby to ensure that no grain disappears unofficially during the counting process. Beyond the active quay, you can see shipbuilders at work in their yard. A new vessel slowly takes shape, its wooden ribs rising from the keel like the skeleton of some great sea creature. The master builder moves around the structure, examining joints and measuring timbers, ensuring that everything aligns according to his design. Apprentices work under his direction, shaping wood with adzes and augers, learning through practice how to create vessels that will survive years of rough use in challenging conditions. Building a ship represents an enormous investment. The timber alone costs significantly, with particular types of wood required for different parts of the vessel. The specialised labour of skilled shipwrights doesn't come cheap. The time required to complete a ship means tying up resources for months before seeing any return. Only families or partnerships with substantial existing wealth can afford to commission new ships, which partly explains why maritime trade concentrates among a relatively small number of merchant families. You walk along the quay toward the fish market, where the morning's catch has already been laid out for sale. The fishermen departed before dawn, working their nets in darkness and returning as the sun climbed above the eastern horizon. Their catch glitters on wide wooden boards, several kinds of fish ranging from small silver ones suitable for preserving to larger specimens that will be sold fresh for immediate consumption. The fishermen themselves are already home, sleeping after their night's work. Their wives and older children manage the selling, with prices set according to catch size and current demand. You watch a cook from a wealthy household negotiate for an especially fine fish, its scales still showing the iridescent sheen that indicates absolute freshness. The negotiation is brief. The fish's quality makes its value obvious, and the cook has authority to pay what such quality requires. Smaller fish get purchased in bulk by families who'll preserve them through salting or drying. A woman fills a large basket with fish that will feed her household for a week once properly preserved. She pays with small copper pieces, carefully counted out, and the fisherman's wife accepts the payment, while simultaneously calling out to other potential customers, advertising the quality and price of her remaining stock. The fish market's smell dominates this section of the harbour. Salt, seaweed, the distinctive scent of fresh fish, and underlying all of it the constant presence of the sea itself. It's a smell you barely notice anymore, having grown up with it, but you observe visitors from inland regions reacting to its intensity, their faces showing that they find it overwhelming. Beyond the fish market, you notice a ship being loaded for departure. This vessel will carry olive oil, produced in the groves that surround your city, to ports where olives grow less successfully or not at all. The oil travels in sealed amphoras specially designed for this purpose, their shape standardised so they stack efficiently in a ship's hold. Each amphora gets sealed with wax and marked with symbols indicating its producer and quality grade. Loading oil requires care because any spillage represents a direct loss of valuable product. Workers handle each amphora gently, using rope cradles to lower them into the hold, where other workers position them securely. The loading process moves slowly, with the captain personally supervising to ensure nothing gets damaged or improperly stowed. A ship that sets sail with poorly secured cargo risks the cargo shifting during rough seas, which can make the vessel unstable or even cause it to capsize. You overhear two merchants discussing shipping schedules and route conditions. One mentions that winds have been favourable lately, suggesting it might be a good time to send goods toward the eastern islands. The other expresses concern about reports of pirate activity near a particular island chain, wondering whether rerouting would be wiser despite the additional travel time involved. Their conversation demonstrates how much knowledge successful trading requires. Understanding weather patterns, tracking reports about security conditions, knowing which ports offer the best prices for particular goods, and maintaining relationships with reliable ship captains and foreign merchants. The economic complexity of this harbour scene strikes you when you pause to really observe it. Every transaction represents multiple layers of relationship and calculation. The fisherman's wife selling small fish has calculated what price allows her to sell her entire catch before it spoils while making enough profit to justify her husband's labour and risk. The merchant buying wool has estimated demand and supply months in advance, committed capital to purchase before knowing the final selling price, and accepted the risk that market conditions might shift unfavourably. The ship owner has invested enormous resources in his vessel and now must keep it employed profitably while managing constant risks of storm, piracy, and commercial failure. Wealth in this economy accumulates through skillful navigation of these relationships and risks. Families that consistently make good trading decisions, maintain reliable reputations, and weather occasional losses gradually build prosperity that translates into political influence and social standing. Conversely, families that make poor decisions or suffer unlucky circumstances can lose generations of accumulated wealth frighteningly quickly. You observe a young man, probably in his early 20s, watching the harbour activities with intense focus. He's likely apprenticed to one of the merchant families, learning trade through observation and gradually increasing responsibility. He'll spend years mastering all the knowledge required for success: how to judge commodity quality, how to calculate fair prices, how to assess ship and cargo insurance values, and how to navigate relationships with foreign merchants who speak different languages and follow different customs. The sun has climbed higher now, and the harbour's pace has settled into steady activity rather than the morning's initial rush. Ships continue loading and unloading, merchants continue negotiating and recording transactions, stevedores continue their heavy labour. The whole system functions with the smoothness that comes from long practice and well-established routines. Watching it, you see both the complexity of interconnected economic relationships and the reliable patterns that make prosperity possible. The sun drops toward the western horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink that reflect off the water in the harbour below. You sit on a low wall near your home, positioned where you can see both the street life of your neighbourhood and the distant harbour where ships rest at anchor. The day's heat is fading, replaced by the pleasant coolness that evening brings during this season. Your neighbour Alexios passes by, returning from his workshop. He carries his leather-working tools in a cloth bag, his hands showing the stains from the tannins he works with daily. He nods in greeting, and you exchange a few words about the day. He mentions that orders have been slower lately, not dramatically so, but enough to notice. Some of his regular customers have delayed purchases, perhaps waiting to see how certain situations develop before committing resources to new goods. He shrugs when he says this, not particularly worried but acknowledging the shift in patterns. You notice similar small changes in the rhythm of neighbourhood life. The evening marketplace, where people gather after the main day's work to socialise and conduct minor transactions, seems slightly less crowded than usual. Not empty, certainly, but missing some of the casual abundance that characterise busier times. Merchants still display their remaining goods, but they seem more intent on selling what they have, rather than simply waiting for buyers to approach at their leisure. A group of older men sit on benches near the fountain, engaged in the kind of conversation that fills evening hours. You're too far away to hear their specific words, but their tone and gestures suggest they're discussing matters of broader concern than pure gossip. One man makes a sweeping gesture that might indicate distance or scope. Another shakes his head slowly, disagreeing with something that's been proposed. A third listens with his chin resting on his hand, his expression suggesting he's considering multiple perspectives before forming his own opinion. Children play in the street, but their games seem somehow more contained than usual. Parents call them inside earlier, perhaps, or the children themselves sense that adults' attention is partly focused elsewhere. A group of boys runs past, chasing each other with the wooden swords that boys everywhere seem to favour. Their shouts and laughter sound normal enough, Yet you notice that a mother watching from her doorway calls them back before they've ranged quite as far as they might normally wander. The evening bread delivery arrives at the neighbourhood mill, where many families send their grain to be ground and their dough to be baked in the communal ovens. The miller's apprentice pushes a cart loaded with finished loaves, calling out family names as he distributes bread according to his records of who brought what dough. This daily ritual continues without change, a reassuring constant amid subtler shifts in atmosphere. You watch your sister return from the well, carrying a water jar balanced on her shoulder, with the unconscious skill of someone who's performed this task thousands of times. She stops to speak with another young woman, and their conversation includes laughter, suggesting that whatever concerns might occupy their parents' thoughts, the younger generation maintains its focus on more immediate social matters. They're discussing someone, probably a mutual acquaintance, and finding whatever they're saying about this person quite amusing. The household shrine receives attention from your mother as evening settles. You see her through the doorway, placing fresh herbs and a small portion of bread on the shrine, her lips moving in the brief prayer that accompanies such offerings. She's making these offerings more frequently lately, you've noticed, though she hasn't explicitly discussed why. The increased attention to religious observance could mean many things, but it suggests she feels the value of maintaining good standing with divine forces. Cooking smells drift from various houses as families prepare evening meals. You identify the scent of onions being fried, the distinctive aroma of fish stewing with herbs, and the yeasty smell of bread being broken and shared. These familiar scents provide comfort, evidence that daily life continues in its essential patterns regardless of whatever complexities might occupy the realms of kings and merchants. A merchant you recognise walks past, heading toward the better section of town where wealthier families maintain their homes. He carries a roll of papyrus sealed and tied, likely a message or contract requiring personal delivery. His expression seems neutral, giving nothing away about the document's contents or his thoughts about it. Merchants learn to keep their faces unrevealing, preventing observers from reading their concerns or calculating their positions. You notice that the city's evening patrol has already begun their rounds, earlier than usual by a small but noticeable margin. The guards move through the streets in their standard pairs, their presence meant to discourage petty crime and provide visible security. They nod to people they recognise, stop occasionally to exchange words with merchants closing their shops, and generally maintain the relaxed alertness that characterises routine patrol rather than heightened security. The wine shop at the corner has several customers, men stopping for a cup before heading home. Their conversation flows easily, punctuated by laughter and the sound of cups being refilled. Whatever tensions might exist at higher levels of politics and commerce, ordinary social life continues largely undisturbed. People still want their evening wine, still enjoy companionship, and still need the relaxation that comes from setting aside work and concerns for a brief period. A wedding procession passes along the main street, visible from where you sit. The bride wears traditional garments, her face covered by a veil, as she walks between her family's home and her new husband's household. Musicians play flutes and drums, and people from both families sing traditional songs. Neighbours stop to watch and offer good wishes. Children run alongside the procession for a while before losing interest, and the whole event unfolds according to patterns so ancient that no one knows their origin. Weddings continue regardless of political circumstances, because life continues, and young people form new households regardless of what uncertainties might cloud their elders' thoughts. You see your father approaching along the street, returning from the olive grove where he's been working. His gait shows the fatigue of a full day's physical labour, but he walks steadily, his tools over his shoulder. He stops to greet several neighbours along the way, these brief exchanges of news and pleasantries that maintain social bonds. When he reaches home, he pauses beside where you sit, settling onto the wall with a sigh of relief at being off his feet. Together you watch the sun complete its descent, the sky's colours shifting from bright orange to deeper red, then to purple as true dusk arrives. Neither of you speaks much, content to share the moment without needing conversation. The street gradually empties as people retreat to their homes for evening meals. Lamps begin to glow in windows, creating spots of warm light against the darkening evening. A cat patrols the street with the confident walk of an animal familiar with its territory. It pauses to investigate something near the drainage channel, then continues on its way, uninterested in human activities. A dog barks from somewhere nearby, though whether it is alerting to something or simply expressing general dog opinions remains unclear. Your father eventually rises, indicating it's time to go inside. You follow him through the doorway into your home, where your mother has already laid out the evening meal. The household gathers in its customary way, and the evening proceeds according to familiar patterns. Yet beneath the normality, you sense a quality of attention, a slight increase in how carefully people listen to news, how thoroughly they consider implications, and how they make quiet preparations against possible future need. The evening ends as evenings do, with gradual preparation for sleep. But tonight, as you settle onto your sleeping mat, you find your mind less quick to release the day's observations. You think about the small changes you've noticed, the subtle adjustments in how people behave and what they prioritize. These changes don't indicate crisis exactly, but they suggest awareness that established patterns might shift, that relationships between powers might be evolving in ways that could eventually affect even ordinary households like yours. Sleep eventually arrives, but the day's observations linger at the edge of your consciousness, informing your rest with a quality of watchfulness that wasn't present before. The guard tower stands where it has stood for generations, its stone walls thick enough to shrug off weather and time with minimal degradation. You climb the narrow stairs to relieve the previous watch, your footsteps echoing slightly in the enclosed space. The stairs show wear in their centres, polished smooth by countless feet, making this same climb over decades. Your hand trails along the wall for balance, feeling the cool stone that still holds some of the day's accumulated warmth. You emerge onto the tower's platform as the previous guard, Klytos, gathers his things to descend. He's an older man, steady and experienced, someone you've known your entire life. He gives you a brief report. Nothing unusual observed during his watch. Normal harbour activity visible earlier that ceased with darkness, and light showing in expected places throughout the city below. His tone conveys routine rather than concern, and his relaxed posture confirms that the evening has been uneventful. The platform provides a view across substantial portions of the city and harbour. The darkness isn't complete. Stars provide enough light to distinguish major features, and various fires and lamps throughout the city create points of reference. The harbour waters reflect starlight in gentle movements, the anchored ships showing as darker shapes against the slightly lighter water. You can make out the main streets below by the occasional lamps that people have hung outside their doors, or by the glow from windows that haven't yet been shuttered for the night. The night air feels pleasant against your skin, cool but not cold. A light breeze moves across the platform carrying scents from the city, wood smoke from cooking fires and hearths, the ever-present salt smell from the harbour, and occasionally a drift of something more specific like baking bread from a household where someone is preparing for an early morning departure or festival. These scents create an olfactory map of the city's nocturnal activities. You settle into position, finding the spot where you prefer to stand for the long hours ahead. The platform has several such positions, each offering slightly different perspectives. You choose one that allows you to watch both the harbour approach and a good portion of the city's northern quarter. Your eyes adjust gradually to the darkness, your night vision strengthening as minutes pass and your pupils dilate fully. The stars overhead show their familiar patterns. You identify constellations that your father taught you when you were young, the same patterns his father taught him. Knowing these stellar arrangements serves practical purposes. They mark time's passage through the night, they indicate seasonal changes, and they provide navigation references for ships. But they also connect you to countless previous generations who watched these same stars and found meaning in their configurations. Sound carries differently at night. Without the day's usual noise, quieter sounds become audible. You hear a dog barking in the distance, the sound reaching you clearly across the intervening space. Somewhere closer, a baby cries briefly before being soothed back to sleep. The harbour water makes small lapping sounds against the quay, a gentle rhythm that provides background to other sounds. Occasionally a night bird calls. Their sounds unfamiliar to you because you spend most nights sleeping rather than listening to their activities. Your watch proceeds in that particular state of relaxed alertness that experienced guards develop. You're not tense or anxious, but neither are you inattentive. Your eyes scan methodically across your area of responsibility, not searching frantically for problems, but maintaining awareness of what exists in your field of vision. This state can be maintained for extended periods without causing exhaustion, a skill learned through practice. Time passes in segments marked by the stars' movement. You judge that perhaps an hour has elapsed since you took position, though you couldn't specify exactly without checking the stars' positions against your mental reference points. The city below has grown quieter, with fewer lit windows visible as families extinguish their lamps and settle into sleep. The darkness deepens in quality, taking on that particular density that comes in the hours well after sunset but before any hint of dawn. Another guard appears on a nearby tower, his silhouette briefly visible against the stars as he takes his own position. You exchange a low whistle, the signal indicating that all is well. He returns the whistle, confirming the same from his sector. This communication happens routinely throughout the night, with guards confirming to each other that the watch continues normally. You think about the city sleeping below you. Thousands of people rest in their homes, trusting that guards like you maintain awareness on their behalf. Children sleep without any understanding that such protection exists, their consciousness entirely focused on their immediate experiences. Adults sleep with varying degrees of awareness that the city maintains defensive systems, though most don't think about it explicitly unless something disrupts the normal pattern. The weight of this responsibility feels neither heavy nor light, but simply present. You're doing what you've been trained to do, what your position requires, and what the city needs. The task doesn't demand heroism or exceptional effort, just consistency and attention. This ordinariness makes it sustainable across long hours and repeated nights. Your mind drifts occasionally to other thoughts while maintaining its watch function. You think about the work waiting tomorrow, about a conversation you had earlier, and about nothing in particular. These thoughts don't interfere with your ability to notice if something unusual occurs. The human mind seems capable of maintaining multiple streams of awareness simultaneously, at least when well practiced in a task. Movement catches your eye in the harbour area. You focus attention there, watching until you identify the movement as a ship adjusting its position slightly on its anchor line. The wind has shifted marginally, and the vessel is swinging to align with the new wind direction. This happens regularly and requires no action from you. You continue watching until you're satisfied that nothing else is occurring, then return to your broader scanning pattern. The moon rises late tonight, appearing above the eastern hills as a waning crescent. Its light, though much reduced from full moon brightness, still provides additional visibility. Features that were barely distinguishable before become clearer in the combined starlight and moonlight. You can now see farther along the coast, make out details in the harbour that were previously obscured, and generally have better vision across your watch area. A cat moves through the street below, its path taking it from one shadow to another as it pursues whatever business cats conduct at night. You watch its progress with idle interest, noting how confidently it moves through territory it obviously knows well. The cat pauses to investigate something near a wall, then continues on its way, indifferent to your observation. The city's night sounds create a gentle background that you're so accustomed to that you'd probably notice more if they stopped than you noticed their continuation. Somewhere a shutter creaks in the breeze. A door closes softly, probably someone making a late trip to their courtyard facilities. The harbour water maintains its quiet rhythm. These sounds form the normal acoustic landscape of night, sounds that indicate routine rather than disturbance. Your watch will continue for several more hours before the next guard arrives to relieve you. The time doesn't weigh on you particularly. You've stood many such watches, and this one proceeds like most others, uneventfully, quietly, a period of sustained attention that serves its purpose by remaining unremarkable. The absence of drama is precisely what successful guard duty looks like. If nothing requires your intervention, your watch has succeeded. You notice the stars have shifted position, marking the passage of perhaps another hour. The night deepens further, that period when most people are in their deepest sleep, when the city reaches its quietest point before beginning the gradual transition toward dawn. Your own alertness remains steady, supported by practice, and the slight edge that comes from being the only waking awareness in your immediate area. The story of Troy's fall exists now in layers of poetry and legend, events transformed by repeated telling until they carry meanings far beyond what happened. But beneath the epic narrative lies something more ordinary and perhaps more instructive. The way complex human systems sometimes fail despite everyone involved making decisions that seem reasonable given their circumstances and understanding. You can trace the accumulated pressures that led to that failure. Economic competition between cities controlling valuable trade routes, honour obligations that required responses, which themselves created new obligations, political alliances that bound parties into positions they might not have chosen freely, religious beliefs that framed decisions as having divine significance, personal relationships that intersected with political calculations in ways that made purely rational choice impossible. Each of these factors operated according to its own logic. The economic pressure to maintain control of profitable routes made sense for cities depending on trade revenues. The honour system that required responding to insults maintained social order most of the time by establishing clear expectations. Alliance obligations created stability by making aggression predictably costly. Religious frameworks provided meaning and community cohesion. Personal bonds between elite individuals could diffuse tensions that might otherwise escalate. But these systems, which usually stabilized relationships and prevented conflict, could under particular circumstances work differently. Economic pressure could make yielding control unthinkable. Honour requirements could generate escalating cycles of response. Alliance obligations could pull reluctant parties into disputes not of their making. Religious certainty could prevent compromise. Personal relationships could introduce emotional elements that complicated calculated decision-making. Troy existed within this web of relationships and systems, neither unique nor exempt from the patterns that shaped all cities in the region. Its prosperity came from the same sources as its eventual vulnerability. The valuable trade position that made it economically important also made it a focus of competition. The honour and reputation its ruling families had built made backing down from challenges politically costly. The alliances it had cultivated brought support but also obligations. The actual events that led to Troy's fall unfolded gradually rather than dramatically. Small decisions accumulated into larger commitments. Positions hardened as investments of resources and reputation made retreat increasingly difficult. What might have been resolved through negotiation or compromise early became impossible to resolve peacefully later, not because anyone necessarily wanted that outcome, but because the logic of the systems involved pushed toward it. You might consider how this pattern appears throughout human history. Conflicts that later seem inevitable often weren't perceived that way by people living through them until quite late in the process. Each step along the way seems manageable. Each decision seems reasonable, given available information and cultural frameworks. Only in retrospect does the progression toward disaster become visible. The people living in Troy before its fall experienced daily life much like yours. They woke and performed morning routines. They worked at their trades and crafts. They raised children and maintained households. They participated in markets and religious festivals. They gossiped with neighbours and worried about ordinary concerns. The grand historical narrative that would eventually define their city held less immediate presence than the practical matters of daily existence. This ordinariness matters when trying to understand what happened. The Trojan War wasn't a clash between heroes and villains, though later stories frame it that way. It was a collision between competing interests and incompatible obligations, played out by ordinary people who found themselves caught in circumstances larger than any individual could control or resolve. The siege itself, if it occurred as traditionally described, represented an enormous logistical challenge for the attacking forces. Maintaining an army away from home for extended periods required solving supply problems, managing internal conflicts among allies with varying interests, and sustaining motivation when quick victory didn't materialise. These practical challenges matter as much as strategic or tactical considerations in determining outcomes. For those inside the city, the experience would have involved gradual adaptation to reduced circumstances. Trade was disrupted by the blockade. Stored supplies are slowly depleting. Normal activities continue in modified form. Social tensions emerged as extended pressure-tested relationships and resources. None of this is necessarily dramatic on any given day, but it accumulates toward a crisis across months or years. The fall, when it came, marked transition rather than ending. People survived and scattered to other places. Some aspects of Troy's culture persisted through these survivors. Trade routes adjusted to the city's diminished status, or eventually bypassed it entirely. Other cities rose to fill whatever role Troy had played. Life continued, as it always does, adapting to new realities. The memory of Troy persisted and grew because the story resonated with recurring human experiences. The tension between honour and practical interest. The challenge of maintaining peace among competing powers. The way personal relationships intersect with political calculations. The difficulty of knowing when to hold firm and when to compromise. These themes remain relevant because they reflect persistent aspects of social existence. Tonight, as you rest, you might find value in considering Troy as an example of human complexity rather than as a moral tale with clear lessons. The people involved weren't particularly evil or good, wise or foolish. They were people navigating difficult circumstances using the frameworks their culture provided, making choices that seemed reasonable given their understanding and obligations. The same systems that usually maintain order and prosperity can, under particular conditions, generate conflict and destruction. Economic competition usually drives beneficial trade but can create unsustainable rivalry. Honour systems usually maintain social expectations but can generate escalating demands for response. Religious frameworks usually provide meaning but can make compromise feel like betrayal of divine will. Recognising this complexity doesn't provide simple answers, but it does suggest humility about our ability to prevent similar patterns in our own time. We operate within systems we don't fully control, making decisions based on incomplete information, influenced by cultural frameworks that seem natural but are actually constructed, pursuing goals that sometimes prove incompatible. The archaeological remains of Troy show layers of habitation, each representing periods of building, living, and sometimes destruction. The city existed successfully for many more years than it struggled. Those generations of ordinary prosperity deserve recognition equal to the famous conflict. Building systems that provide security and enable cooperation across decades represents an achievement as significant as any military campaign. The people who lived in Troy before its fall created their city through accumulated daily effort. They built houses and ships. They cultivated fields and tended animals. They wove cloth and shaped bronze. They raised children and taught them skills. They maintained relationships and honoured obligations. This ordinary work sustained the city far more than any dramatic events. When you think about Troy now, you might see it less as a distant myth, and more as an example of human societies everywhere. We build complex systems through cooperation and sustained effort. We navigate relationships that create both support and obligation. We operate within cultural frameworks that shape our understanding of honour, duty, and appropriate behaviour. We make decisions with imperfect information and hope for favourable outcomes. The story's endurance suggests something important about human nature and society. We're drawn to narratives that help us understand our own experiences. Troy's story resonates because it reflects challenges we still face. Managing competition for resources, maintaining peace among different interests, balancing personal relationships with broader obligations, and navigating the tension between principle and pragmatism. Rest now with the understanding that human communities have always faced such challenges. The specifics change, but the underlying patterns persist. Troy's people did their best with the understanding available to them. We do the same, hoping our systems prove adequate to our challenges, but knowing that success is never guaranteed. The night that falls over the Aegean now is the same night that fell when Troy stood vital and busy with trade. The stars maintain their ancient patterns, indifferent to human cities rising and falling below. Within that vast continuity, human efforts represent meaningful episodes of order, cooperation, and shared purpose, even when those efforts eventually fail. Let this perspective bring rest rather than anxiety. You're part of an ongoing human story, connected backward to people in Troy and forward to people who'll live long after you. Each generation faces its challenges, builds what it can, and passes whatever knowledge it's gained to those who follow. Sleep arrives more easily when you recognise that you're not alone in facing uncertainty. Every generation before you navigated similar challenges. Every generation ahead will do the same. The work continues, building, maintaining, adapting, hoping. That continuity matters more than any individual outcome. The lessons from Troy aren't dramatic warnings, but quiet recognitions. Systems require maintenance. Relationships need attention. Challenges emerge gradually before becoming critical. Cooperation achieves more than any individual effort. Ordinariness deserves appreciation. These simple truths persist across all the years since Troy stood and all the years since it fell. Rest beside these ancient patterns tonight, finding comfort in their familiarity and their persistence. The challenges of building and maintaining human communities remain, but so does the capacity to meet those challenges through sustained cooperation and thoughtful navigation of competing interests. That's what the people of Troy attempted, and that's what we attempt still. The story continues in cities everywhere, in markets and harbours, in households and workshops, and in the daily work of ordinary people building the systems that sustain life and create possibility. This ongoing effort represents the real human story, more important than any single city's rise or fall. Close your eyes and settle into sleep, knowing that you're part of this larger story, contributing your effort to systems that will outlast you, connected to people across vast spans of time through the shared challenge of building lives worth living and communities worth maintaining. Imagine that you are in a warm bed with an electric blanket that is quietly humming. The temperature in your home is a perfect 72 degrees. Now picture taking away everything, like the temperature, the warm air circulating through the vents, and any electrical parts. Welcome to a Victorian winter night, where the challenge of staying alive until morning was not so much about being cosy as it was about avoiding becoming a human icicle. Some might say that Victorian families were tougher than ours, and there were times when they were. However, they were not superhuman. They just found creative ways to stay warm that would make current safety inspectors faint. Over the course of the 1800s, Jack Frost did more than just nip at noses. He made himself at home for the winter. In the 1800s, the average Victorian home used about as little energy as a submarine's screen door. That kind of big room with high ceilings that looks so classy in period dramas? They were monsters that ate heat. It would get warm up to those fancy carvings and stay there, making everyone below shiver like a bunch of chihuahuas in the snow. A single pane of glass could have been made of paper because it kept out so much cold. But this is where Victorian creativity came in handy. These families didn't just put up with it. They came up with a huge number of ways to stay warm that would make current survivalists look weak. In our climate-controlled world, they understood that merely turning up the heat isn't the only way to stay warm. You also need to utilise available resources and think creatively. In Victorian times, most families started getting ready for winter, like they were getting ready for battle. In October, they would start the Great Move, but not to warmer places. Instead, they would go to warmer rooms in their own homes. In the summer, the lobby would be empty, like a ghost town, and everyone would cram into the room with the best fireplace or stove. The kitchen turned into mission control for staying alive in the winter. Not only because that's where the food was made, but also because the cast iron range was basically a small fire that cooked food. In Victorian times, smart mums would bake during the coolest parts of the day so that the bread would heat the whole family. For hours the oven would stay on, warming the room and making something beneficial at the same time. In terms of being useful, nothing was thrown away when it was used for making heat. Instead of going down the drain, the hot water used to wash dishes would sit in tubs around the room and slowly warm the air. Even the family dog made money as a living, breathing foot warmer. By December, he was everyone's best friend. Families would sit around the kitchen table for everything, not just meals. They would do their chores, sew, read, and even do their dentistry if Uncle Herbert had been putting off that toothache again. The kitchen table turned into the family's main meeting place, a place where people could hang out and a safe place to be. The real test, though, came at night, when the sun went down and the temperature dropped even more. That's when Victorian families had to make a choice. Do they try to heat the bedrooms or just accept that going to sleep is like going on an Arctic hike? Most chose the second option, resulting in inventive solutions that would make your great-grandmother proud and your heating bill envious. In a Victorian home, the evening routine began hours before anyone went to sleep. It was kind of like getting ready for a siege, but with a lot more flannel and a lot fewer guns. From the youngest child to the family father, everyone had a part to play in the big project of keeping warm every night. One could presume that Victorian families endured the cold in their separate bedrooms, each member confronting the chill in isolation, like thermal martyrs. But you'd be wrong, and that's a good thing, as that would have been a recipe for disaster that even Charles Dickens wouldn't wish on his worst characters. Victorian households innovated what could be termed strategic bedroom consolidation. Consider it the antithesis of social isolation, aimed at survival rather than indulging in Netflix consumption. When temperatures fell below tolerable levels, the family would forsake their dispersed summer sleeping arrangements and convene for a substantial slumber party in the room that retained heat most effectively. The master bedroom, typically the most spacious and therefore the warmest, transformed into a shelter for family members escaping the frigid conditions of their individual quarters. Parents often share not only their bed, but also their entire bedroom with children, grandparents, and occasionally the family cat, which has an extraordinary talent for occupying the hottest spot while maximising area usage. This practice extended beyond mere body heat, although that was certainly advantageous. The focus was on concentrating all heating efforts in a single area, rather than attempting to warm the entire house. Consider it akin to indoor camping, albeit with greater decorum and far superior bedding. The evening migration would commence around dinner time. Initially, the warming pans would be retrieved, these clever copper or brass devices resembling a frying pan with a cover and an extended handle. One would load them with hot coals or heated stones, then insert them between the sheets to mitigate the frigidness of the bedding. It resembled a rudimentary heating pad, but it could potentially ignite your residence if not handled with caution. Children alternated in transporting these warming pans from bed to bed, a task that encompassed elements of duty, adventure, and the challenge of preventing a fire hazard in the household. The warming pan procession was a matter of great importance. Fail to synchronise properly, and an individual would discover themselves in a bed that was either still frigid or bore actual burn marks on the linens. The warming pans were only the initial step in the process. The true protagonists of Victorian bedtime warmth were the hot water bottles, although referring to them as bottles is charitable. These were often composed of stone, ceramic, or subsequently rubber, and they retained heat akin to little thermal batteries. Families would operate several bottles simultaneously, creating a continuous production line of warm comfort that necessitated precision like that of a Swiss timepiece. One would heat water on the stove, meticulously fill the bottles without inflicting burns, encase them in flannel to avert scalding, and subsequently distribute them across the bed as comforting warmers. You would have one for your feet, one for your torso, and perhaps one to embrace if you felt especially cold. It felt like sleeping with a small army of warm companions, each gradually releasing heat throughout the night. The astute families would heat their hot water bottles in succession. Boil water to achieve optimal initial heat. Thereafter, As the first bottle cools, prepare a second one for immediate use. By morning, you may find 3 or 4 tepid bottles strewn around the bed like thermal casualties, yet you would have remained warm throughout the night. Subsequently, there came the bricks. Yes, they were real bricks. Victorian families would heat standard construction bricks in the oven, or by the fire, encase them in towels or flannel, and utilise them as bed warmers. These items retained heat exceptionally well and could maintain warmth for your feet for hours. What are the drawbacks? If you shifted improperly during sleep, you may awaken with contusions resembling bricks on your shins. However, at least they would be warm contusions. The bed-sharing arrangements became rather innovative as well. Children would be organised by size and thermal output, the warmest positioned centrally, with the tiniest nestled between their siblings, filling in a human heat sandwich. Parents would act as external barriers, preventing the children from rolling out and providing the initial defence against the chilly air that invariably infiltrated even the thickest blankets. If you've wondered why your grandmother loved flannel, you're about to learn Victorian textile strategy. These families built sleep systems for heat retention, with flannel as their secret weapon. Discuss flannel first. This was not the mall-style flannel that looks like fluffy paper. Victorian flannel was strong and durable like medieval armour. Wearing a vintage flannel nightgown was thermal warfare, not just a bedtime routine. Modern outdoor enthusiasts would envy the layering system. Start with a flannel chemise or undershirt, then a nightgown and possibly a dressing robe. You looked like a mobile textile experiment once you were dressed for bed. The main goal was to be a warm, movable textile experiment, which you achieved. Women's nightgowns were technical marvels. These gowns had more fabric than modern bridal gowns, with long sleeves that could cover the hands, high necklines that reached the chin, and a large skirt that could fit a small family. One of these flannel fortresses wraps you like a toasty tent when you lie down. However, creating the bed was the real highlight. Victorian beds were thermal systems designed to retain heat. The base was usually a rope bed or metal springs with a straw or horsehair mattress to insulate the cold floor. Feather beds arrived next. The phrase feather bed conjures up visions of something airy and delicate, yet Victorian feather beds were like sleeping on a down mattress. These items may be 6 inches thick and weigh a small person. You sank into the feather bed like a warm, lovely cloud when you went to bed. The fundamentals behind featherbed warming are brilliant. Feathers and down created tiny air spaces that kept your body heat close. It was like sleeping in soft, comfy insulation, not harsh and pink. Once comfortable, the featherbed's weight kept one motionless, which was beneficial for heat retention, but detrimental if one needed to get up throughout the night. Sheets made of non-cotton were laid on the featherbed. Winter bedding was usually made of flannel or linen that had been carefully brushed to retain heat. Some households used wool winter bedding, which was harsh yet comfortable after acclimatization. The blankets were the real highlights. Victorian families arranged their blankets to resemble a winter shelter. Start with a lightweight wool blanket, then a larger one, a quilt, another wool blanket, and finally a large coverlet with several sewn layers. Some blanket systems weigh over 20 pounds. Stepping into the bed was akin to receiving a warm embrace from a friendly elephant. The layers made mobility a theoretical concept rather than a practical one. You chose your position carefully because changing it would require major building work. The weight was useful, not decorative. The thick blankets caused deep pressure stimulation, which is why weighted blankets are used for anxiety and insomnia. Victorian families accidentally discovered the sleep-promoting benefits of many pounds of wool and cotton in their mattresses. If all else failed, bed curtains were provided. 4-poster beds managed temperature and were status symbols. Thick draperies around the bed created a separate sleeping chamber to retain body heat. One can create a separate warming chamber several degrees warmer than the room by closing the drapes. Victorian households' last defence against the cold was the bedroom, whereas the kitchen was their proactive hub. These homes went beyond meal preparation to strategically use every calorie, flame and unit of heat from feeding a household. Your Victorian kitchen, resembling a thermal power plant, regarded dinner as a secondary concern. The home's heating system relied on the cast iron range, which burned wood or coal to heat the air while baking bread, roasting meat and heating water. Military tactics were used to schedule meals. Breakfast fed everyone before they left, and they started the stove early to heat the home as people got ready. Morning porridge was nutritious and filled the cooktop for an hour, warming the kitchen as the family gathered around the table like moths to a welcoming flame. The real magic happened at dinner. Victorian mums transformed meals into a decorative heat source. The Sunday roast was practical, not routine. The kitchen became cosy and provided enough food for multiple meals, while a large piece of beef was baking in the oven. The leftover heat from roasting would be used to make bread, heat water, or warm the kitchen at night. When each lit burner signified warmth, batch cooking took on new meaning. Families may cook multiple dishes at once for convenience and to justify burner use. One burner would boil soup, the oven would bake bread, water would heat for washing, and tea might be brewing for beneficial measure. While the rest of the house looked like a walk-in freezer, the kitchen was busy and warm. This soup was the classic Victorian comfort food for more than taste. A big pot of soup can simmer for hours, filling the kitchen with warm, humid air and warming you. The soup's vapour injected dampness into the dry winter air, warming the space despite an unaltered temperature. It looked like a tasty, drinkable humidifier. Astute families coordinated their cooking and heating needs throughout the day. Morning baking heated the kitchen for breakfast and dressing. Midday cooking warms lunch and preps for afternoon activities. Dinner-time preparation would warm the family gathering. The food plan looked like a heating timetable. Hot beverages became internal heaters instead of refreshers. Tea was a social drink, a way to warm oneself, and a soothing object to hold. Victorian families warmed cups of tea, coffee, or hot chocolate by wrapping their fingers around them and breathing the steam. Families prepared hot spice cider or wine for wassail, a survival ritual. The alcohol and spices like cinnamon, cloves and ginger gave these drinks internal warmth. Victorian medics called it internal warmth. A pot was kept warm on the stove for hours to make wassail, boosting the kitchen's heat output. Baking became wintry. Bread making, which requires several hours in the oven, was conducted during the coldest hours. Kneading generates heat through physical strain. Rising dough demands a heated atmosphere, conveniently supplied by the kitchen, and baking heats the space for hours. Many families baked multiple loaves at once to justify keeping the oven hot. Some families even invented thermal cooking dishes that keep cooking and produce heat after being removed from the stove. Pot roast or stew would start on the fire and then simmer in a warm kitchen area, releasing heat. It evolved into a supper from a portable warmer. The kitchen became the family's unofficial winter living space. The warmth inevitably prompted socialising beyond cooking. Children did their homework at the kitchen table, elders read and mended, and the family talked in the evening. The stove's constant heat and the warmth of family gatherings made the kitchen table the centre of winter family life. Victorian families were geniuses. They turned themselves into human heating systems without comprehending the science. These people used medieval knowledge but got findings that would impress modern thermodynamics specialists. The Victorian approach to body heat management was simple. Heat yourself if you can't heat the air. This led to brilliant and dangerous answers, frequently within the same home. Exercise became about internal combustion rather than fitness. Victorian households engaged in warming activities before bedtime, which were practical exercises that stimulated blood circulation, rather than jumping jacks or yoga poses. Women may brush their hair harder, males may chop more firewood, and youngsters may play more active games indoors. The idea wasn't to sweat, but to heat your internal furnace for the night. Victorian thermal science excelled in garments. Modern outdoor lovers would envy this family's layering skills. They understood loose layers held more warm air than tight ones. Natural fabrics like wool and cotton breathed better than synthetic materials, though they didn't know why. And covering your extremities was essential for core body warmth. It was an advanced undergarment game. Long underwear was the warming system's base, not merely for show. Victorian long johns were constructed of wool or cotton flannel to trap warm air adjacent to your skin and wick away moisture. Women's chemises and men's undershirts created a microclimate under garments. The true invention was strategic warming. Victorian households discovered that heating certain body sections was more effective than warming up everywhere. Warm feet made you feel warm even if the rest of your body was cold, so they learned to keep your feet warm. Creative foot warming solutions resulted. Families warmed their feet before bed using heated bricks, hot water bottles, or stones in addition to thick wool socks and slippers. Some folks soaked their feet in warm water before bed to boost circulation for hours. Hand warming was crucial, and Victorian families invented many methods. Hand muffs were handheld heaters that held heated stones or little metal warmers with hot embers. Many individuals carried little metal hand warmers, heated by the fire, which they slipped into their gloves or pockets. Victorian households intuitively grasped thermal mass, even without the scientific name. They recognised that some materials retained heat longer, and that pre-warming objects may keep them warm overnight. Thus, clothes were warmed by the fire before wearing, pillowcases before bed, and even the chamber pot, which was practical. Breathing techniques were discovered accidentally. Victorian households discovered that breathing into their hands, blankets, scarves, and mufflers created warm air pockets that heated their surroundings. Kids learned to breathe slowly and deeply when cold, not for the physiology, but because it worked. The buddy method was probably the best body heat management strategy. Warmth was shared for survival, not romance or family. A couple under the same blankets can keep their sleeping space warmer than apart. Non-related guests sometimes shared beds for thermal efficiency because body heat sharing was so common. Victorian households also discovered thermal bridging, that heat follows lines of least resistance. Instead of metal bed frames, they used rugs and carpets to limit heat loss to cold floors and moved away from windows and exterior walls where heat loss was highest. Timing for warming was important. Victorian families realised that creating heat before you needed it was better than trying to warm up after being cold. Warming hands by the fire, feet with warm water, and bed garments at night was smart preparation for preserving body heat without external heat sources. Victorian families quickly realised that winter required community, resource sharing, and even creative reinterpretations of social boundaries. As temperatures dropped, etiquette gave way to necessity, creating unique social arrangements that modern families may find endearing and challenging. Winter gave calling hours a new meaning. Families visited neighbours for social and thermal reasons. You might want to stay longer if the Johnsons had a better heating system. If your family had heated the kitchen for baking day, you would naturally ask the neighbours to assist with the bread, which kept everyone warm and allowed socialisation. House parties pretended to be social events but were survival techniques. A crowded room was heated entirely by body heat. Long evening assemblies with many families in one room were a Victorian social ritual that also conserved heat. 15 people in one room can be warm without heating, yet the same 15 people in different homes would feel cold. Church attendance often increased during the coldest months, not always due to spiritual rebirth. Churches were often the community's largest heated venues, providing hours of warmth and socialising with neighbours facing similar thermal issues. In winter, extended sermons kept the congregation warm, as well as demonstrating the minister's dedication. Community baking became social. Families coordinated bread making and baking, sharing oven space and fuel costs. In winter, people gathered around the bakery's ovens long after their purchases. It was socially acceptable to await your bread longer than baking time. Victorian boarding houses pooled heating costs and offered affordable rooms. A home with paying guests provided warmth, shared fuel expenditures, and social involvement to combat the long cold evenings. Boarding house parlours were often the warmest and most social places in a community during winter. Quilting bees and sewing circles provided thermal endurance support and needlework. As women collaborated, body heat would provide comfort while manufacturing comforters, blankets, and warm clothing. Cooperative quilting provided blankets for cold locations and fostered camaraderie among makers. Barn raisings and other community work often took place on the harshest winter days due to the cold. Since physical exertion required intimacy, it would warm everyone. The social dynamics also allowed many families to gather in one region, reducing heating costs and strengthening community relationships. Winter made sitting up with sick neighbours more important. Accompanying someone during an illness went beyond medical aid to include giving warmth and reducing heating costs during recovery. Neighbours alternated helping and warming during these vigils, which often became community gatherings. Many children's winter activities promoted community warming. Groups of children playing indoor sports together stayed warm due to their physical exertion and the heat generated by their bodies. Storytelling by the fire united people in the cosiest part of the home and provided midnight entertainment without lighting or heating. Reading clubs and literary groups thrived in winter because they justified long stays in warm places. During long winter evenings, body heat kept a house full of people discussing the latest novel warm, providing cerebral stimulation. Heat altered courtship behaviours. Young couples spent more time in family parlours with relatives, not just because of chaperoning customs. Large families, coal stoves, and proximity-induced social friction exacerbated many Victorian romances. Visiting relatives or acquaintances during the winter for their better heating became a social norm. If a relative had a functioning fireplace, it was fine to stay there for weeks or help extended family with heating costs. The visits were social, but everyone understood thermal math. Winter survival in Victorian times wasn't only about sleeping. What occurred as you left your comfortable blanket cocoon to confront a frigid winter morning? This everyday activity required ritual, performance art, and extreme athletic methods. Imagine being covered in 20 pounds of wool blankets and hot water bottles. You spent all night creating the perfect warm air pocket. Then you hear the church bells or your neighbour's rooster signalling morning. You must rise and face the world, where your breath will fog and your feet will go numb. Morning prep in the 1800s was like a planned dance while freezing. First rule, never stand up at once. You could just as well leap into a cold lake. It would jolt the system and erase all your warm work overnight. Instead, you'd slowly transform from a warm horizontal to a functional upright. While you slept, it started. Move your arms and legs under your sheets to get blood flowing. It resembled horizontal exercises. Instead of just warming up, you have to switch on your heaters inside before letting the cold air in. Even though Victorian families didn't understand metabolism and circulation, they understood that movement warmed things. A planned clothes arrangement followed. Victorians were sophisticated. Some put clothing beneath the covers and in a precise order adjacent to the bed the night before to warm it up with their body heat. Dressing became a military operation. They put on their underwear first, they often slept beneath the sheets, and added layers quickly to avoid becoming cold. Smart families invented a relay system to stay warm in the morning. The first family member up and best able to endure the cold would start the fires, heat the water, and warm the shared areas. The family's thermal advance scout ensured that everyone could get out of bed and into a safer world. Breakfast became about staying warm rather than eating. The morning meal was designed to warm you internally. Hot milk, cereal, tea, or coffee was almost too hot to drink. Due to the necessity to feed your internal fire all day, Victorian breakfast dishes were high in calories and kept you warm. Doing laundry in the morning was brave. Heating enough water for cleaning required forethought and fuel since there was no hot water. Many families used strategic hygiene by washing the most critical areas with warm water and saving the remainder for warmer weather or special events. Chamber pot etiquette became more complicated in the cold morning. In addition to convenience, this thermal survival equipment kept you from leaving the warm house to use the restroom. Victorians covered chamber pots for more than aesthetics. They kept the contents heated at night to prevent freezing. Kids needed rewards, excitement, and warmth to wake up on frigid mornings. Children's garments were warmed by the fire before going to bed. Dressing became a game where each item was a warm treat. Some families created morning rhymes or songs to keep kids moving and warm while getting dressed. In the morning, the kitchen was the hub for cooking and finishing the heat before leaving. Families would gather around the stove for last-minute warm-ups, outfit changes, and mental preparation before opening the door and venturing out into the frigid winter weather that could cause eyes to water and lungs to burn. The most interesting thing about Victorian winter mornings may have been the sense of success they offered individuals. Not living in a heated home or taking hot showers today makes getting out of bed, dressing, feeding, and getting ready for the day a daily win hard to conceive. People were proud of their frigid morning survival skills. In your climate-controlled home, you may dial down the thermostat to save electricity, but think about the Victorian family who survived the cold, with imagination, teamwork, and a big collection of flannel. They survived winters that would send modern families to the nearest hotel. They did it gracefully, with laughter, and with a tenderness we rarely remember. They planned for winter warmth, family and neighbourhood bonds, and personal fortitude that would last. Victorian families discovered that taking care of each other in cold weather provides warmth that contemporary central heating cannot. Consider the Victorian family that made winter an art while you switch on your electric blanket and smart heater tonight. They proved that family love and creativity can overcome the harshest nights.